Simple, easy, just do it. So,
Yeah. Thank
so
you.
thanks.
Thanks, Deep. Enjoyed myself talking to you, and I hope it helps a lot of people. Thank you. Bye.
Absolutely, absolutely. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the TiE Global Summit and our discussion today on fostering disruptive innovations. This is Surain, founder of LoginSoft and a TiE Hyderabad charter member. I understand today we have a large set of audience from startups and SMEs who want to understand what it meant by fostering innovation and how fostering innovation in your organization can lead to greater opportunities. This session is moderated by industry veteran Mr. Pradeep Gupta. Pradeep is a founder and chairman of Cyber Media and co-founder Indian Angels Networks. He is a mentor and investor in multiple successful startups in his career. He also served as a global trustee of TiE in the past. With this, I am handing over the session to Pradeep to introduce the other speakers and start the session. Pradeep.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Surain. And it is indeed a pleasure for me to be conducting this session. Session is very aptly named at Disruptive Innovation because I think the theme today is disruptive innovation. You know, more and more you're finding that the various kind of disruptions that are being caused in different businesses and marketplaces, and a lot of it is led by deep technology also. I have a fantastic set of people with me. Let me introduce them quickly. I have Ravindra Kelkar, who's the VP and country manager for Citrix. He's been responsible for accelerating the business growth for Citrix in the entire subcontinent, building a robust partner ecosystem and transforming customer engagement model. He has been looking at transforming business across all different verticals of Citrix. In the past, he has been with Cisco, Microsoft, and Tech Mahindra. I also have Sumer Fuken with me. Sumer is a 17-year Intel veteran working across multiple roles in US, Taiwan, and India. He is currently serving as Director of Sales in Intel India, responsible for driving its growth strategies and data-centric transformation. I have Naveen Naveen Golapalli, who is the global head for Novartis, and especially interesting to know that the entire innovation that is being driven at Novartis is based out of India, and he's the person who is driving that a lot of that innovation. So really look forward to hearing from you. Last but not the least is Puneet Chaira, Head of Marketing for Infosys. Puneet has been responsible for marketing and fintech engagement for Pinnacle, which has been the most successful product offering out of India. And so, Puneet, your experience in terms of that transformation is something that is going to be very, very important and interesting. With that, let me plunge into the discussion. Firstly, when we talk of disruptive innovation, I think it's important to understand how it is different from innovation. A lot of people get confused between the two things. And therefore, I would request if my panelists can give their views on what is the difference between innovation and disruptive innovation. Let me start with you, Ravindra.
Yeah, sure. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here to talk on my thoughts and collectively learn as a panel. As you rightly said, disruptive innovation, if you go by the classical definition, it's actually about market expansion, right? So it's about really competing against non-usage. So to think of it, there is a specific product and there is a specific market, and we can take an example of films versus the digital camera. Same thing happened that over a period of time, non-consumption was spotted, and can you now take the same product and make it more amenable for usage to a larger set of people? Is what disruptive innovation is about. It's actually about non-consumption over a period of time. The set market leaders do sustaining innovation. That means they make existing products better, and their focus is all on top tier of the customers, most profitable customers. Disruptive innovation on the other side is all about now making the same product at a better price, or available in different markets, making it cheaper so that it is then addressable to more set of customers in the similar markets. That's, according to me, is what the difference between disruptive
these also as we go along. Naveen, you are from the Novartis, and last 6-8 months have been absolutely disruptive for the entire healthcare area, which is the area that you are in. So, would you like to add to this definition, especially in view of what we have seen in terms of the healthcare industry?
Right, certainly, Pradeep. So, I think from a large company perspective, let me first talk about the definitions, right? So, from a large company perspective, it feels that disruptive innovation is more exponential than, say, incremental innovation, right? So, you have something that can, first of all, change or replace what we do, rather than improve it a little bit. One example I can give internally is using, say, artificial intelligence to replace any kind of contact center contract, right? So it can completely be virtualized or even move to a ticketless future using technology to auto-resolve queries, as opposed to process improvements, etc. So from an internal part, which is what I work in, Pradeep, in business services disruption, we can totally see multifold impact over period of time, really, as opposed to incremental, right? As far as healthcare is concerned, and of course you're right, we are living in completely disrupted times, which hopefully will get back to normal in a quarter or two. It's what the colleagues in the panel, Ravindra and Soumya, talked about, right? Something like a cell and gene therapy is a disruptive innovation. Whereas you could argue that something like a molecular compound is more maybe a linear invention and innovation, right? So there's a bit of a difference. It's the scope of it, of course, the impact it can have, and the change it can bring to how we work also, right? This is what looks like disruptive innovation to me.
That's great. That it should be exponential in nature. Puneet, we've talked about exponential. We've talked about new market and so on. How much of it is technology led, and how much of it is business model led?
Thanks for asking a very interesting question. And I think Steve Jobs said it very nicely to your question, that art of the most important thing in 21st century is combining technology and creativity, and that's what results into innovation. And in that sense, technology is a key enabler for innovation. We believe technologies such as cloud, AI, and API primarily have very, very significant impact on all industries. And then there are specific technologies, industry specific, which are very, very relevant. If you think from a disruptive innovation perspective, to my mind, it's important to understand various facets of it. And the way we do it in our organization is we define innovation as anything which helps us create new stakeholder value or improve an existing value. And we call it incremental innovation as a 10% improvement, so to say, and transformational disruptive innovation as a 10x improvement. And that improvement could come in any part of the value stream. You touched upon business model. So let me put an example from a business model. If you break down a business model the way I see it is, it has only three parts. How do you create value? How do you deliver value? And how do you realize value or package value in terms of commercials? And disruptive innovation ideas can come in any of these three, broader segments of value chain. And in different industry, that has come in different ways. Two examples I can take which are very close to my heart is, one I would say Aadhaar as an extremely disruptive innovation for our country. The amount of work which has been done or the innovation we have seen so far is a great example of what a simple approach can deliver to a large population like India. And one, considering I come from banking industry, I would say UPI. It's a very simple product built on top of IMPS real-time payments, but it is so impactful in various facets of life. So to me, it's disruptive innovation doesn't necessarily mean something extremely big and bold, which has never been seen or heard before. It's not invention. It's about bringing together a variety of moving facets of evolution to create new value for stakeholders. And when the value exceeds certain threshold, it becomes disruptive. Up until that time, we can continue to call it incremental.
Wonderful. So, it could be technology led, it could be business model led, there could be different. So, I think, thanks panel for creating a fantastic definition of disruptive innovation. Let me now look at, since all of you are from large corporates, let me look at the leadership and cultural challenges that often are faced by the large corporates in terms of bringing in disruptive innovation. Let me start with you, Somer. You talked about the low end. The fact is that, most of the entry that happens of new entrants is at the low end. So why is it that corporates often choose to ignore the low end?
So,
and what's the leadership and therefore culture required for that?
yeah, it's a great question, Pradeep, and Puneet touched a little bit about it, right? So if you look at it, as we said, disruption is a process, right? So the incumbent gets so engrossed in meeting the needs of the existing customers that you end up ignoring certain customers who are probably low paying. That's what creates dichotomy. Okay, so when you address this, in my view, there are two parts of that conversation. One part of the conversation, in my view, is a business framework or a business model, if I could use that. And I'll give you an example, okay? Everybody knows the iPhone, right? The success of the iPhone is not about the product, because smartphones existed. The success of the iPhone, in our view, is a function that it actually was able to network to the PC and link to the application developers. So which means suddenly it created an exponential growth of application developers and ecosystem that nobody had. So ability to rethink, as Puneet talked about, the business model is one piece. And again, coming from Intel, if you really look at how we look at it today, we have actually identified from a framework perspective 6 pillars, because a lot of people talk about software and security, right? Then it comes down to compute or processing and packaging. At the end of the day, in this environment where you're talking about cost, where you're talking about latency, what have you, we think it is about the process, the architecture, the memory, the interconnect, and then the software and 60. So we have Intel have talked about 6 pieces of what fits into our innovation pillars that would get disruption in the new generation. So one part is a framework. The second part, Pradeep, all of us kind of touched upon it, is the culture. Okay. End of the day, you have to move decision making closer to people who are doing it. We call it entrepreneurship or intrapreneurship. And there are areas where you go for entrepreneurship by acquisition, but entrepreneurship is key, because you should be able to enable the people who are closest to the customer, right, or closest to where the decisions of purchases are getting made, to be able to define things. First, identify trends, and then define actions and products and solutions to meet that. So to me, those are the two things, a framework and then a culture of entrepreneurship. That would make a difference of how organizations need to change. And all of you probably would have read about it as Intel. We're going through that process. We're living the journey again right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Puneet, you are in the products area. Now, in product area, very often, you have the existing success, the gravity of itself pulling you down, that, why should I be making any change in a product? It's working well. So, how do you disrupt that?
The short answer to that is, Pradeep, we don't have a choice. The environment is such that that thinking cannot, it doesn't exist any longer. I would say that those days are gone wherein any established product vendor could be comfortable. For instance, we have 70% market share in India. 7 out of 10 banks, whether you take top 10, bottom 10, or medium 10, foreign banks, national banks run on Finacle. But we also know that if we do not keep pace with the way our industry is evolving and end customers' expectations are evolving from banking system, which is dramatically changing, we won't have a future, because there is a lot of other players, both the new players who are coming in, as well as new models of servicing. Like, for example, in a technology industry or banking industry, is a model called as banking as a service, wherein a bank could actually package software and operations together and offer it to any other new player, and you can create a bank on top of it, wherein it's the same software serving variety of banks. And in that sense, instead of us being service provider, a bank could be a service provider for the next generation banks. So that choice doesn't exist. So what we do is, we know that our customers depend on us to bring new value to the end clients. So the way we are thinking about innovation is from various angles. So it is definitely incremental innovation, which is important. At the same time, transformation innovation.
Let me just interrupt you here. For example, in fintech, thanks to COVID, now you are talking about a faceless customer.
Yep.
Right? So if you're talking about a faceless customer, it is already disrupted. So you can't make an incremental change, but there have to be major changes that need to be made.
Okay, let me just take a detour and address this part first. See, when you think of customer, and let's take banking as an example because you chose fintech. See how things have changed. 20 years ago, more than 50% of all interactions you and I had, or even business customers had with the banks, were used to be in branches. Today, over 95% have actually moved outside branches. Forget about pandemic. Even otherwise, 95% have moved out. But the bigger news is, more than 50% of these transactions are going to move out of anything which bank owns, such as branches, online banking, mobile banking, or a chatbot, or a Facebook banking. They will all go to new set of applications where primary needs of customers are met. Like, for example, easy example is today there are 2 billion UPI transactions happening in this country. Over 85% of those transactions are managed by only 3 players: Google Pay, Phone Pay, and Paytm. It's not that others don't have. There are over 80 UPI apps available which customers can use, but only these 3 guys have. 2 of them are absolutely not a bank. One of them, you can call them because of Paytm being a payments bank now, has some connection. We believe this is just an early sign of it. The future tomorrow would be when you're buying a house, even the builder website would have a process for you to originate mortgage with any provider of your choice. You would have consent-based data sharing, which allows you to get proposal from variety of financing companies on a click without even have to step out and visit anybody in person. So I think so that's the innovation we are going to drive, to answer your question, because there's lots going to still change from what we see today as, really modern, really contemporary. The next set of changes is going to be more dramatic.
Great. Ravindra, let me come to you. When you start looking at leadership in a corporate context, on one hand, there is this pressure of sustenance, right? These are the things which are most profitable, and therefore, let me push this. And on the other hand, is this disruption and cannibalization, etc., that was talked about by speakers earlier. How does leadership manage to balance both these forces which are there? You may be an FMCG and suddenly you find that, brands come in a completely different kind of model. It has happened in the past with Nirma, it has happened with let's say a Patanjali and so on. So, there is this pressure of sustenance, pressure of disruption. How do you balance that?
Yeah, good. So mostly when you talk about disruptive innovation, at least to me, or 9 in 10 times, the names come which are typically leaders who entered from low end of the market, Pradeep, as you said, right? Your question at the start was also, why does disruptive innovation come more from new entrants rather than existing players or existing dominant players per se? Very difficult for existing dominant players to do disruptive innovation per se because of good management, right? Because they are good managers, they can't disrupt themselves, right? So Moving to other question of yours as to how do you manage the mix of not getting disrupted completely, but still get into new markets. I can cite an example of Cisco. I worked for that company for a long time. John Chambers had this pretty good concept that I know that as an established leader, I can't be disrupting, a specific product till the time it is going to be highly probable. So one of the concepts he had is called as reverse innovation. So if there is a product leader or a business leader goes to him with some crazy idea, it's very difficult to make it successful within Cisco, right? Because the existing guys are not going to fund it and are going to oppose it because it's going to de-establish, their business. So George Chambers would then say, okay, you go out, start a new company, and I will fund. And then they had a contract to buy them back. So reverse innovation is a great way of making sure that big companies still innovate. Or second obvious idea is to form a separate subsidiary or a group company or something of that sort. But within an existing large conglomerate to keep disrupting it is not really a practical idea, and we saw that in multiple cases, because disruptive innovation actually makes the leader flee rather than fight, because initially the leader feels, so it's too small a market, not profitable market, so they're happy to give it to the new entrant, right, and just be a little complacent and call it good management per se. So in nutshell, reverse innovation, setting up subsidiaries, floating new companies by the same company, right, parent company, can be some good ideas to encourage disruptive innovation within the company. Back to you, Pradeep.
Wonderful. Naveen, when we were earlier having a chat, you talked about the fact that at Novartis, you are actually driving this cannibalization. So walk us through that. What are the kind of business models through which you are doing that?
Yeah, in fact, I think as a large company, it's very important for us that we have stable, predictable, and repeatable operations, right? So, to your earlier question, Pradeep, I think it's a matter of having both. We need this kind of a stable, what we call like a super tank type of operations, but we also need to disrupt and innovate. So we need speedboats around us, right? So as Ravindra was saying, maybe separate organizations, but we need to be at a place where we're trying to disrupt ourselves, because if we don't disrupt ourselves, somebody else will disrupt us. It's very
corporate structures. Perhaps because, there was a very interesting thing that somebody shared once with me, that, when you are in a corporate, you look at working within resources which are allocated to you. But when you are an entrepreneur, you do not really think of any sort of limits offered by resources, and you say, okay, fine, I've got to do this, and now let me find resources. So perhaps this is also something that needs to get disrupted in organization. But assuming that therefore a lot of innovation is going to be coming from, as you said, low end, outside, and so on, therefore there needs to be a very, very active system of working with startups, in terms of funding, in terms of providing a market, in terms of incubating, in terms of M&A, and so on. Ravindra, you were earlier talking about Cisco. Cisco had a very active policy of every month at least one company would be merged into Cisco. So that's how they were sort of reinvigorating the disruption within Cisco, So what are some of the things which your organizations are doing? This time, let me start by Somer. Would you like to go first?
Sure, Pradeep. I think the most obvious ones everybody talks about, of course, is M&A, where we work with them, we acquire them, what have you. But Intel, and specifically in India, we are running a program called Intel India Plugin. It is done in conjunction with Department of Science and Technology and IIT Mumbai. It is kind of the number one most coveted, I would say, deep tech accelerator for the country. And we have done it for 3 years, and we run it across multiple facets. Number one, of course, we work with them. We provide them the access to mentors, hardware infrastructure, what have you, so they can develop their technology to be productized. We work with them on, getting more VC funding or what have you in terms of getting additional funding sources. We work with them on one side, looking to help them with filing patents so they can create their intellectual property. At the same time, we work with them in terms of making them productized and taking them to customers. So we have this whole value chain of having a technology and guiding them to the process of converting to products and business. Very well successful. We have taken from 34 companies, 24 have gone productized. Sorry about it. Yeah, go ahead.
Are there some examples that you can share with us as to, what are some of the technologies that have been nurtured this month?
So I can talk about at least a company called Wobot for people who may have known about it. So think about Wobot as somebody who brings in edge intelligence. And we have been working with Wobot not only in terms of helping them mature and go productize, but also taking them to, I would not name the customer name right now, but think about us working with some of the large cloud service providers and Wobot to go at some of the large, I would say, transportation industry customers, where they are able to see the value of this kind of technology and work on adopting that kind of technologies. So we are working on publishing a case study around it to be shared so that at least for Wobot and all of us, it goes that. I'm just giving this as an example. So we have, as I said, we're working with about close to 60 plus of them. 22 of them are already revenue generating. With 34 startups in the forum right now over the 3 years. So we, again, being on the cutting edge of technology, that's where our DNA has been. We believe that the startup ecosystem is central to how we work and drive the technology transition, not only in a country for India. I'm giving an India example because of the panel of the audience, but that is something you'll see happening globally.
Right. So essentially, you are looking at very active acceleration program in terms of ensuring that startup ecosystem starts working with and solve practical problems.
And through the journey, from the technology innovation right to productization, and they being self-sustaining to make it grow for the ecosystem. Yes, Pradeep.
Naveen, what about you? And especially, in your area, very often the gestation period is much longer as compared to what it is in in information technology. So how do you work with external startups?
Yeah, Pradeep, we are very much open for business to work with startups, right? So we have a few wings. So one is what is called a biome, which is our open space for working with early stage companies, both as an investor or an accelerator. The first one a few years back we opened in San Francisco, and I'm pleased to say that the second one is opened in Hyderabad, India. So for early stage, now we have about 7 of them in most innovative locations in the world. So we have this for early stage companies, primarily in the biotech space. And of course, the group I lead is for late stage companies where you want to try application of your product. So it's an applied innovation organization, and our doors are open. You're welcome to contact us if you think you have a product that works for a large company like Novartis.
Wonderful. Ravindra, you work with several companies. So what have been some of the things that you've seen? Examples from Citrix, from Microsoft, from Cisco.
I will combine all of them and not I'll combine all of them and not necessarily refer to a company, right? So one is obviously actively looking at adjacent markets, right? Because to be honest, on the seat you are sitting, just to throw away that seat and do something else, as I keep saying, for large companies is very, very difficult. But most of the times I have seen large companies being wanting to do disruptive innovation in adjacent markets, right? That is clearly a great way of expanding the market, because then in adjacent market you are actually disrupting somebody else and using all your might of size and all of that. So looking at adjacent markets, number one. Number two, M&M obviously is a very, very obvious choice. Number three, as you rightly said, or I think Somer said, is looking at across the value chain, right? Because there can be a broad part of something that startup eventually won't use and might be very, very useful to you, right? That may not be the final product that startup or entrepreneur launches, but there can be something that he or she wouldn't eventually use that can be looked at as well. And very, very strong integration between the R&D teams and some of these startups, right? So making sure that they are working across the value chain and things of that sort, and completely new ideas emerge. Those are the couple of 3-4 state cuts that I would think is the answer to your question, Pradeep. Back to you.
Wonderful. So coming to you, Puneet, Infosys does have a good war chest also available with us, and therefore would you be looking very actively at mergers and acquisitions as a way of nurturing disruptive innovations?
Absolutely, and I think in last 1 year we have done more acquisitions than we have done in last 5 years as an organization, and reflection of how that's definitely an important strategy. But beyond that, we have few more initiatives to engage with startup ecosystem. As I said, one of my role is actually to drive startup engagement for banking industry. So if I give you a banking example, we have 3 programs. One is called Finacle Fintech Connect, wherein anybody who's looking to have a fintech offering can participate, and the advantage we bring to them is we can help them curate their product offering further. This is our experience of working with clients in 100 countries. We can give them guidance on domain related aspects because some of the areas are highly domain intensive. And finally, of course, go-to-market support. And it's an open program. It's open throughout the year. Anybody can apply any point of time. Second is, we know our clients are also keen to work with startups. So we have a program called Fintech Connect with our clients, wherein we invite fintechs across the globe, which are working with one or couple of our clients as well, to make them get introduced to not only Finacle teams, but also our clients in the other parts of the world, if that innovation or offering is relevant. Finally, we have our own marketplace called Finacle App Center, again, publicly available. And essentially, it's coming from a simple thinking that what we saw in consumer technology, wherein, one of our panel colleagues talked about how Apple changed the world by bringing a marketplace of apps rather than just taking the responsibility of all the innovation which Nokia's of the world did. So we see it's a similar journey happening on the enterprise application sides like Finacle, wherein we'll bring certain set of innovations, but we will enable a lot more innovation on top of Finacle by offering Finacle APIs and Finacle webhooks and making it easier for people to put and create bolt-on innovation. So we have our own app center wherein our clients can actually look at bolt-on innovations which they can deploy on top of Finacle easily. A part of that, we have since you talked about the investments company has, we have a fund called Startup Fund Earmarked. It is available publicly, $500 million allocated only for investment, not necessarily full scale acquisition, purely from an investment perspective. So, company encourages those kind of opportunities as well. So that's really the spectrum of what we are doing to engage with startups.
That's wonderful. It's good to know that, all the 4 examples that have come out is that companies seem to be having now a very, very active program to engage with the entire startup ecosystem. And that's indeed a wonderful news for a whole lot of startups because, generally there has been a feeling that, earlier the money was American money and then Chinese money and so on. And the Indian corporates have generally not really been very, very supportive of the startup ecosystem in terms of, not offering them inroads into their larger ecosystems and so on. But I'm glad to hear that is something, that thinking is changing and then hopefully that will result in huge sort of push coming to the entire startup ecosystem. I come to the last part, and I would request each of you to spend maybe a minute and a half in talking about 2 things. One is what really are going to be 2 important things that every corporate should do in terms of disruptive innovation. And one thing that you feel is going to get disrupted in your businesses. Okay. Naveen, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure, Pradeep. Thanks. So I think, I'm a living example that disruptive innovation is a must, and large corporates must also foray into this space in order to continue to be relevant, both in their products as well as in their services. The 2 things that I think really make it successful. First one, it's an ecosystem play. So I think the more of coalitions we can stitch together, pool resources, the better chances of success we have, and also efficient utilization of resources, right? So it's absolutely vital that when you're trying to disrupt, take any of the examples we talked about, UPI and some of the more prominent disruptors that we know around us. It is an ecosystem play. So that is an absolute must. Second is, I think, it's about culture, right? So, it should be okay to fail. And every successful project could be a failure as well, right? So if you haven't failed, you haven't innovated, is what is often said, right? So I think as companies are setting out to do disruptive innovation, you have to have very high tolerance of risk and failure. And culturally, you should promote creativity and openness, really. So I think these would be the 2 things. The one area that I see completely disrupting us is in healthcare is artificial intelligence. And we are seeing significant inroads already in discovery of medicines, where the capacity of AI is far more than human capacity to actually look for signals, to scout through the data. Data quality is still the biggest problem. But I think in all our areas of operations, AI is already making inroads. It's already making inroads, and I think it's going to be a huge aspect of how we operate in the future.
Wonderful. Ravindra, what are two things that corporates should do and one area that is getting disrupted in your business?
Sure. A lot has been spoken about structure and culture, so I'll move to some new points. I think cautiously really seeing life cycle of a product, right? Because good managers become too passionate about a particular product, and then life cycle of the product has kind of finished for the consumers, but for the company it has not finished. So one is have life cycle for a product, and then the product will need a complete change. Number two, look at non-consumption. The disruptive innovations that I have seen typically happen because of non-consumption, right? You continue to innovate, you continue to do what is called as sustaining innovation, and much of your spend is actually on sustaining innovation, and it is leading to non-consumption. People are not using it, right? And that's exactly what the disruptive innovator uses to disrupt you. So looking at that, the third point, adjacent markets that I spoke about already. And then your earlier question.
Sorry, you got disrupted there.
Is it better? Is it better?
Yes, you got disrupted there.
Yeah, I know. Is it better now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. And last thing that you had asked before was in the area that we work in, what is getting disrupted, right? What's getting disrupted is really the remote work, right? Which Citrix is enabling now. We basically feel in the way work will happen moving forward will be completely different post-pandemic. We're getting used to remote work. And that's I would call to be a huge area of disruptive innovation for so many of us, because remote work from a technology perspective means so much to Citrix to become synonymous with remote work technology, but around that there is a whole lot of ecosystem that potentially can get developed. So that's what I would say is happening in my industry, at least from a disruptive innovation standpoint. Back to you, Pradeep.
Thank you very much, Puneet.
Thanks, Pradeep. And I think I would second what Naveen said. The most important area for disruptive innovation today would be ecosystem innovation, and it's about making yourself available and making it easier for ecosystem to work with you and innovate with you. That's definitely top. The second I would say is many a times people underestimate the capabilities required to do that. And it's not so much only about culture, it's also beyond that. It's about the capability of people. Do we have people who have multidisciplinary?
Sorry,
Then there's a lot about technology and data. Naveen also touched upon it, importance of that from an AI perspective. That's super critical to put in place. And then, of course, the entire processes and tools required to go through the entire journey of innovation, from defining a problem to ideating to validating to prototyping, testing, etc. And having certain set of structured programs, which we discussed in our conversation earlier, which makes it easier for companies to actually have not only disruptive innovation, but also a big pipeline of ongoing innovation. So those will be the two things. In terms of what is disrupting our business, I think it's about consolidation in the banking industry. We see the big consolidation programs happening in public sector banks, but as digital banking progresses, there'll be need for lesser and lesser number of banks, because the reach is not limited by the physical infrastructure. And I think that will be a big disruption for players like us, because you would have lesser and lesser customers to serve with our software.
And Sumer?
Yeah, so I'll go back to the conversation we started with. Disruption is a process, and there are two markets that's happening. One is the low-end opportunity and new markets. So I think the most important thing in our view is customer obsession. The more you stay close to the customer and you really put them first, you'll be able to understand what they need and react to that. The second piece is, and I think all of us touched a little bit, is agility. You can know the trend, but if you're not agile enough to react, it's not going to happen. So I think if you have agility, we can use different words for it, and customer obsession, that would be the two key things defining where you can foster disruptive innovation. Talking about the industry, Pradeep, coming from the computation industry, instead of discrete computational blocks, it is becoming a continuum. And you talk about 5G, AI, a lot of us touch upon it, right? Computation is now becoming a continuum from the consumer who could have a phone or a PC to the edge to the backend data center cloud. The biggest two vectors that I think would make a difference is security, because you really need to be able to make sure that there's a transparency of security across that continuum. And B, you really have to be open. All of us talked about ecosystem. To make the ecosystem work, you have to support open standards. So going vertical on a proprietary structure versus what we believe the open standards will be the disruption. So those is what I think is going to happen. Open standards and security. Those are the two things that will be disruptive.
That's really wonderful. With that, gentlemen, I would like to thank you for this absolutely wonderful panel discussion where we looked at what really are the internal things that corporates need to do, how they should engage with the external ecosystem. And I hope some of this can actually go in terms of transforming the way disruptive innovation is looked at by corporate India, and we can establish a new paradigm which results in great interaction between the startup ecosystem as well as the corporate ecosystem. With that, over to you, Suresh. Or is it over to you, Akriti? Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, speaker.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Hello everybody, this is your host Akriti Anand once again, and I welcome you all to TiE Global Summit, world's largest global summit for the entrepreneurs by the entrepreneurs. We have witnessed some great sessions, and there are many more sessions which are coming up that we look forward to. Not to forget, at 6:30, the Chief Minister of Delhi himself, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, is coming, and he will be talking about making Delhi a global startup destination. Well, I am definitely looking forward for it. But moving on, the next session is on something which we all look forward to learning as much as possible on. What is leadership? The word leadership can bring in mind a variety of images. For example, a political leader pursuing a passionate personal cause, an explorer cutting a path through the jungle for the rest of his group to follow, an entrepreneur developing his company's strategy to beat the competition. Leaders have themselves and others to do the right things. They set direction, build an inspiring vision, and create something new. They map out where you need to go to win as a team, as an organization, and it is dynamic, exciting, and inspiring. The next session is on leadership mantras. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration if I would say that the panel present over here collectively holds the wisdom exceeding the most celebrated books on the subject. Well, on the panel, we have Mr. Vineet Nair. Welcome, sir. He is the former CEO of HCL Technologies and founder of Sampark Foundation. Joining him is Mr. Jay Shroff, Global CEO UPL. Along with him, we have Mr. Harish Bhatt, Brand Custodian, Tata Group. And moderating this panel is none other than the President of TiE Hyderabad, Chief Managing Director, Control S and Cloud 4C, Mr. Sridhar Pinnapureddy. He is the first generation entrepreneur and the founder of Control S Data Centers and Cloud 4C. Today, the group has presence in 25 countries and 50 locations worldwide. Welcome, Mr. Reddy and the panel. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure. Thank you, Akriti, for the amazing introduction and also defining leadership. You made my job easy. For those of you watching, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what are we going to get out of this session today? I'm afraid not much. You're not going to get anything out of this session except under one condition. If you listen carefully, observe, then only you get something out of it. Because leadership is not a subject that can be, that can come to you easily. It is not through the words. It is through the experience that you need to feel from these people. Otherwise, you have books in your shelf. You don't need to come here, isn't it? So, what do we expect from here? Again, not much, but we have got 3 people here. And if you carefully observe and listen from their experiences, I'm sure you will take home something which will change your life forever. I can guarantee you that. If it is not coming in the next 40 minutes, send me a text, ask a question. You could do it throughout the session. Ask the questions. Akriti or me will pick it up and then try to clarify. So I'm excited. Just like all of you, I am also excited. Last 4 months I am putting together this conference has been a complete new learning experience for me. For the first time, I'm heading a voluntary organization, and the last 1 year has been easier, but ever since we took up TGS, handling 50, 60 volunteers, all are established entrepreneurs who worked for this summit, was a challenge. And I felt like a kid that I need to learn so much. So I'm also excited, like all of you, to be on this panel and learn from our senior folks. All 3 of them have led global organizations, have led, we have 2,000 people. They have led probably 1 more zero or 2 more zeros. That's what we have here today. So, and then most of you are also leaders, entrepreneurs, right? You must be thinking, I'm already established leader, my company, my people love me. Now, what do I need to do here? But we all understand that, Sir Isaac Newton is one of the biggest men. And one day he wrote, and it's a popular quote. He said that, he told to his competitor scientist, right? It is by standing on the shoulders of the giants. Right? If Sir Newton, Isaac can do that, we all need to be humble enough, and let's get to the work right now. And first question. We have Vineet somewhere, right? We have Vineet quoted somewhere saying that, 1 second, let me pick up. Vineet, it's a surprise for you. The journey of entrepreneurship does not start from what you want to be. The journey of entrepreneurship does not start from what you want to be, but from what you don't want to be. It's like a riddle. I'll read it once again. The journey of entrepreneurship does not start from what you want to be, but from what you don't want to be. Vineet, can you tell our audience, great audience today, what you meant by this?
Let me start with this idea came from when I was 4 years old. I was playing cricket in front of my house in Nagpur. We were in National Environment Research Institute. My father used to work there. And these were government quarters, and there were multiple floors of it. And one of my friends hit the ball, which broke the window pane of a very famous agriculture scientist, Dr. Chalpati Rao. And because the ball was mine, I knocked on the doors of Dr. Chalpati Rao and said, "Can I have my ball back?" During those days, you can actually do anything to anybody's child, and your parents will applaud because somebody else has disciplined the child. So Dr. Chalpati Rao took me inside, tied me to a chair in front of the window my friend had broken.
My God.
Which looked like almost, like an hour. And after that, he released me. I was sitting on the porch and crying. And there is Mrs. Anand, who was on the top floor, watched me crying. She called me up. She put me on the dining table, stood me. I was a 4-year-old guy, and asked me what happened. So I told her the whole story. And then she asked me the most important question of my life. She says, "What are you going to do about it?" I didn't understand it, and I told the story all over again, crying more loudly. She asked the same question again, "What are you going to do about it?" I think fourth or the fifth time, I understood her question was different to the answer I was giving. I didn't respond to her. I got down from the dining table, went down, picked up a brick, and broke another window of Dr. Chalpati Rao, knocked on his door, and said, "To the first one I had not broken, but the second one I did because you've already given me punishment." My life lesson is that shit happens, right? It is how you respond to that which matters most. So most of the time, what you potentially can do is an art of the possible, and you can sleep yourself into all those dreams. It's good to be highly aspirational. It's good to do whatever crystal gazing you wish to do. But the issue is, can you close all the doors of what you don't want to do? Therefore, there is no other option but to break the second window of Dr. Chalpati Rao. If you don't have that conviction in yourself to shut whatever you are doing, you will continue to be an ant and never break out to be a butterfly. That was my life lesson, and that is the reason I said that.
Understood. That's amazing story, Vineet. Harish, Tata Group, it has more than 200 years of history. And, I'm in the, TCS is the biggest IT services company. And I also our client. And we watch very closely how committed all of them, the entire leadership team, work dedicated, and they take decisions worth millions of rupees. And I see the same conviction or the same commitment they take, like any entrepreneur would do for his business. Always I wonder, I do ask this question every Tata executive I meet. And now you are the brand custodian, you understand the culture probably better than anyone else other than the founders. Can you throw some light on that?
Yeah, so good, very good question, Sridhar. And that was a wonderful anecdote, Vineet, about shutting doors. Thank you very much. The Tata Group certainly has a very rich history. just Sridhar, for all our viewers to know, we were founded in the year 1868, which is 152 years back, by a Parsi merchant of Mumbai called Jamshedji Tata. He's often referred to as the father of Indian industry, but I'd like to think of him as the original startup man of India, and let me tell you why. He had a dream, and this is a small story I'm going to take a couple of minutes to narrate. He had a dream that India needed steel of its own. India needed a steel plant of its own. At that time, India did not have an integrated steel plant of its own, and the British who were ruling us actually poo-pooed him. They said, can Indians really make steel? No, you have to import steel from the UK. So he was an entrepreneur in his own right. And actually, the chief engineer of the British Railways said, if the Tatas make steel, I will eat every pound of it. So what did Jamshedji Tata do? He was an entrepreneur. He had to first and foremost find a person who will help him prospect for steel and make steel. He took a ship and went all the way to Pittsburgh in the United States of America, which was the steel city of America at that time. Understood who were the top metallurgists of the world. He found that one of the top metallurgists of the world was Charles Page Perrin in New York. He went to Charles Page Perrin's office, clothed in that Parsi garb and the turban. He told him, and Charles Page Perrin narrates this story, that this man in a strange garb came to me and said, I want to set up a steel plant in India. He had fire in his eyes and fire in his belly. And he said, Mr. Perrin, will you come with me to India? He had passion. He did not have the competence or the expertise of making steel at that time, but he had the passion. And Charles Page Perrin said that passion and that fire in his eyes and his conviction made me pick up my bag and go to India. And Charles Page Perrin left the comforts of New York to come to the jungles of Eastern India, prospect for iron ore in the jungles of Eastern India, and that is how Tata Steel got set up at Sakchi, which is now called Jamshedpur. Now, of course, there is Kalinganagar and many other units. Jamshedji Tata, by 1913, Tata Steel had started producing steel and actually supplied to the British in the First World War. And Jamshedji Tata's son, Dorabji Tata, is said to have mentioned at that time, if the British engineer kept up his promise, he would have a little bit of indigestion now. So, there were as many challenges, if not more, facing Jamshedji Tata at that time as face our entrepreneurs today. The British did not believe in it. We were not living in an independent India at that time. He did not have the competence or expertise required to make steel in India. Yet he did whatever had to be done to put up a plant that every Indian today is proud of in Tata Steel. Now the reason he did it was he thought the nation requires it. He thought at that stage the nation requires it. And at various stages the Tata Group has tried our best to do what we think the community or the nation requires. That, I think, is at the core, Sridhar, of why many of us are very, very committed to the Tata Group that we work for. And because he thought the nation requires it, what did Jamshedji Tata do? When the group became a little more prosperous, Jamshedji Tata and his sons, 66% of the equity of the holding company Tata Sons, they actually gave them to Tata Charitable Trusts, which are the Tata Charitable Trusts, which continue to hold 66% of Tata Sons equity today. So we know that the work we do within the Tata Group, eventually 66% of the dividends go back to the Tata Trusts, and they also help establish institutions like Indian Institute of Science or Tata Memorial Hospital or the Tata Medical Center in Kolkata. So there are two key reasons which define my commitment and that of many of my colleagues to the group. One, I think a lot of the business enterprises that we put up for the sake of the nation and the community. Of course, they're profitable. And of course, they're very, very competitive in their own right. But the larger purpose is they're done for the sake of the nation and the community. And the second is we also know that a large part of what we earn through these companies goes back to the Tata Charitable Trust. I think that's the reason that people like me now have worked in this group for over 33 years and enjoy every moment.
Amazing, amazing, Harish. Now I understand. If you have a higher sense of purpose, it's much more easier to carry people along with you. Big lesson for all entrepreneurs. So you don't only make money for yourself. keep something, have a bigger goal than that of balance sheet goals, and have a bigger purpose. It could be adding, creating the best product in the world. It could be having a goal of, I was going through another story of Taj Hotels, when the attack happened, how those people stayed in. They didn't run away. They stayed in and they died. Many of them died in trying to save the guests. Those kind of organizations one can build if you have a higher sense of purpose. Let's go to Jai Shroff. Jai Shroff is the CEO of United Phosphorus. Manufacturing, agri, chemicals. And he went into several countries, I don't know, maybe 20, 30, and established factories, manufacturing plants all over, and dealing with the local issues. Each country, we go, as Cloud4C, we are in about 25 plus countries, but our job is very, very easy. We don't, because no one sees us, it's all in the cloud, right? So whereas for you, doing brick and mortar on a global scale, right? How did you go about doing it, Jai, and what were the challenges that you faced? And
Thank you, Sridhar. Really nice meeting everyone, and thanks for the invitation. Yeah, let me just correct you. UPL is in 130 countries.
Sorry.
We sometimes joke that we have more offices than the government of India has embassies. So, but over the years, we've started to build a much stronger relation with our Indian embassies. Otherwise, we actually worked quite indifferently. I think it's a fantastic challenge. I decided very early on that do we diversify, right? When I was growing up, I had friends whose families had businesses, steel, and next time they'll have textile, and they'll have something else, and restaurants and food business, and etc. We decided that we'll go deep in the subject which we are, and I very earlier on, as I joined the family business, learned that it was a crowded space. I had my father, my mother, all the other people in my uncle, and all the senior management in the family business, in the company, was very close, like family, as you can imagine. And this was a very crowded space, and I also realized the business was too small. And it was embarrassing to say that to my parents, that this is too small, but I decided to do something about it myself, and really started to focus on different things. Fortunately, I had very supportive parents, and every time I came with some idea, my dad would say, "Oh, I've tried that, it doesn't work, it's too difficult, don't bother." And but he never stopped me. And every time he says it's not going to happen, I went and tried to, make sure to prove him wrong. Whether it was setting up our businesses in Africa or in Taiwan, or looking at technology partners, etc., etc. And over the years, we built a very strong. We had 4 transformations as UPL, and we are now into our 5th transformation. And each of them had a different objectives, but every time we came across hurdles, we were able to go across it. So, for example, we were an Indian company with a B2B business. We built a brand business in India. We started to build a B2B business globally, and we realized that actually the value is being taken away by all our intermediaries. And so we made about 50 or so acquisitions around to get market access. So we had an organic and inorganic way of doing that. But basically, we were constrained by the ability to grow, because the access was only allocated through through various partners who obviously had their own constraints. We built great relationships, and most of the partners and family businesses who we built relationship eventually sold us their businesses because of the way we dealt with them. And we built a global platform now where about 7 out of 10 farmers in the world would use one of UPL products. And we continue to grow at almost 4 times the rate of our competitors. Average top 10 companies would be growing at 4-5% volume. We are talking about 20% volume growth, at least this one last 1 year.
Sorry to interrupt you. How do you manage all this? I mean, so many people, so many different countries, cultures. What was the biggest challenge with respect to people?
We unlike non-intuitively, we have very few expats around. We work with local teams. We are very engaged with them. There is actually no barriers, right? Once you, as Harsh was saying, that once you are intuitively committed to a goal and you meet the right management team, they understand your goals, it becomes one team. And I have found that through acquisition, we've inherited so many people around the world, and we have very few, handful of people, Indians who run businesses abroad, or our CFOs, or our controllers. Of course, our head office is India. We have a global platform. But it is local people, and how do you energize them? How do you connect with them? How do you have transparency? How do you really have trust? My biggest take home there is when people deserve trust, you give them the trust, and 99% of the people will not let you down. The 1% who let you down shouldn't change your philosophy. And a lot of people, friends of mine, who micromanage, right? If you micromanage a business with 130 countries, impossible. You run it through intuition, you run it through trust. And most people will never be able to cheat you if you trust them. If you empower them and you trust them, you will not have that. And I find that that's the single best tool. You can have all the auditors in the world, but if there's no trust, people go home feeling terrible. And if you have trust, people go home feeling inspired. It makes a big difference.
Amazing, Jai. All the entrepreneurs out there, you may lose sometimes, but blindly trust people. Yes, some people will let you down, but still that's the best way, because you will win 90% of the time. And that's probably the biggest lesson of Jai's career, or the secret behind his amazing success, 100+ countries. Let's move on to another one. This will be a quick question and answer kind of thing. Which is your one incident that tested your leadership, or it was in a crisis, your leadership was in crisis? What would that be?
Is that to me, or?
To all of you, the same question. We could start the same way as Vinith. We could start with you.
Yeah, so my biggest leadership crisis was that after the success of having transformed HCL, we grew by 7-8 times in 6 years. I quit everything and decided to set up Sampark Foundation to try and bring out a dramatic change in the lives of 2 crore children across India. And I did not realize that, the might of HCL and the resources I had in HCL, when all of them go away and your ambition is intact, but resources are not, you come crashing down. Convincing the political leaders that education is important, convincing them of design thinking and disruptive innovation, convincing them to do pilot, convincing them to go to teachers, and then motivating teachers who don't want to be motivated, getting teachers to do stuff they don't want to do. was my leadership, the biggest leadership challenge. And I think by 2014-15, I was convinced that I had made the biggest blunder of my life, and I'm just going to fail, big time. Fortunately, when we reached 2020, we have 1 crore children in our program with about 30-40% increase in learning outcome across 84,000 schools. So my lesson from all this would be stay the course. If you have the right purpose in mind, and you have the right trust in your idea and the teachers you work with, people you work with, whether they report to you or don't report to you, magic will happen. Just wait it out and magic will happen.
That was amazing. Vineet, ladies and gentlemen, the take home from there is perseverance. Be at it. If you believe in that idea, be at it and hit it so hard, hundreds of times or any number of times as it needed, it will yield any hard task. Thank you for that. Well, let's skip. Jai, what do you? I'll come to you, Harish.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. No, I mean, every, as Vineet was saying, any major transition is a big challenge. Obviously, building a global platform, transitioning business from a very comfortable zone every time is a massive change and a massive. You always have to introspect, and you will have the people, the conservative people, and once in a while yourself wake up in the morning and say, why am I doing this? It's so difficult, because if you're in a leadership position and you have the vision, communicating that vision and getting it executed to get your whole teams around is a big challenge, right? And over a period of time, it becomes easier and easier as you learn and become more confident. But in earlier stages, I remember we used to have a international business department, and in the 80s and early 90s, the RBI controlled a lot of the. If you went abroad, you had to get approval how much money you can take from RBI. All the youngsters today will not remember that, but you got $100 a day or $200 a day maximum to spend. So you got those travelers checks and you went there and you were really happy. So in smaller mid-sized companies, most of the travel was restricted to the chairman and the CEO and the favorites of them, that okay, you're allowed to go because you did very well, go meet this customer or whatever. So international travel was terrible. So at that stage I was like, we had these people sitting in the international department, and I went up there and I was talking to the manager there. I was young. I was 5 years into the business. And I said, let's change the rule. I said, everybody in this international department, if they do not travel once a month, they're fired. Right? If you're not going to go and talk to customers, you're going to sit there. And I remember my uncle coming to me and saying, they were having a discussion and they're saying that this kid is going to bankrupt the company very soon. Because of that, but there are so many such instances where if you are not, obviously I had a shock. I was very pure in my thinking and thinking that this is something which we must do to grow our business, and on the other side, my family was thinking I'm going to try to bankrupt the company. So you go through these shocks. Obviously, there are so many other stories we can tell, but in a journey of an entrepreneur, every 3-4 years, you will go through that transition point where you think, my God, what am I doing? Am I going to fail? And that happens all the time. And it's that conviction and the difference between winners and losers. That is the real difference between a winner and a loser, who has that conviction and that extra flight, that extra sleepless night. It's the extra bit of inspiration and conviction which makes the difference between a winner and loser. I just like to say, I tell my team that all I want you to do is work 3 to 5% harder than all our competitors, and and that's it. We will win. And it comes from conviction.
Got it, got it. Harish, I have a slightly modified question. I bumped on this quote. Leaders don't create more followers. Leaders don't create more followers, but they create more leaders. Tata Group seems to be some such thing. Your comments?
No, that is very correct, and that's very correct. And I've seen that happening through my career in the Tata Group. But let me take another story from the Tata Group to illustrate that. I gave you a story initially from Jamshedji Tata, 1890s and 1900s. By about 1940, 1950, the chairman of the Tata Group was J.R.D. Tata. Most Indians would recall him. He was chairman of the group for a very long time. But in his tenure, the group entered aviation. The group entered commercial vehicles through Telco, which is now Tata Motors. The group actually entered IT services through Tata Consultancy Services in 1968-69, and many other industries. In fact, Titan was born in his tenure, the watch and jewelry company. Now, if you look at J.R.D. Tata's entire career, spanning the 50-year period as chairman of the Tata Group, you will see that he created and nurtured a number of leaders who became iconic in their own right. I think as Indians, just very recently, all of us paid homage and tribute to Mr. F.C. Kohli, who was the founder CEO of Tata Consultancy Services. But alongside that, there was Sumant Mulgaonkar, again an iconic leader nurtured by J.R.D. Tata, who created the Tata Motors ecosystem and company. There was Darbari Seth, who created Tata Chemicals and Tata Tea, and many of those companies in their own right. There was Lucy Modi, who used to run Tata Steel as the managing director and chairman of the company. Not just in business, he also very carefully nurtured even the best legal and financial brains. Mr. Nani Palkiwala, for instance, worked very closely with J.R.D. Tata for a long period of time. That is what gave so many engines to the group to grow. The fact that he was able to nurture a good circle of very competent leaders who shared the same value systems as him and the group, but at the same time had expertise and skills in their respective domains of work. And this has happened in virtually every generation in the Tata Group. It has happened once again when Mr. Ratan Tata was chairman of it, after J.R.D. Tata's retirement. So you're quite right. I've seen that in my own case. I've worked in Titan, and I worked with, for many years I used to report to Mustafa, who was the managing director of Titan when I was the chief operating officer of the watches business, and before that the jewelry business. And I've seen that under Mustafa's tenure, the number of leaders he has been able to create within Titan, to his due credit, have been exemplary, which is why the company has been able to grow leaders from its own ranks. So you're right, entrepreneurs who are viewing this should understand exactly what Jay and Vineet were saying, that the moment you trust people, the moment you are able to nurture leaders whom you trust within your ranks, then the ability of your company to scale and grow goes up dramatically.
Vineet, what do you say about creating more leaders, not followers?
I think one of the things we all must understand is that all leadership mantra has grown in the industrial age. In the industrial age, we put people in rows and columns so that collectively we could produce more than we could potentially produce individually. So 10 individual people could produce 10. You put them together along with some machines and they collectively produce 100. And all our management principles on pyramid structures, appraisal systems, bell curves have originated out of in the industrial age. And all of them are completely irrelevant. And that at the time we were creating managers. Manager is a French word of breaking a horse into submission. So that entire multiple decades of industrial revolution saw us create pyramid structures. And yes, J.R.D. Tata was creating leaders, but very few people were. Largely, we were creating Munins and managers who would follow the orders which you would want to give. When the innovation came around digital age, which was about 1.5 decades ago, dramatically everything changed. Technology companies started coming in, technology became big, and innovation became the centerpiece. When innovation became the centerpiece, it was not just about one product idea or one pricing or one market idea. It was about innovation in the periphery of the organization. The employee became the center of attention of everything. So people started measuring not productivity, not efficiency, but innovation per unit person in the organization. And the more innovative the organization was, the more innovative experiences the organization was creating for the customer, the more value and the more growth the company saw. And that was the birth of what we call the employee as a leader. Employee is a leader, and that is where the mantra changed, like employee first, customer second, which I wrote about, where the management was in the business of enthusing, encouraging, enabling each employee to behave like a leader wherever that person is, so that he can create value of the kind nobody else has seen. Jay talked about 3 to 5% work extra, and therefore that would make a significant difference to the organization. You will only work 3 to 5% extra if you believe in the organization, if you believe the organization is investing in you, if the organization believes you are a leader who will take you far. And therefore, it is not just about the general managers and vice presidents who became CEO. It is about every single employee feeling like a leader, feeling empowered. When you create an organization culture like that, in this age, then you create magic. When every single employee wants to climb Mount Everest because he believes in your purpose, believes in self, and has the liberty to take the decision he or she wants and sees the alignment of himself or her goals with your aspirations, that is the day a leader is born. And that is the day your organization moves away from the old traditional industrial age manager mantra, which all bell curve and pyramid structures, and you invert the organization pyramid, make the management responsible to the employee. That is the day a leader is born. And that is the kind of stuff which we need today in our companies. And that is how we will create value of the kind we have never seen ever before.
Excellent. I know it's for you, you have done it. For three of you, you all have done it. Jai, you have done it in 115 countries, right? But our people who are watching here, young entrepreneurs, impatient. Can you give them a cheat sheet? Okay, do this 3-4 things, and your people will feel the way that you just described. 3-4 things, quick. I'm sorry, I'm hungry for adding value. I made a promise, at the beginning of this session. I wanted to make sure people get something. Just 3-4 things. Okay, we'll start with Jai. Jai, what do you do? Those 2-3 things your people, I know, in developing.
I think, first of all, when you are looking at inspiration and leadership, you have to lead by example. You have to have the empathy for failure. You have to build an organization culture where there is acceptance of challenges, right? You have tough discussions, you have transparency in a process, but in the end, you have to have empathy to be able to support, because every entrepreneur has a huge challenge, right? You always go through the fear of failure. And at that time, you have to be there to support them and encourage them. I think this is my view is this is the only thing. Also, allow them to take risk. Saying this is risky, but let's do it, right? Or this is too risky, let's do it this way. And I find that even though, as you get bigger, you get bureaucratic. How do you sort of, everybody doesn't have that everybody doesn't have the entrepreneur spirit, and you cannot have everybody as an entrepreneur, though we would like to have. And how do you identify those and encourage them and allow them to grow beyond that? We just announced that because we have country revenue streams, right? So every country manager is allowed to spend up to 1% of his revenue on whatever projects he likes. And it's to create entrepreneurship, right? You have no this. If you ask our financial guys, oh my God, how will we control? No, we don't want to control. I said, it's not your control piece. He can do what he wants, right? Obviously, we have to have a system to capture the innovation going on. But things like that, you have to catch the right people, create an environment for such, create success in failure, and that will drive that.
Harish, have you seen how does in Tata Group, how does that happen?
So I can speak. I've been with the Tata Group throughout my career. So I think there are 3 or 4 key things that I've seen both smaller companies in the group, which are startups in their own right, and larger companies in the group put in place. I will go back to saying the first is the why, the purpose. Let your people, I think everyone in the organization should understand why you're doing what you're doing. It need not be a lofty purpose at all time, but there has to be a higher purpose for what you're doing, why you're doing. And I think it's important that everyone understands that sense of purpose. I do remember, I used to be part of Tanishq for many years. Tanishq was a startup. It was a small jewelry business. We were fledgling. We were making losses. But, the clear purpose of transforming the Indian jewelry industry and becoming the finest brand of jewelry for Indian women just kept us going. So it's a very simple purpose which everyone can understand. People on the factory floor can understand. Our salespeople in the field can understand. Managers can understand, and the CEO can understand. So I think that is the first point. The second is a point which has already been made on this panel discussion: empowerment, the ability to take risk, the ability to take decisions. I think that's very, very important for any startup and any company, even as it grows. Typically, that empowerment should not get lost out as you're becoming a larger and larger startup. Don't permit bureaucracy to come your way. Make sure that the right levels of empowerment are there across the front line, across countries, like Jai said, or across divisions or units. The third is, I think you need to ensure that the right skill sets and the right resources are there within the organization to address each of these areas, and that is also very important. Sometimes you need to skill your people with the right skill sets, and very important. Vineet mentioned today's digital age. I think that reskilling the most successful organizations have a hunger in them, hunger to grow, or a hunger to be more profitable, deliver some value to the. How do you nurture that hunger within the organization? Keep it going all the time so that that hunger is more and more and more. And at the risk of a fifth point, I'll go back to the point that Jai made. Leaders have to walk the talk. Eventually, you may have a purpose, you may have empowerment defined, but eventually, as a leader or the owner of a startup or the founder of a startup, are you walking the talk? Because every day you are a role model for people within your organization. You are being observed, and people will do what they see you doing. So those are some points, Sridhar, I wanted to make.
Amazing. Finally, let's go to the leadership guru who called. He changed the whole paradigm years ago. I read his book almost 10, 12 years ago, I think, Employees First. And he actually changed the whole industry paradigm. When I asked him, Vineet, how do you do that? He said, it's common sense. Yes, it is common sense, but not 12 years ago. Right? So what do you do? Any cheat sheet? 3 points.
Thank you for the comment, and that is the reason I've not been able to write a second book. So, I think the first is that stop being an ant and aspire to be a butterfly. Each one of us, 6 billion people, have a unique DNA. We were meant for a purpose which is far bigger than copying others and walking like ants, wanting to be rich, wanting to be fast, wanting to have this car and wanting to have that title. I think that is the life of an ant. Each one of us is capable of being a butterfly and flying wherever we want to do. Each butterfly movement is an unreasonable expectation. It is like a magician who makes a lady fly in the air, cuts her in half, or makes Taj Mahal vanish because it is outside the boundaries of logic and reason of the audience, but within the boundaries of logic and reason of the magician. So my first mantra is stop being an ant and start dreaming and start working towards being a butterfly. My second mantra is understand that nothing in life you can do alone, nothing at all. It takes a village to build you, and you are very successful entrepreneur or budding entrepreneur or wanting entrepreneur. You have to carry people with you. The only reason for your success will be if many people work very hard for your success. So it is us and not you. And the faster you understand it, there was a very important question asked in the beginning that, do leaders have followers or leaders create leaders? And I would say nobody wants to follow anybody. You have to look at your teenage daughter and son. Do they want to follow you? Do they respect you? No. They want you to be their friends. And therefore, it is very important that you need to develop a leadership style so that you understand you are not alone. And it is very, very critical that you do that. Third is, have an attitude of a diamond cutter or a potter. A diamond cutter and a potter gets excited with rough diamond, with rough clay. So whenever there is an adversity, like in COVID times, get very excited about it because, all the other fools in the competition would not be able to respond. They will hide under the table. You are the only guy who's intelligent to be able to respond and convert this threat into an opportunity. So a diamond cutter gets excited with rough diamond, a potter gets excited with rough clay. Learn that at every corner, at every adversity, it is an opportunity for you to turn right. The last point, and I think the most important point, and I'll end it with a story which is very critical, that I was at top of my game at HCL. New York Times had done a big article on HCL. The Employee First, Customer Second book was doing very well. I was quoted in the Fortune magazine in the global CEO list. And my head was about 10 times larger than it is today. And I made the unfortunate mistake of walking up to my mother and telling her, look how proud you should be of your son. And imagine if he was born to some other mother. My mother was an English school teacher, and she took a piece of paper, tore it in half, and wrote one word on it. And then she put it in a used envelope and gave it and said, when you are on a flight, that night I was flying to New York, open it and read it. So I was on the flight. I expected that to say, I'm very proud of you, son. I'm so happy to have you. And that had only one word, and that word was enough. I landed in New York and I called back my mother and said, what does this word mean? And she says, if you don't get it, you will get it on your way back. That is my fourth mantra. There comes a time in life when you have had enough earnings, enough recognition, and that is the time you turn your head around and look at all others around you and do your bit till you have the energy to bring them at the same level as you. That would be my fourth mantra.
Amazing, Vineet. Oh my God, there are so many. I have to watch this myself again, trust me, to refresh my learnings from this session. That's amazing, Vineet, in terms of enough, right? This has been going on in my mind, when is enough? Where do you? But I realized that, I can't live without work. So what I have started doing is, last year I said I will spend 10% of my time on social service. This year I put about 20%. I hope to take it to at least 50% of my time on giving back to the society, not just in terms of monetary, but in terms of real time commitment. And then as soon as, I don't know when it will happen, but maybe take it at less than 20% of my time towards earning activities and spend about 80% of my time on giving back to the society activities. That's the kind of a trend that we are seeing. We are seeing even some of our topmost leaders, the biggest earners of India, including HCL, including Premji, everyone. Yes, they competed, they won, they made billions, and we see them, again spending time and giving back to the society. And that's probably, ultimately, the leadership, the true leader is all about, as Harish said, they get inspired because not only because the value system of Tata Group, because they know that whatever they earn, a rupee, more than half of it is going back to help the needy. And the same thing that I see you are doing right now. In terms of, I see that you are spending more than 80% of your time on giving back to the society. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to see what Vineet has been doing for this. He is working probably, Vineet, I would like you to say about 1 minute in terms of, we don't have much time here. I think we are about to close, 30-40 seconds. We would like to hear from you.
We are using design thinking and innovation to work in the poorest part of the country, in rural schools of Jharkhand, of Chhattisgarh, of 6 states, and trying to bring about a radical change in learning outcomes, working with 3 partners, touching the life of 1 crore children. And as I said, we have just started, and that is what my life is all about. Before I die, I hope we touch 2 crore children and change their lives, and that is 10 times more worth than whatever rest I have done in my life.
That is amazing. Any last comments, Jai?
No, that's inspiring, Vineet. I think it's really fantastic. At UPL, we are committed to improve farmer resilience. We are investing heavily in technology and services to really give them a level playing field. And what we take for granted in our day-to-day lives, if you look at farmers around the world, they are really suffering a really not even reputational issue, but also they don't have access to the same tools as we take for granted. So we are committed to transforming lives of farmers and transforming the food system.
Thank you, Jai. I mean, UPL is also on the path. I see you slowly changing and getting there in terms of contributing. Ladies and gentlemen, this comes to an end of the session, a great session. I have enjoyed myself, and I'm energized to learn. There are several things that we have gone through today. You all need to watch maybe 2-3 times more to get the real essence of it. You should have your organization should have a higher purpose. You need to grow more leaders than not followers. You need to trust people, what Jai said. Give back to the society. There are many more. You just need to watch it. Once again, thank you very much. And needless to say, you see me energized with this session. Thank you very much, Vineet, Jai, and Harish.
Thank you.
Really value your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A glimpse inside the minds and the personalities of the leaders on the panel. Another powerful, aspiring, transformational session on leadership mantra. Not to forget, at 6:30, we have the Chief Minister of Indian capital, New Delhi, joining us, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and he'll be talking about making Delhi a global startup destination. Up next is a session on a topic that we all have in mind. We are living in a pandemic for almost a year now, and we are still waiting for a vaccine. COVID-19 vaccine. How soon is soon? Is there an alternative? Well, to answer all these questions, we have our next speaker, Dr. Varaprasad Reddy. He's the founder of Shanta Biotechniques, Indian entrepreneur and founder of vaccine manufacturing company Shanta Biotechniques. The government of India awarded him the Padma Bhushan Award for his contribution in the field of science and engineering. Welcome, Mr. Varaprasad Reddy. Namaskar, sir. How are you?
Namaste. Namaste. So, I can take over?
Yes, sir. You can take over.
Okay. Greetings to everyone attending for this webinar. We are going through unprecedented pandemic situation for the last 1 year. As Akriti said, it is not a small period. 1 year is too long a period to be in that state of pandemic situation. If it is just a pandemic, we can get used to it. But over a period of time in the last 1 year, we are going through several other things also. Right now, in my opinion, we are in a Confucius state. I mean, we are confused. At one time, we were anxious to know when the vaccine is coming, but at least now that situation is not there. They are around the corner. Some vaccines are coming, some vaccines are still running. At least whether vaccine will come or not, that anxious moments have gone. But now the other pandemonium is confusion. Confusion is which vaccine is good, which vaccine is more reliable, and who is going to get it first, and how long this vaccine will have its effect. When we get injected that vaccine, how long will we get the protection? Again, when we have to take it, whether central government or state government is going to underwrite the costs of this vaccine, is it going to be free of cost? If so, who is going to foot the bill? And we are 1.3 billion people. They say it is 2 doses. Now everyone is confirming it is not single dose. If it is 2 doses, 1.3 billion into 2 doses is 2.6. Some wastage will be there in the transportation because they have to be maintained cold chain, which is not an easy task for countries like India. The country is so wide and long. In remote places, maintaining cold chain is a big challenge. Considering the difficulties in transportation, storage, and dispensing, 15% wastage is normal. So 1.3 billion into 2 doses is 2.6 billion, and wastage 15% tantamounts to 3 billion doses. If you are going to have 3 billion, then everybody will get it. Otherwise, you know, in India, what happens is it big chaos. Everyone wants me first, me first, me first. So in this kind of situation, different kind of emergency will come. Influences will start, hoarding will start, black marketing will start, influences will start. Whether, okay, vaccine development is one phase. After vaccine is developed, can they give these companies in India? I think there are 4 companies in the forefront. Serum Institute, Bharat Biotech, Biological Evans, Indian Immunologicals, Cadila, that is Cadila. These are the companies. And of course, Dr. Reddy's also are there. They joined very late. They are getting a vaccine candidate from Russia. They were asked to conduct phase 2-3 trials. They have initiated the trials. So even then, 5 or 6 companies are there, but can they come up with the required 3 billion doses in the short span of 1 year? Is a matter of rather unanswered question. I have many unanswered questions I want to pose before you. See, anxiety is one part, it is over, vaccine is coming. But now confusion starts when it will start, which vaccine out of 5-6 vaccines, whether government is going to buy equally from all of them, or all the companies, 5-6 companies are allowed to market in the market so that everybody can choose what they like, what they believe, what they have trust, which vaccine is going to work better for them. To decide which one is better, in earlier times, we used to have all these vaccine development people used to publish their data, their clinical data in a reputed journals. And peers used to review them. They used to make a comment on the vaccines, their efficacy, their safety, their side effects. Everything is open book. Very peculiarly, this COVID vaccine situation is different. No publications. They are directly submitting to regulatory authorities. And other thing is, whenever we come to know, public come to know the progress of the company is only through press reports. It is unfortunate. They should be let known to us through scientific journals. They completed phase 1, they completed phase 2, and they published this data. Our peers have reviewed it. This vaccine is very effective in these ethnic areas. And this vaccine has some side effects. Some people felt this one, and they are minor, some are major. And the side effects are not because of the vaccine, it is because of some other ailment what the subject had earlier. These kind of explanations used to be there. Then people will have an idea that, oh, so-and-so vaccine is better. It has less side effects and it is available easily and we can source it locally. Several considerations, people used to have a solution. Today, they do not have anything. They have to only live in imagination. We do not know who is going to source it. We do not know which company is going to give the vaccine first and whether we have to believe A vaccine, B vaccine, C vaccine, or D vaccine. And can we interchange them? This also is a big question. And some people are saying, can we take first dose from one company, second dose from a second company? Several issues. And how long it's going to protect? We have no answers for that. And what is the shelf life of each vaccine? How long we have to maintain this in the shelf and when we can dispense them? Whether if it doesn't have any shelf life, then no manufacturer will keep it produced in large quantities and he will be keeping on producing as and when required because the shelf life is not there. All these factors can be reckoned only when it has time. The constraint now is time. Political bosses, they want it as early as possible. Our manufacturing companies also are eager to come to market. Everyone is in an urgency. We are operating in emergency mode. This kind of situation will lead to some confusion, will lead to some apathies. My concern and worry is safety may be the first casualty of this kind of emergency situation. One has to very carefully look into what they are going through. They made a survey in America whether how many people are willing to take vaccine first. Around 67% of the population said we don't need vaccine. Recently, ex-president of Pfizer said that, vice president of Pfizer said, there is no need of a vaccine. Like a cold, it comes and goes. We have to live with it. That's what his interpretation. He is not right, I am saying, but he may not be wrong also. We do not know. Anything confirmly what we say is only when there is a rigorous scientific evaluation. Is there any scientific evaluation rigorously on every vaccine? I don't know. I'm not a scientist, I'm an engineer, but having dealt with vaccines portfolio for the last 29 years, with my common sense, with my administration capability, what I have been looking at is, there is no enough scientific data which will give comfort to us to choose, to select, to go with. All these things are not known today. Very unfortunate situation. I am not negative, kindly take it positively. people have to think, people have to look deep into each vaccine, and they have to look for scientific data. They see this urgency, this vaccine development started, first of all, in India. Only on January 23rd, we have seen the first death in this country. From then on, we started worried about vaccine we are talking. So now we are in December, not even 1 year, we want vaccine now. In fact, our government itself was mentioning, ICMR was mentioning, by August 15th, we'll have vaccine, which is not right. I think if they make such kind of announcements, whether it is government or anybody, I don't care, they should be more responsible. If they are making such kind of announcements, they are doing disservice to public. Kindly underline this point. They should not make such hasty statements. Okay, it takes time. If you see the history, of course, situation changed, scientific temper has gone up, more methods have come to do it faster, but still, let us go to history. In 1918, first we have seen swine flu. At that time, it was global, like this only. Almost 50 to 60 million people died, not small quantity. Then now it is not 50, 60 million. At that time, 50, 60 million people 100 years back died. In India itself, 20 million people died. That vaccine, do you know when it has come? First 1918, it has hit the people. Vaccine came in 1938 or 40. How many years? Almost 22 years. The shortest possible time it has taken to develop a vaccine for mumps by Merck was 4 years, not less than that. Shanta did its vaccine for 5.5 years for first hepatitis B vaccine. Today we are in emergency mode. Our science has gone up. Many people are working. We can reduce the time of development. I accept, but not to the level of 1 year. In this process, what happens is we sacrifice certain intermittent tests. We sacrifice certain milestone experiments. We sacrifice certain stages of evaluation. We are in emergency mode, we are running. Development part is one thing. They might have developed very fast, I agree. But regulatory part, it has to be examined at every stage. Now we are not doing that. We are only phase 1 trials completed, evaluate. Phase 2 complete, evaluate. But in between, there is no check. There is no data. At least public do not have data. Peer reviews are not happening. This kind of thing, because we are in emergency mode, even if we accept it, we cannot stop it now. But one has to be very careful. We have to see the history behind us, and accordingly, one should be very cautious. Many vaccines, other vaccines, what I can give you some data to you. Ebola vaccine took almost 5.5 years. Tuberculosis vaccine took 13 years. Chickenpox vaccine took 28 years. Today, we are happy that in 1 year time, our people have come with the vaccine, but the regulatory system should be more thorough, more what you call orthodoxly, they should test at every point, and they should decide what is its immunogenicity, how long it is going to protect. All this data is essential for the public consumption. If it is not there, out of a pandemic situation, they may take it, which may not be right. See, a drug we can tolerate if there is a side effect, but vaccine is taken by a healthy person. It should not cause, if it is not giving protection, that is different, but it should not cause any calamity to him. So one has to be very, very careful in evaluating these vaccines. Regulatory people should deeply look into that, and that is my concern. With the 8 billion people now globally, they want this vaccine. 8 billion people, of course, our country is, I told you, 3 billion doses required. 8 billion people into 16 billion doses have to be produced. Production is one thing, but escalate, all the companies should be uniformly producing these vaccines. Of course, 4 varieties of vaccines. Next, how to transport it to different parts of the world. How to maintain the cold chain. What are the logistics? First of all, okay, vaccine governments may underrate. Many countries, what they did, they have pumped money to the companies, they funded them, and they are committed to supply to them. For example, the Sanofi Glaxo, they entered into agreement with US government. First priority for them is to supply to US and then to European Union. They may not consider now for India because they don't have any agreement with our government. Our government has not tied up any agreement with them. The Indian companies have moral responsibility to supply to Indian populace. Here also, Bill Gates Foundation has funded to Serum Institute almost $300 million to supply 200 million doses to low-income and middle-income group countries. In that, India also is there. I think I was given to understand from some source that Serum Institute is planning to give 50 million doses to India. But we require 3 billion doses. Bharat Biotech, maybe they will escalate their manufacturing capacity. They're a good company, big company. If they do, they may do 500 or 600 million, not more than that in a year. They cannot suspend the ongoing program of other vaccines. They are necessary for children. Immunization schedule should go on. They have on their basket other vaccines which should not be stopped. To create extra facility for this, it takes time. Other day, Dr. Krishna was telling that he is going to create some more facility, but it will take time. 3 months or 4 months, that has to be validated. It is not soap and paste. We can manufacture just like that. When we build a facility, it has to be totally examined and it has to be evaluated. It has to be done scientifically. Then only they can get into production. So what I'm saying is escalating the production for meeting 3 billion doses of requirement. Then after all, vaccine can be bought by government if they are very generous. I'm very happy if they announce it. But how about other costs? Transportation cost, who will bear? Storage cost, who will bear? Dispensing cost for doctors and healthcare workers, who will bear? Whether state government or central government, no idea. No thinking on that. So there are many unanswered questions like this. They have to come with a blueprint. Yes, the first priority is for these healthcare workers. We give them free and we know how to administer. We have to gather volunteers and they should be trained properly to maintain the cold chain. I give an example. Pfizer vaccine, lucky we are not taking it. Harshavardhan or Union Health Institute made an announcement. We are not interested in Pfizer vaccine because it has to maintain it minus 70 degrees. They say they are putting 5,000 vaccines in a box. The spokesperson of Pfizer says, if you open that, within 60 seconds, you have to take out and then close it. Within 60 seconds. If it crosses 60 seconds, vaccines will go waste. And after taking out, they have to thaw it for 30 minutes. That means immediately they can't dispense. Just imagine a 5,000 doses vaccine to administer, how much of training has to be given to maintain 60 seconds of time and 30 minutes. Administering it again, opening the box. In a day, only two times you can open, not more than that. How difficult it is. The dispensation is becoming very, very difficult. So dispensation is important, storage is important, and all these things have to be well thought out. Volunteers have to be prepared, they should be trained. So vaccine is coming, but are we prepared to dispense it rightly to right people who are the prioritization also? It should not be like political angle. Other day, when Bihar elections were there, they said that we are giving free to you. How about Kerala? Because they don't have elections, you're not going to give them? Is it fair? Equitable distribution is important. Me first philosophy has come in already. Rich people will buy it in black market. They will encourage black market. I have money. I will buy it at 1 lakh also. Then what happens to the poor man? There will not be any equitable distribution. Such kind of pandemic situation should not come in the country. My request to governments, authorities, people is equitable distribution to the right people, right prioritization is important. Stalwarts, social scientists should sit down, discuss with governments, make a plan, blueprint. Vaccine is coming, not 1, 3 or 4. Which one is more amenable for easy access? Which one is low cost? Government has to buy or people have to buy? All these things to be discussed, debated, come out with a clean plan. It is around the corner. probably, I am telling you, nobody is going to come into the market by December. Already we are in December. It will happen only middle of next year, maximum April. Until then, it will not come. From April onwards, one after another, vaccines will keep coming. Our vaccine from Shanta, that is through Sanofi, will come only end of next year, not even middle of next year. So these are the issues. Kindly bear with the situation, confusion state, and coolly think vaccines will come. Vaccines will definitely going to help us, but we have to have a clear thinking from both authorities and public also. Public also should not rush, like for cinema tickets, people stand in the queue and then rush each other. It is a vaccine for life saving. It should not be rushed out. One has to be very cool and look for the right choice. Thank you very much. I have taken 5:55 is the time. Any questions are there? I will answer for 5 minutes, and that's exactly.
Sir, I have a question, if you allow
Please.
me to ask. You spoke before and you said that vaccine development is a time-taking process. All the other vaccines that have come in the past, they have taken their due course of time, and when they were safe, that's when they were spread out to the human mankind. But because we are in a hurry, we are in a rush, we have not taken care of the entire process. Like initially, vaccines are tested on mouse, then probably on other animals, and then they are tested on human beings. In this particular case, we are testing the vaccine directly on human beings. How ethical it is from a medical perspective?
Madam, I think they have done on animals also. But the point is, on animals, if they do, it is not possible within 1 month they can decide. It has to be evaluated over a period of time, that what happens if you give lethal dose, whether the animal, small animal, is going to sustain with this lethal dose. Suppose it expires, then they have to dissect it and see it. Suppose it survives for some time and gets sick. Until it dies, we have to wait and then see and dissect it and find out what is the reason for its death. Which organ get affected, whether kidneys, heart, or lungs. Nothing. Now, as long as it is surviving, they are going ahead. We don't know the aftermath effects. We used to wait for 6 months, 8 months, 1 year also for animal trials. Today, 1 month. Human trials, 3 months. Everything cut short. We are cutting the corners. Hope they are not cutting the lives. That's all my concern and worry. I am not a scientist, so if I talk like this, scientists will be very much annoyed, but they are put to pressure. I am not doubting their scientific temper. I am not doubting their intellect, but they are under pressure by governments. They are under pressure by people also. We want vaccine. In fact, the question, that the topic is how soon it is, what are the alternatives? My alternative is, we have our own traditions. We can save ourselves with our right kind of traditions. We never go into the house without washing our legs and hands when we come out of that. We always change our dress before we take food. We take only home food. We don't go outside and the roadside pizzas and burgers we don't eat. Our kitchen is the biggest pharmacy. And we have all these spices which will protect, which will give us immunity. We have neglected our own food. We have neglected our own traditions. Embracing is not our culture. Shaking hands is not our culture. Our culture is this. We have gone all out of that and we are getting into trouble. If we follow our traditions, no need of a vaccine, I am telling you. There's no need of a vaccine. But I'm not against vaccine. I'm a vaccine manufacturer. But still I'm saying it has to come in its own phase. It has to come after passing its own circles of testing. If you ignore all that and you rush it, not right. Let us not put pressure on companies. We want vaccine tomorrow. Let us not our Prime Minister speak that India is the first to come with the vaccine. On August 15th on Red Fort, I will announce it. It's not correct. It's not right kind of statements. That is my sincere opinion.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for this brilliant session. You've answered many questions that we have had since a long time. I know you are in a hurry and you have to leave, so I will let you go. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Your given time, I have completed, even 3 minutes extra also spoke. I have to thank Sridhar to push me for this. He has affection for me. He believed that I can speak something good for the webinar. Thank you, Sridhar. Bye. Is there or not there?
I think Sridhar sir is not in. Hi guys, I hope the last session answered all your questions which you had in your mind regarding the pandemic and the race to the vaccine. At 6:30, we have a special session coming up by the Chief Minister of Indian capital, New Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, and he is going to talk about making Delhi a global startup destination. So don't miss that. And coming up next is a session which you all have been waiting for. It's about cracking the funding code. Raising your first capital is extremely hard. It may take you 50 plus rejections or more before you first crack the first round of your funding. Is there a mantra to crack the funding code? The next panel will help you crack that code. I invite all of you to participate, to join in the next panel discussion and learn from the experts and probably use it at the marketplace, which we have created at TiE Global Summit, where you find startup pitches, investors, incubators, mentors, and all the people that you would need to start your company. The next session, now I will announce the panelists. We have Krishna Srinivasan, the co-founder of Live Oak Ventures. Joining him is Mr. Vishesh Rajaram. He's the co-founder of Special Invest. And moderating this session is Mr. Bijul Somaya. He's the partner, Lightspeed Ventures. Mr. Bijul, it's up to you. I transfer.
Thanks very much, Akriti. And hi, everyone. Pleasure to be with you today. And thank you, Krishna and Vishesh, for joining. Before we get started on this, let me just let each of you take a moment to introduce yourselves and perhaps specifically share the stages at which you invest so the audience can appreciate the perspectives that you bring and the experiences that you bring to this conversation. Krishna?
Sure. Been in the venture capital business for a little over 20 years. Of course, grew up in India, went to IIT Madras, came to the United States for graduate degrees. And then I started, I'm in Austin, Texas, I should say, where it is 6:30 in the morning. So moved to Austin, Texas to join a firm called Austin Ventures to invest in early stage companies in general. And then I started my own firm called Live Oak Venture Partners early part of last decade. Our strategy is to be first institutional investors, which means we invest in seed, Series A, when we start investing in a company, and then we invest for the whole life cycle of a business. But all our companies are typically headquartered here in Texas. And then they, of course, many of them have global presence beyond that. And then we invest the whole life cycle of these businesses. They're all information tech and technology enabled services businesses, where we begin as first round investors and then always are active investors, active board members through the whole life cycle of the business from inception through hopefully then getting to promised land.
Perfect. Thank you, Krishna, and thanks for starting your day early to join us. Vishesh, over to you.
Great, thank you. Happy to be here. Quick background, I've been in the venture business now for the last 15 years. I spent a decade of that at Ventures, that I managed a $150 million fund across seed, Series A investing. I co-founded Specialty Invest, we're a pre-seed seed fund investing in enterprise software and frontier technologies. We've done about a dozen investments across companies building rockets, companies that are building electric planes, motorbikes, batteries. Just to give a little flavor of what we've done on the hardware side. Glad to be here.
Yep, thank you so much. And just a little bit of context. I'm a partner at Lightspeed. We're an early stage investment firm globally. We've been investing in India for the past 13 years. And typically, let's see, roughly 70% of our investments are pre-revenue, and perhaps half of those are pre-product. So, like the two of you, also very accustomed to to investing early, and really looking forward to this conversation. Maybe we could just start off exploring the different financing options that are available to entrepreneurs that are getting started. Often there's this assumption that venture capital is the only source of capital. I'd love to just explore with you whether you believe that to be true, or whether there are other sources of capital, and then maybe we can just take the conversation and explore some of the pros and cons of these different sources of capital. And if I was an entrepreneur, how should I think about maybe what makes sense for my business? Because it may be that certain types of capital are best suited to certain types of businesses. So maybe to kick off, Krishna, any thoughts on first-time entrepreneur or a repeat entrepreneur, but starting out, looking for that first check? What are the different range of options that are available?
There are incredibly wide number of options, and the smarter the entrepreneur they look to unlock, the more types of options of financing is available. As both of you know, there are such incredible businesses all over the world, and businesses have existed for eons. And our industry, venture capital industry, is such a nascent, small industry here. So the vast majority of companies get to be successful without having to go through venture capital. And so people raise money from customers, and we call it bootstrap it, raise money from their savings accounts, raise money from banks based on revenues. There's such an incredible wide gamut of capital that people look to raise to build business of scale, and a narrow sliver of them where it makes sense come to venture capital. And I think it clearly is a function of what kind of a company that people want to build, that where it ends up being a fit for the venture capital investment platforms.
Yeah, I love your reference to, in a sense, raising money from customers, and I'd love to double click on that in a moment, because I think that almost seems old-fashioned, but it's incredibly powerful. So we'll come back to that. Krishna, any initial thoughts on equity versus debt? This is something I know a lot of entrepreneurs think about. Any initial thoughts on that?
It's interesting. Yes. Yeah, I think it's hard to raise debt at the early stages, but the whole life cycle of a business, including from customer-based financing or savings-based financing or friends and family, it all, it's debt from traditional institutional sources. As people say, what's your collateral for you to raise money here becomes the challenge. So as typically our experience here is that, look, when you get started, let's say it's a technology business, which is going to be a loss-making business, you get something going with a combination of customer financing, we'll talk about that in a moment, or it is your savings or friends and family, or the FFF, friends, family, and fools that invest in a business in a very early days, and you get something going, and then when you have a little bit of escape velocity, that's when you contemplate being able to go to a bank and being able to raise money, either because it's a revenue-based financing or inventory-based financing that starts to kick in after a certain point of time, is our typical experience.
Yeah, and you know, so
if I may just chime in on that, I think it's important for the founder to reflect on the predictability of business and certain amount of cash flows, because you're typically taking debt, you have an obligation to pay it back, you know, in a set manner, and you just need to be in a business where, with a certain degree of confidence, you're in a position to honor some of those more shorter to medium term sort of payment obligations. And I think if you are in that position, then maybe things are opening up, and you know, there's venture debt and a bunch of other options that are coming out. But as a founder, you probably have to step back and see if you're at a stage of life where you have some predictability of where your business is and what sort of cash flows you can see coming out of it.
Yeah, and usually very early on, you don't have that level of predictability. And so
Sure.
it could, arguably, it would also put a lot of constraints on what you can do and whether you can drive real innovation with that uncertainty. So Vishesh, your thoughts. You know, Krishna has referred to a few different types of sources of capital. Friends, family. Actually, I'd love to get your thoughts on friends and family as an option. Angel or HNIs, seed investors. What advice would you give to me as a first-time entrepreneur, saying to you, "Hey, listen, I've got this great idea, but I need to raise a crore or 1 to 5 crores of capital, you know, for me to get started"?
Yeah, I think, you know, my preference, if there is one, is to sort of go out and raise capital from the friends and family or an investor who possibly understands the uncertainty that is attached with the stage of business that you're in. You know, you do a lot of pre-seed, like you said. You've looked at companies that just had business plan on paper, and there's just the standard deviation on outcomes are very high. So investors coming in, you want to take money from people who can live with that, you know, with that lack of predictability or with that high standard deviation, right? So and if there's a way to sort of do that allows founders to sort of experiment very early on, because a lot of things are not very clear. You possibly need to figure out your MVP or who your customers are or whatever that is. You want money, and you want people who can generally help and not be too restrictive, right? Because you're still figuring things out. So I think raising money from financial investors who understand that, or from friends and family, where it's primarily trust that's leading the transaction or the financing, then it's a lot better. Just given that some of our companies that we do are a little bit on the hardware and possibly on the innovation side, we're also seeing grants opening up, or they could be low-cost debt or debt that you possibly pay back once you monetize IP. And those could be interesting options to consider as well. Where, in other words, you're getting capital from a source that understands just how early your life cycle is and just how unpredictable it is. And if they have that tenacity to deal with it, then you're in good shape.
Yeah. You know, what we're touching on here, though, is that any equity source of capital, right, is going to come likely with, with two things, at least. One is dilution. And the second is some element of control, perhaps not control, but some element of at least a voice. It's like having a partner in the business, right? That you are accountable to, and we'll come to that. So before we dive into that, Krishna, financing from customers, because arguably this is a way that you can avoid having either of those two. And if you can just elaborate on what you mean by financing from customers and your thoughts on whether that's something that entrepreneurs should really think about.
Yeah, I think there are pros and cons. The pro, obviously, is that someone's writing you a check to build something for them. So you're looking for product market fit, right? When you build a product, you want to know the market cares for it. The fact that a customer is willing to write a check for you to build a product is spectacular. And that's clear evidence that someone cares for it. The cons are to make sure you ultimately own the intellectual property that's usable across other customers. Number two is you're not building something so customized for that one customer that it's not reusable across a whole bunch of places. And number three is, look, this might work well in an enterprise setting. If you're an enterprise customer, then the size of check they might write might be relevant. But if you're more of a consumer play, for example, then one consumer, the amount of check they write might not be sufficient for you to go scale something out. So, but a lot of incredible enterprise businesses have got launched with the couple, 3, 4 customers that strung together and gotten pretty far with the combination of customer-based financing and personal savings, and then could go back and raise institutional capital from folks like us well down the life cycle of the business. I highly recommend people trying to do that.
Yeah. So, for the audience, what Krishna is referring to is the idea of essentially a pre-sale, where you get paid in advance of delivering a product, and that obviously is cash in for your business. But also evidence that someone's willing to pay, and I love that idea. As you say, it's perhaps more viable for enterprise-oriented businesses, but just something that's worth exploring. Let's move on to, as you think about equity financing, Vishesh, how should an entrepreneur think about what they should be solving for? Valuation, control, terms. What guidance would you provide to an entrepreneur on this?
Well, it's a good question. Some of these are iterative, but if I step back, I think if the single piece to sort of optimize is, are you aligned on value creation till the next milestone or till the next stop where you're going to go out and raise capital, right? And you want to make sure that terms are not restrictive in creating that value. So I think, So I would focus on having flexibility and having the right set of terms to operate. It's possibly more important than valuation, because as the saying goes, with what percentage of the pie that you hold matters less than what the value of the pie is. So valuation is good, but I'd rather optimize on having the right partner and the right degree of influence and operating ability to go and build a business.
Yeah. So Krishna, I come to you and I say, listen, I've got an offer from some angels or HNIs to invest, let's say a couple of crores, but they're asking for 30% of the company, and they're saying that they want the right to be able to approve any important business decision that I take. What would you say to me?
What I always tell people broadly is, look, you have not raised money yet. You have not, so you own 100% of the business. This is your company. Make your trade-offs to build the company of your dreams. So at the highest level, if you feel, look, for me, I need to control this business forever, which is I respect that sentiment a lot, then go figure out how do you raise money where you give up no control at all. Maybe it's customer-based financing, maybe it's friends and family, savings, whatever it is, where you end up retaining complete control. If you want to optimize for valuation, fine, go find a pocket of money which is going to be super valuation insensitive, and they might not even have a board seat, or they might not even have a say in the business. Go optimize for that, right? If you feel like you want to build a certain type of business with venture capital, value add, and the governance constructs that come with it, then you are going to compromise on something, but you're going to have an institutional capital available for the entire life cycle of the business. So in some sense, you control the train, you drive it the way you want to, but you are going to be on a certain path based on those decisions you make in that first round of financing. If you go down the HNI path, that the one you articulated, with that level of control, and you are going to deal with the consequences, as Vishesh said, on is there going to be restrictive or not. If you're going on the venture path, there's a certain sort of governance, and you have a certain board construct you come up with, you're going to live with that, and that's going to be effectively setting up the mold for the way the future of the business is going to be. So think about what's important to you in terms of control, valuation, the type of firm that you want to engage with, and that's going to set the pattern for the rest of the course of this company.
Yeah, I really love that. It is such an important decision, foundational decision that will play out not just today, but in the future. It'll impact what can happen in the future. And what I really like about what you've brought up is this idea that there's the right type of capital for me, right? And the right type of capital for me may be different than the right type of capital for you. Vishesh, thoughts on this, and perhaps you can speak specifically to venture capital. Is venture capital necessarily the right source of capital for all entrepreneurs? And if not, in what situations should an entrepreneur think about venture capital, and where maybe is it not a fit?
Sure. I think the straight answer is venture capital is possibly not the solution for everybody. If I can give a couple of nuanced examples where possibly need venture capital. Venture capital, as I see, is essentially capital that does not have a short-term return expectation. It's clearly a medium to long-term expectation, which means you're able to utilize this capital to go out and build and create value. So if you take any of, for example, we've invested in a company that's building a rocket to take satellites to space. It's going to be a good 3.5 years before they do the first launch from get-go. All right. This is classically a company that needs capital to go out and build. And of course, there are interim milestones that you could validate technical efficacy, customer acceptance. But from when you see cash in the bank, so you're a good 2-3 years away. And this is classically a company. Yeah, this is classically a company that you need external capital, not necessarily something. Of course, you could still go get NRE money if you were doing something else from in the hardware space and still finance your way through. But these are the kind of companies that clearly need a little bit of external capital. The other example would be companies that need scale to show scale or patterns to show customer needs. Right? You've got companies that you guys have gone and invested in and built new categories that haven't existed before. And when you want to go build out a new category, you have to go and stay in the category for some time to build it out. And in those situations, you really need capital, because you need capital to not only build the product, but sometimes even create or operate the market.
So high uncertainty, perhaps long investment cycles, significant financing risk, and I'm going to throw this in, but what kind of actually, I'm going to ask Krishna, what kind of crazy person wants to show up with capital for something like that? High uncertainty, exactly. Low, significant financing risk, long gestation period. Now, the reality is there are those people, but what are you looking for in return? What do you hear from an entrepreneur for you to get excited?
Yeah, so you're looking for, well, there is a special breed of an entrepreneur, but before we get into the type of a human being there, I think you're looking for large markets, fundamentally. There are amazing businesses, which are local businesses, which are very profitable, services businesses, etc. You're looking for the combination of a business that's got large market opportunities so that you can put up with all of that stuff with this long-term losses, long time to get to revenues or to profitability. But what's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow here, right? You require large markets that you can be disruptive. You can build category leaders. And there is some conviction that you can be a big business. Number two is you're looking for interesting operating leverage in the business, which is as this business keeps clicking forward and adds more and more revenues, the unit economics of the business, the gross margins, the contribution margins are going to get better over time, sort of a business. And so you're looking for businesses where there are such efficiencies that come in, and those are the kind of businesses that are a good fit with venture capital. And you overlay the nature of business, and then you want a certain breed of founder that you're looking to back who can go fulfill those dreams. That's what makes the right combination.
And so, really interesting, right? You talked about the pot of gold that might be there at the end. So the size of the prize. How important is that in the venture capitalist evaluation, Krishna? And then, I'd love to, Vishesh, for you to then perhaps talk a little bit about, therefore, how important the ability to capture the investor's imagination is for an entrepreneur. the narrative, the storytelling. But Krishna, how important is this aspect? If our audience is thinking about raising venture capital, being able to articulate what this can be, how important is that?
I think it's really about when people are putting up monies, and depending on the firm you're trying to go to, some firms might have a model where they have to put up, say, $50 million or $100 million in the life cycle of the business. You better have a large enough market opportunity where you can go seize 5% or 10% of that and have a sizable revenue business to make it worthwhile that all these investments have gone in through the life cycle of the business for it to get to a good endpoint. So in that context, the size of the investment you're looking to take needs to be cognizant of the size of the opportunity set you're going after. So it's incredibly important. A second important one is that a good neighborhood to be in the sense that it's like houses, right? You want to build a beautiful house, but you want to be in an area, a locality where that house will fetch a fantastic multiple, a fantastic price per square feet. So you want to be in good neighborhoods too in the venture universe, where that's a segment where you can have people with big currency who will pay phenomenal multiples of revenues, not multiples of EBITDA, multiples of income there. It's a segment where people are willing to pay a fantastic price for that kind of an asset. So not only is there a big pot of gold, is that good gold is something that you want to think about, and you want to be in the combination of those two things to be a good fit with venture capital.
Vishesh, painting this picture, in terms of the approach to a VC, where does this rank as important, in order of importance for an entrepreneur to be able to, in terms of cracking the funding code? How important is this as part of cracking the code, and what other things would you guide entrepreneurs to as part of cracking the funding code?
Yeah, I would think this is right on top of that list. And some of this also depends on stage of business, right? And for this audience and for this discussion, we're going to assume that this is someone that's trying to raise their first round of financing. One of the things that I'd love to hear from founders is what is that special insight that they have that they have very few people to agree on, or most people don't have, that sort of leading them to go out and build what they want to build, right? And to some degree, that's a good metric for why they want to do what they want to do, and why is that so unique or different from what most others are trying to do. And I think ability to sort of put that right up, because life is still early. There's a lot that you can put out in market sizing, business model, but you've got very little to show a lot of this in creation. Then what you want to be selling is why do you want to do what you want to do, and what's driving that intuition, or what facts do you have that are special to you that allows you to do that. I think I just value that most immensely, just given how early some of what we do is in. So being able to articulate that story on insight and insight-led opportunity or value creation that someone's looking to do is, in my mind, very, very valuable.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just pause and also just invite questions from the audience. If there are any, please send them in while we continue this discussion. So what I've heard is, being able to paint a picture of the future, right? So let's put this in the bucket of articulating a vision, right? That gets an investor excited and stokes their imagination, because at the end of the day, we're all buying into a vision of the future. All of these companies today are, if you valued them on what they were today, you would own the entire company, right? So it's really important for entrepreneurs to articulate their vision of the market they're in and their place in that market. Vishesh, you spoke about two really important things: unique insight that they bring, and then this ability to express how they can be different relative to other companies in the space. Krishna, any other points of advice, again, around how an entrepreneur should prepare for a conversation with a VC, and what folks like us may really be wanting to hone in on?
I definitely like people talking about what in their life's journey has prepared them to have this insight, and is an important aspect here. Meaning, you might be a first-time entrepreneur, or you might be a repeat entrepreneur. You might have worked in a company where you come in broadly as part of the industry, but be prepared to articulate and talk about what in the journey has led you to come up with this insight on what the opportunity is, what your special insight that Vishesh talked about is incredibly important to be able to have the conversation. Because, you know, and the second variant is the why now question. Why is this business suddenly relevant today that's not been relevant all these years? Is there a technology trend, a market trend, etc., that's trying to make this much more compelling? Would be another element of a story to articulate here.
Okay, perfect. And now, you know, getting to a venture fund, are there any do's and don'ts? Cold call, cold email, meet someone at a TiE conference, and you know, and try and get an intro. Any perspectives, Krishna, on best ways to kind of get a foot in the door?
Yeah, I think, you know, you all know this. We are as eager to meet enterprising entrepreneurs as much as entrepreneurs feel like they want to meet venture guys, right? It feels like you know, so that's the adage. So one of our first amazing investments going back 2001 was a company called Spatial Wireless, and that spawned out 3 more amazing companies since then. I met the entrepreneur at TiE conference, and that led to 4 years later a $300 million exit, which is clearly a big number even then. And then he went and did a public company called Mavenir after that, which became a public NYSE, which we backed him as a seed stage entrepreneur. So hustling to go meet good people is important. We are all as eager as you're eager to meet entrepreneurs. So we've even done things based on cold emails. Probably our hottest company in the portfolio today, knock on wood, hopefully a public company, came out of a cold email to me. And so there is just a variety of ways to go around, but undoubtedly look for recommendations, referrals that people can connect you as well.
Yeah. Vishesh, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think not too different. If you do want to get to VCs, a warm introduction, someone that they know, someone that's always helpful. Of course, there are folks like us who are still very early, and you know, and like Krishna said, one of our best performing companies is Ultraviolet, and I actually met them on LinkedIn. So yeah. That's just me, but you know, if you want to reach out to most top tier firms, it's great to have a warm introduction. But if not, cold emails are a bad idea.
Yeah,
and how about you, Vijay? How does one get hold of you all and Lightspeed in India there?
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of what we do does tend to be areas we're looking at. You know, and so because we don't have any business investing in an area we don't understand, so a lot of it is initiated by us. But what I will say is that where people write into us, I think it really helps if they have done a little bit of research on kind of this person I'm writing to, are they interested in my area, right? So if someone sends me a biotech business plan, it may be the best company in the world, but I won't know that. I won't be able to recognize it. And we all have bios up on websites, you know, our body of work is there, we're on Twitter, maybe LinkedIn. So I would sort of just say that, you know, if you are going to write to someone cold, you know, just pick someone who you know is interested in the area that you're working on, because number one, it increases the probability that they'll reply, but number two, it also increases the probability that they'll recognize something in your idea that someone else may not. So that may be the only thought I would add. And Krishna, you spoke about hustle. You know, and in the introduction, you know, this point was made about dealing with rejection. I've been an entrepreneur, and in '98, in the .com boom, I was going up and down Sand Hill Road trying to raise money, and boy, is it a humbling experience. But what advice would you have for entrepreneurs who hear the word no? And actually, I want to expand this. You know, you may hear no from investors, but you'll also hear no from customers, potential customers. You'll also hear no from potential people you're trying to recruit. we're going to hear a lot of no's. What would you say to entrepreneurs? There was a question on that, so I'm flagging it.
Yeah, look, we all have amazing companies that got said no to many times. We're raising our own funds, we get said no to many times, and it's all about persevering and finding that somebody else, especially in the venture funding business, it takes one person to say yes. So you might get 58 rejections, the 59th person says yes. You have a financing and you have the ability to go build to the next company, to the next stage of the business can be done. But also be incredible students of the rejection, as to always try to understand why people are saying no. And don't get defensive about it, but try to incorporate lessons learned from that into how you think about your business, how you tell the story about your business. Just be incredibly, the best entrepreneurs are, making iterations to their slide deck, 30, 50 times in the course of a financing, because there is that little twist, little subtle change that required to be able to articulate the market opportunity or the insight they have, or the way they think about the team. And it's really important to iterate and be very reflective about the feedback you're getting in a meeting so that you can do the next one better. So 2 dimensions: A, listen well and adapt and iterate. And number 2 is just be persevere, and things will take care of themselves.
Yeah, Vishesh, anything to add on that topic?
No, I think that's, the investor conversation is just like any other customer conversation. So that insight on why you're getting a no and possibly self-reflecting on that's important. And in all honesty and humility, we get said no a dozen times every time we're on the road to raise capital. So we're not in any different position. We just have to learn to understand the customer better.
Yeah, I think if you can view these no's as as I'm always a big fan. I mean, I'm a VC, so I'm an optimist, but I'm always a big fan of looking for the silver lining. If you can look at every no as a gift, and the gift is what you can learn from it, as both of you have said, then when you get handed, the more gifts you get, the better. So 5 gifts are better than 1, and 15 are better than 5. And so, I think the more one can view it through that lens, the more enabling and empowering it could be. I think our time's up, folks, but before we go, just, if you have any parting comments on this journey of entrepreneurship, Vishesh, Krishna, that you'd like to share with the audience, just take 30 seconds each, and and then I'll hand over back to the organizers.
Sure, entrepreneurship is an absolutely like running a marathon, right? And conserve yourself. There is the long collection of relationships that you build, all gets additive over time, and spend time wisely, spend time with your family. Don't over-index on one thing and one thing alone, and just be prepared for a long ride to build something of lasting value.
Yeah, I can chime in. Firstly, I agree to everything that Krishna said. I'd like to part by saying that, hey, funding is not the outcome of success. It's one of the things you need to scale. And like we said, not every company needs venture capital, but clearly there are some that do, and hence we have the job to do as well.
Super. Thank you both. Really enjoyed the conversation, guys, and thank you for sharing your insights here. Really enjoyed it. Over to the organizers.
Likewise, enjoyed it very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Beju. Thanks, Krishna.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was such a valuable session for everyone.
Pleasure. Thank you.
A very warm greetings to everyone. It's a pleasure to be a part of the TiE Global Summit and speak to all of you today. I'll be sharing with all of you Delhi's efforts in building a comprehensive framework to turn Delhi into a global startup destination. Like it is happening all over the world, Delhi's economy also has been very badly hit due to coronavirus pandemic. Many businesses are struggling today. A very warm greetings to everyone.
Everybody, and now we present the session that we all have been waiting for since the beginning of TiE Global Summit 2020. This is a session with the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Arvind Kejriwal, and he is going to talk about making Delhi a global startup destination. Presenting this session is Mr. Rajan Anandan. He is TiE President Delhi Chapter, Angel Investor, and MD of Sequoia Capital. Hello, sir. Welcome to the summit. It's an honor to have you.
Thank you, Akriti. Hi, everyone. I hope all of you are having, are really getting a lot out of the TiE Global Summit. It's truly a pleasure to be here and to welcome our chief guest for for this next session. I would like to, on behalf of the TiE Global Summit, on behalf of TiE Global, on behalf of TiE Hyderabad, who's hosting TiE TGS this year, but also most importantly, as residents and citizens of the city of Delhi, of the metropolis of Delhi, to welcome Shri Arvind Kejriwal, who's the Chief Minister of Delhi. Because there are so many of you who are actually listening to this, dialing in, joining TGS from outside of India, let me take a minute or two to introduce Shri Arvind Kejriwal. For those of you in India, obviously, and he does not need an introduction, but I think for the benefit of everybody else, I'm going to take a minute or two here to introduce the Honorable Chief Minister. Shri Arvind Kejriwal is a former bureaucrat who is currently the 7th Chief Minister of Delhi, and has been the Chief Minister of Delhi since February 2015. He's also the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, which he actually founded in 2012, and in 2013 he won the Delhi Legislative Assembly election. Can you guys hear me?
A very warm greetings to everyone. It's a pleasure to be a part of the TiE Global Summit and speak to all of you today. I'll be sharing with all of you Delhi's efforts in building a comprehensive framework to turn Delhi into a global startup destination. Like it is happening all over the world, Delhi's economy also has been very badly hit due to coronavirus pandemic. Many businesses are struggling today to stay afloat, and many people have lost their jobs. While all businesses are struggling, I can understand that startups must be facing an even tougher time. Delhi government is committed to ensuring that we bounce back strongly from the impact of COVID. We want to create all the necessary conditions for businesses and especially startups to flourish. I am happy to note that Delhi has already taken a leadership position in India as a destination for startups. According to a September 2019 TiE report, there are over 7,000 startups from Delhi NCR region. This makes Delhi as the region with the highest number of active startups in the country. It is estimated that the valuation of the city's startups is about $50 billion. The region has also produced about 13 unicorns like Paytm, Oyo, Zomato. At least one new unicorn has been emerging each year since 2013. And between January and June 2020, 109 startups were founded in Delhi NCR, the highest number of startups being founded in the first 6 months of 2020 in India. The report also states, the TiE report, it also states that Delhi NCR is set to become one of the top 5 global startup hubs with 12,000 startups and 30 unicorns. Their cumulative valuation will be about $150 billion by 2025. Of course, it is not a given, and that is why Delhi government is committed to taking all necessary actions to ensure Delhi becomes a preferred destination for startups globally. First and foremost, what all startups need is good infrastructure. Delhi government is committed to providing world-class infrastructure and services for startups and businesses in Delhi. This includes power supply, roads, public transport, water supply, education, and health infrastructure. Delhi is probably the only city in India that today provides 24/7 uninterrupted continuous power supply to its residents. We don't have power cuts. DG sets and inverters are all becoming redundant. But this wasn't the case 5 years back, when summers in Delhi was synonymous with 4 to 6 hours of power cuts daily. Over the last 5 years, we have worked round the clock with our electricity companies to upgrade the entire network and ensure our residents get 24/7 electricity supply, and that too at the cheapest possible tariff. Delhi has a complex governance setup with over 16 agencies managing road network. That makes it difficult to upgrade the road infrastructure. But we have ambitious plans spaces in Delhi itself. Delhi government is also setting up a high-tech business park at Rani Kheda in 150 acres land. This will be just 15 minutes away from Delhi International Airport. It is this first of its kind and will have IT park, service industries amongst others. The park will have green buildings, large size workspaces on every floor, multi-purpose business facilities, pedestrian plazas. It will have retail, food and beverage, amenities of all kinds. The Delhi government will develop this first of its kind business park in 7 different phases, and the first phase of the work will be completed by 31st August 2022. In the first phase, a multi-storied building of 15 lakh square feet is being built. We understand that startups face unique challenges, and therefore Delhi government is at a very advanced stage of rolling out a new startup policy. This will lay out a range of provisions to encourage and facilitate startups in Delhi. This policy is being developed after widespread consultations with TiE Delhi, and several leading entrepreneurs have contributed to this. So we hope this will be a major boost for startups. For example, to help the startups grow, we will form a range of networks with incubators, co-working spaces, fabrication labs. These networks will leverage the provisions of existing stakeholders in the market. As part of the startup policy, we plan to provide collateral-free loans for startups in priority areas. We will also enable easy access to experts who can aid startups with accounting, taxation, registration, legal help, digital marketing, and many other such services. Further, Delhi government will align its public procurement in a manner that a fixed percentage of all our goods and services are procured through recognized startups. A dedicated helpline will also be set up to answer all startup related queries and address grievances. Individuals and startups will be able to use Government of Delhi's doorstep service to call a CA or a lawyer to help them incorporate a company from their home or office. In addition, we will also initiate reforms so that startups have a single window for all interactions with government departments, and that they have opportunities to showcase their innovations through hackathons and startup challenges to investors in India and around the world. We understand that no business can survive without human capital. In fact, for startups competing in the 21st century, quality human resources are the most valuable asset. The Delhi government is taking unprecedented short and long-term steps to ensure startups have access to the best quality human capital in Delhi itself. A breakthrough step in this is the introduction of entrepreneurship mindset curriculum in Delhi government schools. This entrepreneurship mindset curriculum was aimed at instilling an innovation mindset amongst the students at an early age. The idea was to enable them to take their ideas to the next stage while creating future job providers in the country rather than job seekers. Under this curriculum, each day, children from class 9 to class 12 in 1024 Delhi government schools spend 40 minutes picking up soft skills such as speaking with confidence, problem solving, and understanding how business works. Students are given 1,000 rupees per student as seed money to enable them to develop their ideas. and they will get to keep it if their ideas grow into a money-making business. The program has gained rapid traction, having trained over 18,000 teachers in the EMC. 14,000 students have enrolled in the classes. The department is also in the process of engaging close to 17,000 entrepreneurs for classroom interactions with students from across the country. Last year, 4,000 entrepreneurs had interacted with our students and discussed their journey as entrepreneurs. Another step we have taken in the direction of ensuring the best quality of human resources is establishing the Delhi Skills and Entrepreneurship University. The purpose of establishing this university is to fix the existing gap in the country by upskilling students and readying future entrepreneurs of the country. This will have the capacity of enrolling at least 1,25,000 students, which would include short-term, long-term, diploma, degree, PhD courses. World-class skill centers will be set up to provide skill-based training and degrees. It will also cater to the students by identifying future-centric jobs. Tool Engineering College of Delhi, GB Pant Engineering College, ITI, skilling in centers will be brought under the ambit of this university. There will also be an industry tie-up unit that will focus on forging strong ties with different industry partners. The unit will facilitate internships, placements, and offer entrepreneurship and startup opportunities to students who want to start their own businesses. Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University's first academic session is expected to start next year in close consultation with the companies. The companies will be treated as customers in this endeavor so that courses are in tune with industry demand. We are committed to taking as much as it takes to make Delhi a global startup hub. I thank TiE Global Summit organizers for this opportunity to share our thoughts and plan for making Delhi a global startup destination to a global audience of angel investors, venture capitalists, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and TiE members. I wish the summit all the success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister. It is always great to hear you. And I must say, as a resident and citizen of Delhi, we are delighted that you're leading us, all of us. And as an entrepreneurship startup community, we wanted to thank you for all the progressive initiatives that you're driving, whether it's the policy for electric vehicles, which is the first comprehensive EV policy in India, and I think will really help us move towards electrification of mobility in India, or on the other end of the spectrum, the university for skills and entrepreneurship, which would really help us skill at large scale. So thank you for being a terrific leader. I can't even imagine what we're going to do in Delhi NCR. We're already the largest startup ecosystem in India, both Delhi and NCR more broadly combined, and we can't wait to see what's going to happen in the city as you continue to lead us to brighter and brighter paths. Thank you, Chief Minister. Over to you, moderator.
again a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Namaskar, I'm your host Akriti Anand, and guys, what a powerful session it was. So many thoughtful initiatives taken by the Delhi government for all of us, the entrepreneurs, the startups. Yes, guys, this is our era. The government of India is now thinking about all of us, and they are coming forward with many, many initiatives to ease the process of starting your business. We are at the world's largest global summit. And now, this year, amidst the pandemic, when we have to pivot a lot, we have to come up with new things and new initiatives to find opportunity. That's when we also decided to go virtual. This is TiE Global Summit 2020, hosted by the Hyderabad chapter, redefining entrepreneurship in the new world. The summit, which is designed for the entrepreneurs, by the entrepreneurs, where we have seen many bright minds from the industry come together, where we have dissected entrepreneurship from various perspectives, be it financial, organizational, political, emotional, interpersonal, technical, and any other perspective that you can think of. Yesterday, we had some amazing sessions. Sri Ravi Shankar Gurudev came live with us on TiE Global Summit. Today, just now, we witnessed the Chief Minister of the capital of India, Mr. Kejriwal, come live. And up next is again a very interesting session which is coming up. But before I announce the session, I want to tell you a little bit more about the summit where you are. We have 40,000 plus registration, over 350 speakers, 20,000 plus startups from across 25 nations, 135 plus investors, almost 100 plus large companies coming together at the marketplace. Guys, this is your place. I hope you have gone and networked with a lot of people. We curated, TiE specially curated networking sessions for all of us, wherein we can go make connects, find the right partners, find the right mentors, incubators, and many other people which are required to make your business a success. Now it's time to go global and look at the future of the country, which is making waves over and over again. TiE Global Summit 2020 aims to address the need of the global entrepreneur and foster entrepreneurship by nurturing your ideas. Help you gain the access to the customers, investors, mentors, board members through this 3 days Maha Summit. I would not be wrong if I would say that the brightest minds from all over the world have come together. And up next also, we have a very, very special and a brilliant session that's coming up. And if I have the permission to announce, I would do that. But on the mark, when Saurabh will tell me. In the meantime, guys, I want all of you.
Hello, Ajay. Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, I want all of you to write one thing that you have learned out of the 1.5 day journey that we have already covered. So you write your one learning in the chat box, and now I'm announcing the next session, which we all are waiting for. This session is all about getting ahead in the cloud, in the business. What will it take for the business, startups, or enterprise to get ahead with and in the cloud? The panel cannot get more complete than this. On the grand panel, we have Mr. Anant Maheshwari, President of Microsoft India, Rahul Sharma, President of WWPS India and South Asia, AWS. We have Karan Bajwa, MD, Google Cloud, Ajay Prakash Swahe, Secretary, NITI, and moderating the session is none other than the TiE Hyderabad President, CMD, Cloud4C, and Control S, Mr. Sridhar Punapureddy. Mr. Sridhar, now it's over to you. Welcome, panel.
Hello all. Welcome back again to another very, very interesting session. Why is it interesting? You know, why?
Sorry, either it may be just me, but the audio is a little muted.
Yeah,
Coming from your
same.
end.
I can't hear as well, Anand. Same.
Okay, so your audio mic might be an issue.
Okay. Hello all. Is that okay?
Better.
Yes.
Good.
Oh, we are doing a mic testing in front of everyone. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Hello all. Welcome back again. We have the most eminent panel Indian cloud industry can ever get together. And we also have the Ajay Sahani, Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Information Technology. We have got head of Microsoft, and we have got current head of Google for India. The captains of the industry and government have all assembled here today to discuss about cloud. Let me ask you all, ladies and gentlemen, one question. Why do you need to know about this industry? Just think about it. We're just going through a pandemic, right? You know, we're not over yet. Imagine the pandemic without cloud. Would we be able to run the schools the way that we are running today? No. Would we have been able to run our offices? Imagine 5 years ago, if this pandemic would have struck us and where the cloud was still at an infancy stage. Something would have happened. Similar pandemic would have happened. Today, stock market would have been 70% down. Today, we are almost back to normal, except personal freedom. I think most of the businesses, except travel related, except some industries, everything else is back to normal. That is because of cloud. And that's not the only reason why you should know about cloud. It is almost 81% of the organizations have already adopted cloud. 81% of the organizations. Another important metric, 2.4 lakh jobs will be created by the public cloud industry alone by 2023. And if you see, these jobs will also impact another 7.43 lakh jobs through the second order effects. This is within the 4 years from 19 to 23. On an annualized basis, this is equivalent to 0.6% of the GDP and 15% of the GDP impact of the IT industry already. It is no more exports, it's the cloud industry which is becoming. And then if you compare one of the oldest industries, textile, we are already at 25% of the industry. So no matter where you are, what you do, whether you are an upcoming entrepreneur or established businessman, even if you are doing agriculture, no matter what you need to know about the cloud. That's the reason why we have assembled a grand panel here today. But before we go into the details of the things, I want to ask you some very serious questions, okay? Listen carefully, very, very serious questions. We have one gentleman here who loves Kerala and Bengali cuisines. He loves food. Who do you think he is? Take a guess. I know whom you're all guessing, but you're wrong. The biggest foodie we have here is the thinnest person who's Anant Maheshwari from Microsoft. Not only that, he loves Guns and Roses. Not real Guns and Real Roses, but his favorite songs are from Guns and Roses. Okay? And we also have Karan. By the way, we dug up a lot about you all. Okay? And we have a very efficient research team. And we also have one gentleman who enjoys the Bollywood movies. And he tried taking up golf, but he was not successful. Guess who he is? I know the golfer looking, our IT secretary, but no, it is Karan Bajwa, MD of Google Cloud. Good to have you here, Karan. And, if there is one gentleman, my research team is so good that they could pick up anyone's life. There is one man who, no matter what may, I've been struggling. So that's the reason why, Ajay, I want to talk to you and try to guess something. And he was so busy today with many things happening, that he couldn't find a few minutes. Otherwise, probably I would have guessed something. We have Ajay Sahani here, Ajay Prakash Sahani. Everything good about him. Nothing personal come about anywhere, Ajay. I think, looks like your ministry is really helping you keep completely private. And we hope you share some of your personal life today as well. But he has done amazing work, especially in IT industry. He was from my home state. He's the epic cadre man. Ajay, if you remember, I used to meet you when you were 20 years ago almost.
Yes.
Yes, I've tried my level best to convince you. Look, I am the guy who could develop the applications, but I know that, due to whatsoever may be the reasons, I could make you my client, but we kept on meeting, and it's so good to see you again, Ajay. Thank you
nice
for
to see you.
He's worked his whole life in IT industry. And as a head of Triple IT, I remember the kind of initiatives that you took. You brought the whole industry, investments, and the whole of Hyderabad is become IT city, and the team, the 2-3 people who worked closely with the then Chief Minister, Mr. Naidu, is, Ajay is one of the members there. Thank you, Ajay, for your contribution so far, and it's great to have you here. So,
Thank you for inviting me in.
We'll start with you, Ajay. Your perspective, cloud, Government of India's perspective. Where do you see it, where we are, and where we are going forward?
Yeah, I think we started long back with a cloud first kind of policy, all kinds of guidelines issued to the departments that let's no longer look at separate acquisition of servers and setting up your own thing. And this happened, I think, almost more than 10 years ago, and it's been the Meghraj Cloud Initiative, which has been supported by our helping state governments to set up data centers at the state level. Then national data centers, there are 4 of them, and we are continuing to set up more of them. Even now, a few applications we still believe need to be in the national data centers, in the government's owned and operated part of the cloud. And then we have also actually moved forward quite aggressively with the empanelment of the cloud service providers, and around 13 companies were there in the very first round, and then I think we are continuing to add service providers. And so we are actually looking at cloud first policy as a kind of a very strong guideline for everyone, and put together what we have assembled. Earlier it was necessary to have, for instance, state data centers, because the states would not have had the confidence to sort of entrust what they consider their crown jewels to someone else, somewhere else. But I think as the technology has progressed, the contours of the entire industry are becoming clearer, and it's clearer to not just the government, also to the industry, as to how you can sort of keep your data in a highly usable manner and yet keep the highest forms of security alive, highest forms of confidentiality and privacy alive, even while using the different formats in which cloud services are available. And I would like to strongly, support what you mentioned about the COVID crisis. And I think it's unthinkable, without, on one hand, the cloud-based services, and on the other hand, the widespread availability of broadband, access to 4G, length and breadth of the country. These two, I think, have played a phenomenal role. And my reading is that at the height of the lockdown, and lockdown was exceptionally stringent in India, at the height of the lockdown, the IT industry tells us that just 2 to 3% of the employees were actually, they took e-passes and actually came to the office just to keep the infrastructure, just to keep the services running. And 97 to 98% of the employees were working from home. And the industry has not allowed a setback to happen to the services delivered to global clients. In spite of 97, 98% of the people working from home, and these are marquee clients, these are the best in the world. And so keeping that, I think it's a phenomenal achievement. Within government also, somehow we had the systems in place. We were not using them thoroughly. But the moment this crisis struck and we had the lockdown, within 48 hours, we had enabled all the senior officers, at least in Government of India, to be able to work completely from home, all complete switchover. I think if it were not for this crisis, it would have taken us years to get to that point. And today, I think work from home is actually the norm, and thanks to cloud. And I am so happy that Anant and Karan Bajwaji are here, because I am after them to sort of, they are already very ambitious in their plans for India and investments for India. I have a very small ask. I don't ask much. I don't ask for much. I am only asking for zero to be added. A zero is nothing for these two gentlemen. So whatever they have planned, my just one single ask. Just add a zero, and then we are ready to talk.
That's amazing. Okay, Anant, over to you. Are you ready to add a zero?
So let me just first of all thank Sridhar for inviting me to this panel. I completely agree with you. It's great to be with these leaders and learn in this session. So thank you so much for inviting me. I was just hoping that you asked me to go after Mr. Sani and not before, because it's very difficult to then kind of predict, because he's always has a very clear direction and ambition. So I'm glad that he's kind of set the marker very, very clearly what the ambition is. So first up, I would say echo that. I think first, as you said, Sridhar, 81% of the enterprises, as you said, or more than 80% of the enterprises, large enterprises especially, are already onto the cloud. But the additional fact there is that if you look at both the global numbers of the opportunity and where it will go, and even India, less than 10% of penetration has really happened with the cloud. So if you really look at it, there is a massive capability to be created and massive movement to happen over a period of time, and COVID has definitely accelerated that momentum. In the last 8 months, we've seen a lot of that transition happen, and that, as Mr. Sani said, wouldn't have happened for a long, long time to come. As far as what it takes for companies to be in the cloud, and also for the government. And as we were just speaking about it, I'll maybe just give you a perspective the way we think about any business, and it's a very simple equation that we use to define how every business is a tech business and a software business and a cloud business. So the simple equation, and Satya had illustrated this a couple of years back. The equation is very simple, that every business has to have tech intensity. And tech intensity is a product of what platforms you choose and what unique capability you build on top of it, which is your own IP. And therefore that kind of becomes the best analogy I would take, since you called me a foodie a while back. The best analogy I would take is, you can take the core ingredients that are readily available. That's kind of the platform that you can pick up, and then you add your own sort of spices to it and your own method to it, and you make something out of it that is totally uniquely yours. And when you make that dish as a company, you also need to have, in today's world, as Mr. Sani really called out, the combination of trust, inclusion, and sustainability. Because if you don't have trust, inclusion, and sustainability, this dish will not be palatable to a lot of people. Even though it may taste good to some, but you need to, if you really need to make it work for everybody, then trust, inclusion, and sustainability is very critical. So that's how I would convert the cloud industry to maybe the analogy of what you gave me, and I wasn't prepared for that to be called on the food. You're right on the foodie bit, but that's the way I'll relate it. And lastly, let me come to the point that Mr. Sani made around the investments and the way we think about the country, and there are 2 or 3 zeros that I would talk about, and not just one, Mr. Sani. The first zero that I think we have to print, and there has to be multiple zeros, is on the talent. Because I know you're passionate about it in creating the cloud skills in the country. Sridhar talked about the fact that so many more jobs will be created. We need skilled people for those jobs, and that's the first place where we need to add zeros, because that is critical for our country, and that makes us both self-sufficient, Atmanirbhar, but it also makes us a global superpower when it comes to tech skills, and that, I think, is a unique opportunity that India uniquely possesses. The second set of zeros that I think we should talk about is our large SMB sector. Because we can talk about the large companies and 80% of them being on the cloud, but what about the 70 million companies who we call as SMBs, and how do we bring them to use cloud solutions? And many zeros are needed to support that. And to support those two is the infrastructure, the zero that you asked for. And that I can at least assure, and I'm sure that Karan would echo the same, is that India is a very priority focus for the cloud providers globally. Microsoft is definitely one of them. And Mr. Sani, you know about Microsoft's history in India, because you have the credit, as Sridhar originally said, in Hyderabad, to bring Microsoft to Hyderabad in the first place, and create the first step there. And since then, I think we've been continuously investing. But I have to say, in the last 3 or 4 years, with the cloud investments, it has just changed. The trajectory of our investments has changed in the country. And especially in the last 6-8 months, we saw that really multiply as we went to continuously aid and support the growth of the country on the cloud. So that's where I would say I definitely feel that India is so well positioned to drive entrepreneurship, to drive jobs, to drive new capabilities, not just for its own use, but for the world. Thank you, Sridhar. Back to you.
Pleasure. Over to Karana and the zero.
All right, I'll come back to the zeros in a minute, but absolutely echo what Anand said. Look, I think if you look at these last 10 months and what has happened with all of us, the pandemic has been extremely unfortunate. There's no questions about it. But the pandemic will also be counted as a very defining moment on many fronts. And when history shall be written, I think technology shall be one of those areas where the pandemic shall be counted as a defining moment. There were so many barriers that people had perceived about the use of technology, or let's talk about specifically the cloud, We used to go talk to the customers and enterprises across all verticals, and there were still doubts about security, total cost of ownership, what's the benefit, should I not, is it private, is it public, is it hybrid? There were so many questions. I think the one thing that's changed is a lot of those questions have gone away. Everyone now realizes that the technology is heading in a certain direction, and the right way to do it is to define what your journey to the cloud shall be. You know, one of my eye-opening moments was I was speaking to the CEO of a financial services, actually an insurance company, and she made a point and said, we are 100% paperless now. And I turned around and said, would you have done that 10 months ago? She said, absolutely not. They've been trying it for years. They could never get around to doing that. There was resistance. There were all kinds of reasons given. And finally, all the reasons were taken away in a jiffy, and within a few weeks, they went 100% paperless. So which means technology was not the issue. So in that sense, the pandemic, howsoever unfortunate, and I wish and hope we come out of it very soon, has been a defining moment in the history of the technology industry and shall be counted as one of the big moments that the technology transition has happened. Now, coming to the zeros, obviously, Mr. Sani is very close to all of the investments that the IT industry has been making. We've made a very bold investment very recently when our CEO Sundar Pichai announced a $10 billion investment for the India Development Fund focused on digitization and adding and accelerating digitization for India. And we are well on our way with those investments. But again, I think there's a bigger play here in my view. Look, India, if you look at the IT services market in India, India and the Indian IT industry has done a fabulous job over the last 20-25 years, setting up a $200 billion IT services industry. I believe, and I'm very convinced, that India is on the absolute threshold of another major IT revolution, where India now has the opportunity to change the game. And from IT services, we have a few opportunities. We could be the SaaS capital for the world. We could be the AI capital of the world. We could be the cloud capital of the world. And a lot has to do with skills. And Anand did mention that we have to go through a massive reskilling and upskilling across the whole country. And I would turn back for one more zero from Mr. Sani actually and say the government actually has a massive role to play in this. If the government, with the scale it has, becomes a mass scale user of AI, machine learning, cloud, and name it, I think we can fundamentally change the pace at which we can accelerate the adoption and hence the talent in this country. So many zeros to add to this conversation. And but it's I look forward to great times ahead. I wish we come out of this very fast, and it's going to be a different world from here onwards, Sridhar.
Ajay, your zeros are becoming balls and coming back. Hitting back at you. So yes, it is true, Ajay, that number one inhibitor of cloud adoption is the talent gap. Number one. And then comes the financial outages, breaches, security, etc. But the number one is the skill gap. That's the industry has identified. Balls are in your court, sir. I'm sure. Are you?
I think on talent is something that I think we do recognize the need to ramp up what we have and give them the competencies required for the latest job roles. And this is one area that we are exceptionally serious about. In fact, we've been setting up national public digital platforms, and one that I'm particularly enthusiastic about is the Future Skills platform and the Future Skills Prime that we have launched as a beta very recently. Now, this is an effort which was actually initially done by the Indian IT industry for itself. But major companies came together and recognizing the need for skilling in and competency, building competencies in advanced data analytics, in all kinds of competencies required for AI, for blockchain, for cloud-based cloud computing and sort of cloud services, cybersecurity, and various other additive manufacturing and others. The industry had come together and NASSCOM had helped them along to create a platform for upskilling, reskilling a large number of persons who were working with those companies. These are some of the best companies in the country. We have joined up that effort, and we are trying to bring the same resources and make them available to people who are outside. In this, the advantage is that the industry has defined 155 job roles across these sectors and the competencies required for those job roles. And this particular platform provides us exceptionally good resources to help people choose which paths they would take. There are multiple pathways, and to get to those competency levels, including a certification which is internationally recognized. I think that's a huge effort. I am told that I think it's more than 10 lakh already in case of Future Skills, and Future Skills Prime we started just recently, and we are notching up very good numbers. People are coming in and sort of, it is as if they were waiting for something like this to be available. So, and this one will be supported by IITs, triple ITs, NITs, and centers across the country for hybrid, for giving it a hybrid kind of avatar. So I am very upbeat about the skilling and the sort of availability of talent. In fact, so much so that we characterize India the way Israel characterizes itself as a startup nation. I think we must characterize India as a digital talent nation. And that is the direction, that has been our strength all along, and that continues to be our strength. We are very cognizant of it, and we are determined to make sure that the right human resource is always available.
Sridhar, if I may come in just on this point, since this was the first zero that I spoke of and a few zeros, and I know I'm completely
I'm enjoying the ball's going.
Yeah, echo what Mr. Sani said about Future Skills, and very passionate from NASSCOM as well as the Future Skills Prime that's done with the sponsorship of METI in making that happen. So I think just that aim of Future Skills and Future Skills Prime to drive millions of students in digital skilling, that definitely is one. I think there are other aspects that I would like to again build on, because Mr. Sani personally has sponsored many of them. The second one is the Cyber Surakshit Bharat, which was a big initiative that was done over the last couple of years, because I think one is digital skilling, but also skills around safety and security, which again we did it in partnership, and that's focused on skilling the government and the officers and the government employees a lot more in driving their digital skills and cybersecurity skills, and also with another layer with the National Skills Development Corporation (NSDC) to drive digital skills to youth. Now, those are very different players that you go with in terms of looking at the population much more holistically and driving it all. And this is something that I think is recognized at the global level, and that's something that both Satya Nadella and the leaders at different parts of Microsoft announced roughly about 4 or 5 months back, is a global initiative to skill 25 million people with the new capabilities and get them jobs, because with the power of LinkedIn, with GitHub and different parts of Microsoft coming together, and that, to me, India will be a big beneficiary of what we're doing globally, which is part of the whole future skills capabilities also coming through. So I completely believe that skilling is such a momentum that we have created during the COVID timeframe, that we should not let that momentum go, because that itself will push a lot of the entrepreneurship, which is so important to TiE, to really see the entrepreneurs really coming up and solving problems both for the country and the world.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Karan, I will start a new question. Let's play a new game now. Yeah. What is the future that you see for a cloud computing industry and including next set of technologies on cloud?
Sure. If I could, if you would ask me to answer in one line or two words, I would have said the future of the cloud computing industry is multi-cloud and hybrid cloud. But let me step back. Let's just chart out and see how has this evolved before we talk about where will this go. Roll back a few years. I call it the whole, for simplistic way, let's call it the virtual machine cloud era. This is a period in time when companies like startups, many of whom are now SaaS leaders of today, they recognized that they could actually forego buying or operating hardware, building from the beginning, right from the cloud. This became a standard for most startups, and by the end of that era, we saw that change happen. There were a couple of leaders in that era who are pretty well known in lifting and shifting existing workloads to the cloud. Then came what we've been experiencing for the last, let's take about 8 to 10 years, which was a recognition by the traditional businesses, the classic enterprises as we call them, of the advantages of migrating their IT infrastructure to the cloud. Let's again simply call this the infrastructure cloud era, where servers, data storage, old school email, calendar sharing all moved to the cloud. And while this was great at driving cost efficiencies, it really looked like business as usual, just business as usual in the cloud instead. Cloud service providers of this era were great at offering a set of tools for building kind of net new applications in the cloud. But I think we are at a moment in time in our history when everything changes. And that's kind of the moment in the fundamentals of business, have completely changed, as some of us shared earlier, by the pandemic. And companies understand that business as usual in the cloud is not good enough. There's got to be more coming from the cloud. And that is the moment that has catalyzed an acceleration into what, let's call it now, the transformation cloud era. That's what really I see going forward, when businesses will fundamentally transform with the use of cloud capability versus run their business on the cloud. Let me now come back to the point on multi and hybrid. If you see the nature of enterprise IT, it can be pretty rigid, complex, expensive. When we talk to customers with extensive on-premise investments today, they tell us that they want to take advantage of the cloud scalability, the innovative services, the geographic scope, if you will, but they're very worried about getting locked in with one provider. So why do they ask? Is it that we cannot write once and run anywhere? The idea of really turning the whole multi-cloud computing into an extended version of a single cloud platform, it offers many benefits to a customer. From a user's perspective, this really becomes kind of a meta platform concept, if you will, providing consistent ways to access your applications across multiple platforms, literally through a single interface. So that's kind of the ease for the customer. Setting up something that is interoperable across various platforms is really non-trivial, Sridhar, to say the least. We've been working very hard to solve this problem. Some of the recent announcements that we've made in this space with our capability on Anthos and BigQuery, etc., are exactly going in that direction, where we are pulling together a hybrid cloud capability, bringing the capabilities of a hyperscale public cloud on-premise, and then allowing you to run workloads in a multi-cloud environment, managing through a single interface. I believe that's where really the cloud is going. There's one more interesting relevance that I'm seeing, which is organizations with strong edge presence. Think about retailers who are operating brick and mortar stores, transportation companies managing fleets of vehicles, manufacturing companies who rely on IoT-enabled equipment on shop floors. For such organizations, edge presence with the cloud is very, very important, and I see the future moving to a strong partnership with telecommunication companies, which is something we very recently announced, to really help these communication providers monetize the edge as a business services platform. So these are few trends that I see in the future where cloud is going, but fundamentally from a point where you could run your business more efficiently to fundamentally transforming your business. I believe that's the journey for the future with the cloud. Sridhar, back to you.
Amazing. What you said, we just did a poll, by the way, on the sidelines. There is some polls happening. So we asked the question, what type of cloud strategy is your organization leveraging or considering for the future? Poll result, you're absolutely right. Hybrid cloud is 69%. 69% is yeah, you're right. Anant, do you agree with that?
I was on mute. I'll just build on what Karan said and add on to it. I completely agree. If you take a technical point of view of the hybrid, then the initial problems that you're solving for, as Karan spoke of, is the where is the data, where is the infrastructure, how do you manage, and therefore the software and the technical challenges of that would be the first layer that you solve for. As you increasingly go down the path of hybrid, there are other very core challenges that companies run into, and two of the biggest amongst them are identity and security, because you've got to figure out the trust aspect across the hybrid, and you've got to figure out how you are interoperable on the identity in different ways across the different platforms that you're using in hybrid, both in terms of multi-cloud as well as on-prem versus the public cloud, as to how do you bring the whole capability together. So to me, trust and security, I would say, are the big game changers that have happened during the COVID time. So if there are two trend lines that have really got accelerated during COVID, and which, irrespective of whichever form of work from anywhere that we come to in about, let's say, 3 to 6 months from now, when hopefully everything is at least away from our mobility. So to me, the two big trends there, number one, there is a cloud momentum led by data and AI. And the second one is this very strong appreciation of trust and security and identity. And I'll give you one very quick question that we get continuously in today's world, and especially if there are two people working from home, let's say a couple, both are working and they're operating from home, and let's say you are in the IT industry. One of the biggest questions that a lot of the IT industry folks are asking us, hey, listen, it's very likely that the spouse of my employee is working for my competitor. How do I manage security in that context? So that's a very genuine question, because it's not just about the tech platforms. Then you have to balance that out with privacy, because at the end of the day, you're trying to enable that security in the privacy of somebody's home. So there are lots of issues here that need to be resolved in partnership with users, with full transparency as to how it's to be done. And therefore, I would in fact encourage the entrepreneurs listening to this, think about trust and security. Those are amazing opportunities that will open up. And India can lead the world, because this is an absolutely new era, and this is also completely in line with the way government wants this. And Mr. Sani should talk about it, because I've heard him passionately speak about the trust and security aspect, because India can lead that innovation around a trusted and a secure cloud, and as we go forward, leading with data and AI. So that's the other piece I would add to the hybrid conversation. Sorry, Sridhar, you're on mute.
Sorry, yeah, that leads us to the next question around opportunities for entrepreneurs. You now hit the nail. That is what we wanted to hear. Most of the TiE members would want to hear is, what are the opportunities for the entrepreneurs in this cloud industry? When we see such a huge growth happening in the industry, where do they look for? Yes, as you rightly said, trust and security be one of the areas where the startups could come up, new amazing technologies. Karan?
Yeah, I think, Sridhar, at a conceptual level, the opportunity for everyone, including the entrepreneurs in today's call, really is to make fundamental changes. Use this time and this transition to make fundamental changes, not incremental changes. That's kind of the one overarching message I would give. If you see today how organizations are accelerating their shift towards digital first models, to meet the changing behavior of their customers in this, I remember we used to go to meet customers. Almost every customer had digital as a part of their strategy. The change that has happened in 10 months is that digital is the strategy now. Banks, for example, have transitioned to remote sales. Service teams are engaging with customers. They've launched a digital outreach to customers who make flexible payment arrangements for whether it is loans, mortgages, etc. But I don't think that's going to be enough. That's good, but good start. But they must also reimagine customer journeys to reduce the friction and accelerate the shift to fundamentally digital engagement channels. So a good start. The moment now is to really fundamentally make a change in that sense. So I would give a few recommendations, if you will. Number one, align your digitization efforts to the changing customer expectations. The opportunity for every businessman, every entrepreneur is when you go back to your offices, think about how would you set up your businesses if you were setting it up today with no knowledge of the past, with no legacy to block you, with no restriction to restrain you from doing something different. How would you reimagine your business if you were setting it up for the first time? That's first. Use very strong data-driven tools, insights to improve your performance and operations. We've been speaking for a long time about this, about the use of analytics. Now is the time to really scale that part. Boldly modernize your technology. Whatever stack you use, identify the right stack, tools that can support this transition, but modernize your technology platform. And most importantly, coming back to the original thing we started from, accelerate the pace of reskilling and building a very diverse and digitally enabled talent pool in your organization. So I think it will be very important for businesses to invest in adopting new technologies, be it cloud, including modernizing their existing stacks, etc., but also building skills and a mindset to be able to deploy the new tool set, if you will. And how effectively they are willing to make this change and not gravitate back to a convenient old way of doing it is going to be decisive on how companies will grow and survive in the future.
If I could just add on that, Sridhar, I think it's a very valid, and I know this will be really valuable for all the listeners, the entrepreneurs and the budding entrepreneurs, because that's the ecosystem that I think TiE has done a fabulous job of encouraging. I'll first take the broader trend line that is unmistakable at this point in time, and I spoke about it a little while back, but just embellish it with some real facts there. So NASSCOM had done this study and it got presented with METI partnership to the highest levels in the government, that data and AI as the two big drivers of the economy in India will add roughly about $450 to $500 billion to the GDP by 2025. That's massive. That's a really massive play that I think is opening up for all the entrepreneurs in the country, and especially with the government now moving in driving with very clear guidance on data and encouraging AI. Prime Minister has himself spoken so highly about the power of the country in driving the capabilities in AI. So those to me would be the first beacons that I would ask entrepreneurs to look at. The second beacon there, I think, which is now been proven, and I think, Sridhar, you referred to that in your opening comments, India becoming the SaaS capital of the world. To me, that idea is maybe the way to think about Atmanirbhar Bharat. Because if you're creating SaaS companies in India who serve not just the government, but the 70 million companies in our own country and are then creating an own ecosystem, it's the equivalent, I would take, of the manufacturing capital that we've called China in the past, and the government has talked about it. India can become the software product SaaS capital of the world at this point in time, and that opens up huge opportunities for export. So you not only serve yourself, but you also become the export engine for the country. So to me, those are the two broad arenas that I would say look for opportunities there, look for the data and AI opportunities, look for the SaaS opportunities, go serve some brilliant needs in the country, because India is great at offering problems that need to be solved. So let's go solve for those problems and then take those solutions to the world. That's the way I would look at the broader entrepreneurship guideline.
Absolutely, absolutely. There are a few areas, digital and cloud. These combinations, I see it as the killer combination for companies who are trying to establish it. Digital is so big. There is a possibility of at least a few hundred
just this combination of digital and automation.
Sorry, Sridhar, the audio is not coming clearly. Maybe you need to be closer to the mic.
Paper here. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. Yeah. Another one that I see is edge computing. The moment edge computing is good, I always, as an entrepreneur, look for future. So the moment edge computing becomes a full reality, and the host of services required around it, the whole edge ecosystem is not non-existent today. That will become probably, one of the biggest opportunities that I see in the coming 5 years or so. IoT services, again, a massive area. Hardly anything has been tapped as of now. And, the regular services, cloud health is going to be another major area which is going to come up in the years to come, I guess. And cloudlets, there are, if you look at, it's easy to find, Gartner cloud computing, Gartner, articles on cloud computing, etc. But try to visualize, for all those entrepreneurs, try to visualize, right? Each of those new technologies which is coming up requires tens or hundreds of companies, and to kind of tap that in the whole ecosystem around each of those technology. And that's where lie the opportunities. And so with that, we come to an end of the session. But before we leave, Ajayji, your few words to the industry in general.
Yeah. I think first I'll just go back to where we started with the the COVID pandemic, and just want to highlight what many of you might have read, but draw your attention to it again. Arogya Setu app got built in 21 days. In the next 13 days after it got released, it hit 50 million downloads. It was the fastest ever across the world. In 40 days, it hit 100 million downloads. And it took about 4 months and 10 days for it to get to 150 million downloads. Now that, I think, would simply not have been possible without the cloud infrastructure and the kind of services and the kind of accessibility that we have. So this actually is also the kind of talent that came together and made it happen. It was just a scratch team of about 15 guys from the industry and another 4 or 5 joining in from the government. And 21 days is all that it took them to create this kind of an app that could hit such amazing numbers. That points to the talent which is there, and I can tell you I have interacted with all of them. They are particularly very bright youngsters, but I can tell you that I can find 10,000 such teams in India any time. No different from the team that did Arogya Setu. That is the talent that exists here, and the opportunities that are getting created with data and AI. We are just about to come out with the implementation plan for AI, the national program on AI, and the national public digital platforms. I'll not get an opportunity now, but I think look up what we are doing with the National Digital Health Mission and what we have already done with Aadhaar and UPI, the kind of scorching pace of growth that this has set. I think these give us the confidence that this is the place to be in. SaaS will happen significantly from India, and it will be fueled by cloud-based services. We are also supported by a huge momentum today in rebuilding our electronics ecosystem. So I expect that as we move forward, it will not just be software products, it will be digital products that get designed, get manufactured in India and serve not only the huge Indian market, but are designed to serve cross the borders and serve everyone else. So that's the hope that we are looking at, and I think we once again my compliments to the the cloud services sector. And Sridhar, I expect a couple of zeros to come from your side as well. So you're forgetting that you are the one who is representing the Indian flag, in this particular area. And you and others who have invested in it and taken the risks, I expect you to add some zeros as well. Thank you.
We are adding, Mr. Sani. We are the most, one of the most successful cloud and data center company in India, fastest growing, and as well as have ambitious plan to expand, especially our data center footprint. We started a big 300 megawatt campus now in Bombay, and we're starting one more in Hyderabad as well, equivalent capacity. We're getting into edge computing, going into all the tier 2 cities of India. Very ambitious plan. And even in cloud computing services, as we all predictions are hybrid cloud services. We not only do a private cloud from our own stable, but also work extensively with Anant and both Karan. And we are their global partners. And we work with them across many other countries as well, not just in India. So because that's what the industry is going towards. And we hope to continue to lead, in these services in India, and hope to become number one in the next 2 years.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sridhar, for having us on this panel.
Thank you, Sridhar.
Thank you, Sridhar.
Best wishes.
All the best.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Thank you all.
Thank you, panel.
Oh yeah.
50% of the pre-COVID level.
What a mind-boggling session that was. Everything for all the entrepreneurs who aspire to become successful in the business of cloud. A very beautiful example given by Ajay sir. He spoke about Arogya Setu app, which was built just in 21 days. So guys, there's a massive opportunity there. And I'm sure you must have noted down all the zeros that everybody, all the esteemed people on the panel were speaking about. Up next is a session wherein we talk about everything around storytelling. Now, some of you may be wondering what is storytelling and why do entrepreneurs need storytelling? Well, for starters, I believe entrepreneurs are really creative people. And as it is demanded for all creative profession, you need to know the art of storytelling. People connect with emotions. People connect when you tell them a story. And to tell you everything about how you can develop this skill, we have a very special guest on the panel. His name is PC Mustafa. He's the CEO of ID Fresh Food. Mustafa, the CEO of ID Fresh Food, is driving the dream of 5 co-founders. The team's vision of building a food company that made preservative-free, delicious, home-cooked food is success. And I really want to eat his food. But before that, let me welcome the wonderful session that is coming up next. Put your hands together digitally for the CEO of ID Fresh Food, PC Mustafa. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. Such a
My
great
pleasure.
honor to be here among all these great leaders and superstars. In the name of God, peace be unto you. Let me introduce myself. I'm PC Mustafa,
Yes, please.
a CEO of ID Fresh. We make world's best food, idlis. Let me tell you where I've come from. I come from a very remote village in a beautiful place called Wayanad in Kerala. If you've not been to Wayanad, that's a must-visit place. During my early days, it was difficult days. My village was so remote during those days that we had no electricity in my village. We had no roads in my village. I was very poor in my studies. The only motivation factor for me to attend the school was the government's midday meal scheme. I had to walk 6 kilometers to my school on a daily basis. My dad was a coolie. As my dad was finding it difficult to meet both ends of the family, I ended up doing coolie job at the age of 10 with him. I was very poor in studies. During those days, of course, food was given more importance than the studies. Hence, I in fact, I failed in class 6. I became a school dropout. With the motivation from my teachers and my parents, I went back to school after a few days, and I became a school topper in less than 1 year. I then ended up doing my engineering computer science from NIT Calicut. Got a campus offer from a company called Manhattan Associates in Bangalore. Those days, my dad was getting paid around 600 rupees a month. And my offer, campus offer, was around 14,000 rupees a month. My dad felt that was my annual package, not my monthly package. He couldn't believe it. I handed over my first month's salary to my dad. He literally cried seeing that money because it was actually more than his lifetime savings. He had never seen that kind of money in his lifetime. I then worked with few MNCs in India, Middle East, and Europe. I decided to come back to India with an objective of creating employment for smart kids from my village. I then ended up doing my MBA from IIM Bangalore. During my MBA days, I used to chat with my colleagues, my classmates, and my cousins. My cousins were running a small-time kirana store in a place called Indiranagar in Bangalore. And that's where this whole thing started. I then co-founded ID Fresh Food while I was doing my MBA from IIM Bangalore, along with my cousins. It was a very, very difficult journey during the initial days. It took us 9 months to sell 100 packets. It took us 9 months to get 20 customers. But we were pretty confident that we'll make it a success one day in future. That's the past. Today, ID is around 2,000 crore brand, serving world's best breakfast, idlis, to more than 1 million Indians every single day. How did we build a brand without spending money? So in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to share a couple of stories with you. And I hope these stories will help you in your art of storytelling and the importance of storytelling in building a brand. Let me share my screen quickly with you. Can you see my screen, Akriti?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about the art of brand building and how the storytelling plays a key role in the brand building. So as per our study or as per my experience, you cannot build a brand using money. In fact, if you look at the case of ID, in the last 15 years, we have spent less than 20 crores in building a 2,000 crore brand. I'm not talking about money we spent per year. I'm talking about total amount that we spent in 15 years. We spent less than 20 crores in building a 2,000 crore brand. You cannot build a brand using money. In fact, people don't remember your advertisements. To me, there are 3 important aspects in creating a brand. First thing is you need to get your product right. You need to have the hero products to make it happen. I'm going to explain this too with an example of an ID vada. You need to create memorable user experience for a consumer to remember you forever. And most importantly, you need to have powerful stories in building a brand. So if you're interested in building a brand, focus on these 3 aspects. And I can tell you, this is the most cost-effective way in building a brand. Hero products, memorable user experience, and powerful stories. So let me just quickly explain to you what I mean by hero products. Look at the case of ID Vada. Vada is very crispy. It's crunchy outside. It's soft inside. Kids love Vada. You get perfect Vada, perfect shaped Vada. And moreover, it's not very heavy. You feel like eating one more Vada. You get good mouth and aftertaste. So these are important in getting the product right. So my first point is get your hero products. In the case of ID Vada was my hero product. This is one classical example that we did with ID Vada. Vada was my hero. Then comes to the memorable user experience. We created an ID Vada pack wherein when you squeeze the Vada pack, it forms Vada. Vada batter, as you can see in this one, Vada batter comes out in the right shape with a proper hole in the middle. This was a wow moment for many customers. Many customers were making their Vada for the first time in their life. Kids started making Vada using ID Vada batter pack and posted selfie on different social media platforms. What else you need to build a brand? You need to create memorable user experience for a consumer so that he or she remember you for your lifetime. So that's the second point. Create memorable user experience for a customer to build a brand. And third, and probably the most important aspect of building a brand, is to have powerful stories. Storytelling is extremely important in building a brand. Look at the case of ID Vada. It took us 3 years to build a hole for the Vada. We failed more than 100 times. But then, at the end of the day, it was worth. We actually told the story to the world. That went viral. The failure experience that we had with ID Vada, we shared that with the world. If you look at the case of ID Vada, we didn't get it right initially. It took us 3 years to build a hole for the Vada. When we get the shape right, you will not get the size right. When you get the size right, you will not get the hole right. When you get the hole right, you will not get the taste right. When you get all these things right, you will not get the pricing right. So we didn't give up. We waited. We failed more than 100 times. We told the story to the world. So the story of creating ID Vada pack, the struggles that we went through, went viral. We got opportunity to share the story at Harvard, at MIT, at Columbia, and at United Nations, and many other business schools across the world. That helped us to create a strong brand that we are today. So thereby my message to you is, get your product right, create a memorable user experience for a consumer, and most importantly, focus on storytelling. Let me just give you a few classical examples of storytelling that we did and really worked for us. Another story I'm talking about. So for any fresh food brand, the biggest challenge, in fact, for any food brand, the biggest challenge is customers' trust. We Indians don't trust a packaged food. Anything coming with a longer shelf life, consumers believe it comes with some chemicals and preservatives. For us, packaged food is a backup option. We don't trust a packaged food. I used to attend many webinars, many seminars. People love my story. People love ID story. When I come out of the podium, they still come and ask me, Bacha, what do you add in it to get the soft idli? We don't. Our products are 100% natural, no chemicals, no preservatives. My biggest problem was that I want my customers to trust me. What is the best way for someone to trust you? We tried different experiments, nothing worked. Finally, we arrived at a simple solution. We learned that the best way for someone to trust you is to trust them. Trust your customers so that they'll trust you back. So with that concept, we launched a beautiful campaign called ID Trust Shop. Those are unmanned shops. As you can see this picture, the shop had no camera. It was not a vending machine. There was no technology. There was no salesperson. There was no security. There was no one watching except the Almighty God. The shop was based on trust. Customers were expected to open the chiller, pick their favorite idli batter, drop the money in the money box kept next to it, go home and have a healthy breakfast. The shop was based on trust. Customers were surprised with this campaign. They couldn't believe it. It got a great brand mileage. Our campaign video went really viral across the world. Was it that easy? Not really. We ended up getting monopoly currency instead of 500 rupees note. We were expecting customers to drop the currency, Indian currency, but then they ended up dropping monopoly currency in our money box. We didn't give up. We continued our experiment in the same set of customers. Over a period of time, I'm sure they felt guilty and paid up for their past mistakes. That made my day. Same customers ended up paying more money than what I needed. So effectively, my trust shop business was giving me better revenue per store than a retail store. And it was giving me better profitability per store than a retail store. In fact, it was in 2016, this idea was rated as the best marketing idea in India. How did it happen? We had the courage. Now, we went ahead and shared the story with the world. It worked. Storytelling is extremely important in building a brand. During the pandemic times, we were facing another challenge. In Mumbai, many area, it was in containment zone. Shops were closed. Our customers were asking us to deliver the products at their homes. But then we were not comfortable because of the COVID risk. Then they asked us to supply at their security gate and collect the money. But then collect the money again, it came with its own risk. So naturally, anyone with a technical background would look at an app, delivery, payment, all the struggles, right? We didn't take that approach. We went with a better approach here. We used Trust Shop campaign. We launched phase 2 of our Trust Shop. We implemented Trust Shop deliveries in around 600 apartments in Mumbai. We implemented Trust Shop version 2. And you know what? People love it.
Where we have Nobel laureate Professor Abhijit Banerjee speaking with Ms. Asha Jadeja on how we can, nurture entrepreneurship to kickstart the Indian economy and the Indian economic growth. Asha Jadeja is a Silicon Valley-based technology entrepreneur and investor. She's invested in over 200 startups in Silicon Valley and all over the world. She's specifically interested in the India-US corridor and the partnerships over there. And her Motwani Jadeja Foundation does a lot of work to nurture young entrepreneurs in India and give them exposure to the US markets. She's also passionate about elevating poverty in India. And so therefore, talking to Professor Banerjee makes so much sense to understand how they're going to do that. Asha has been a TiE charter member for the last 20 plus years and a passionate supporter of TiE. Over to you, Asha, to take the session forward.
Vijay, thank you so much, and congratulations on hosting a fantastic TiE Global in these virtual times. I wanted to start out today by, first of all, thanking the audience. I know we have over 40,000 registrants today, and we have a lot of interest from the global community, including from the Singapore FinTech Festival, which came as a surprise at the last minute. I wanted to, of course, introduce Professor Abhijit Banerjee, who, I mean, frankly, needs no introduction, but somebody who all of India is so proud of. Professor Banerjee is an Indian-born economist who is a Nobel laureate, as you all know, in economics, and a professor of economics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And Abhijit and his wife, also a Nobel laureate, Professor Esther Duflo, have been instrumental in setting up the Poverty Alleviation Lab in India. And as a result, as we speak, as we address this whole question of poverty and growth in the Indian ecosystem, especially in the tech ecosystem, tech-driven ecosystem, I think I feel like we are lucky to have Professor Banerjee agree to join us today. Who better than somebody like him who has written some phenomenal books on the topic, including the ones most of you are probably familiar with. But these include things like Poor Economics, a radical rethinking of a way to fight global poverty, Good Economics for Hard Times, Making Aid Work, What the Economy Needs Now, and various books like this. So I feel that today we are addressing a very unusual topic in an entrepreneurship summit. Normally we talk about sort of opportunities for startups. What are the verticals where startups can make a dent, can actually excel and grow? Which markets can it grow in? We normally talk at this TiE Global or tech summits in general. We talk about what are those openings, what are those new markets where startups can have have a growth potential. So today we are doing something very different. We are actually going to be talking about the fact that India is still a very poor nation. We 300 million people still don't have electricity. We have a nation where poverty is our problem, and whether we like it or not, whether we talk about it or not, it is a huge problem. And unless we start shining a light on what are the opportunities for growth going forward, we are not going to be tackling this problem head on. So I'm going to start by inviting Professor Banerjee to give us his read on what he sees as the immediate sort of opportunities for growth in India, what could be some of the barriers, and what is his current work involved in. And then we'll have this conversation sort of back and forth. So Abhijit, over to you about sort of the question being, why is India poor and why is growth urgently needed right now?
You just start with the easy questions. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Asha, for getting up at an ungodly hour to speak to me. I think I'm not going to attempt to say why is India poor. That's what books get written about. But I think to make this contextual, I would say that let's think about this moment for India. What is it that what are the constraints we face right now, and then maybe what do we need to do we should talk about what we should need to do for let's say the medium run. I think the long run is too long, but what would it take for us to even go back to the growth we had before 2012? I think we've been in a growth slowdown essentially since 2012. How big the slowdown is disputed. Arvind Subramaniam, who was chief economic advisor to Mr. Jaitley, claims that our growth is overstated by maybe 2.5 percentage points. So we were growing very slowly, almost at the Hindu rate of growth, 4% already after 2012. So 2012, there's a slowdown. Clearly, there's a slowdown. Nobody disputes that. The question is how big a slowdown and what to do about it. This is critical because we have, while I think it is true that we have been done better than maybe in the 90s or the 80s in terms of government policies to reduce poverty. I think that the truth be told, even now, that the biggest piece of poverty reduction has come from growth. Now, it's very, very important to spell out how that's happened, because I think it's not that there is some, you also know that essentially in terms of good jobs, we're an economy that isn't creating good jobs. In fact, we just lost, if anything, people's estimates go between 4 and 20 million good jobs. I think 20 million is an overestimate. People have said that. I don't even think we had 20 million good jobs, so I don't think we're going to lose all of them. But I think we lost a bunch of them. But so it's not because of the reason why growth contributes mainly to poverty reduction is not through the good jobs, it's through the bad jobs. It's mostly through jobs in construction and in the low end of the service sector. That's where the jobs were. Until 2012, if you see where the jobs are growing, they're growing in transportation, they're growing in food delivery, they're growing in restaurants, they're growing in construction. It's a domestic consumption-led boom that's driving it. It's not, the exporting industries are not using a lot of our labor. Our labor is being used primarily in domestic consumption driven industries like construction, like restaurants, like ordering out food, it's package delivery. All of those things are playing a major role in the way we've grown. Now, what does that? Why do I say that? I say that because it means that it means two things. One thing it means is that these are jobs typically where there isn't really a lot of potential for skill upgrading. So young people who are 18 are going into these jobs, but then for a lot of them, it's sort of a dead end, because and they recognize that. And you see, it's one fact about India that's rarely emphasized, that if you look at a 26-year-old with a 10 years of education, 25% of them are not working yet. They're looking for a good job, but they don't want to settle for what they can get. By the time they're 32, they're pretty much all employed, because at some point they give up and take a job. Then at least till the last data we have, there was no dearth of low-end jobs. People at 35 were all employed. All males at 35 were employed. Female employment is a separate and very worrying question in India. We have lower female employment than Saudi Arabia, I believe. It's kind of a remarkable, less than Bangladesh for sure. So we're really in a very unique, that's a very unique problem we face.
So are you counting the informal economy, Abhijit?
Yes, people who say they're employed. Now, then there is people who work in farming. That's a kind of a, so who's working in farming is a hard question, and but that's true in Bangladesh, it's true in Pakistan. We really are kind of special. This is well documented that we're really, and it's been falling. The female labor force participation has been falling. But let me not get into that. I want to go back to what I was saying. What I was going to say is that there was no dearth of low-end jobs. People don't want low-end jobs. They wait, and then they take it. Those jobs, so that's one thing. The second thing is that those jobs need infrastructure, which we don't actually have. What infrastructure? Well, we need both, I think, a social support infrastructure and residential infrastructure. So if you look at where these people stay, they sleep under their truck, they sleep in the shop, they sleep in the construction site. What does that mean? That means that they really have very uncomfortable lives. They don't stick at any job for very long. After 3 months or even less, they go home. They really are not the adherence to a job is very low, which means skilling is very low. They're not getting skilled because they're not really in the city for long enough. They work at one job, they get tired of it, it's horrible, the conditions of life are horrible, they go back, they take a rest in their village and they come back. So we know that this very short-term migration means that there isn't really much investment in skill upgrading. So I think if you think about what is happening, people are getting jobs. There were, at least till recently, plenty of jobs to be had, jobs that people don't necessarily want, but lots of those jobs. Those, construction, delivery, the food, cleaning, lots of hospitals where you could easily get a job as a cleaner, as a nurse's aide, as a, putting bedpans. Those jobs are available. It's just those jobs.
So Abhijit, let me stop you right there and say, let me have you talk a little bit about the post-pandemic world. Now, we have gone through this almost a year of the pandemic right now. The world as we knew it has turned upside down. And we know that people are working virtually, are doing things, a lot of things virtually. There's a lot of food, things like, as you just mentioned, food delivery to communication a lot of it is happening virtually. And for the first time, there's also a massive kind of an overlap between computation and health as far as the tech industry goes. We are seeing an explosion of startups in that space of sort of AI marrying medicine. And so there is that whole different explosion of activity that's coming in the post-pandemic world. Do you see kind of unusual, radically new opportunities that are likely to arise in the Indian ecosystem as India becomes, and India, the post-pandemic world, Abhijit, I think is also one where everybody recognizes that global collaboration is a must. There is no way we can solve any of these problems, whether it's climate crisis, whether it's terrorism, or whether it's pandemics, unless we were globally clued in. So where do you see those opportunities arising as we come out slowly from this post-pandemic world, and where computation is marrying medicine?
Asha, I'm the wrong person to answer this question because it's not what I follow. Let me say some marginally relevant things, but it's not going to be what I really wouldn't know. To the extent that, let me say a couple of things. One, I think the global evidence suggests that the effect of AI on employment is negative. There is actually good work, particularly by my MIT colleague Daron Acemoglu, suggesting that there is the effect of AI on good jobs is negative. So if anything, I would say this exposure to AI will create further pressure on the demand for good jobs. Is there as many good jobs being produced? I would say that the global evidence on AI suggests maybe not. So if anything, I would say the worries are that AI will actually displace some of these jobs, because in particular, India, a lot of these jobs are extremely, the management intensive jobs. They're not really jobs where, people take individual responsibility and do creative things. They're just, I make sure that you deliver the right food. So it's a jobs that where if AI can replace some part of it, it would be perhaps quite economical. And that's sort of what the evidence for the US in particular is, that jobs being displaced by AI tend to be exactly those jobs of not the manual labor jobs and not the high-end jobs, but the jobs in the middle. And that's also goes for the BPO sector, because the BPO sector is competing very much with, for example, AI like, for example, if you prescription records or insurance records and things like that, there has been actually, these are actually the exact sectors where we are going to struggle to keep the jobs. So I think if the only part of this story I know is one that is to me is worrying, which is the part that says that AI displaces these jobs, and we already suffer massively from a scarcity of good jobs. There are plenty of bad jobs, as I was saying. Now, having said that, I think you're right in pointing out that one can be pessimistic and just assume that it's all going to fall apart. That's not me. I don't want to be pessimistic. I just want to say that right now, I don't see the pathway towards these dots being connected. There will probably be a dot, but the way typically income distribution has sort of trickled down has been through domestic consumption. So I am assuming that what will happen actually is first that a bunch of more people will get rich and they will spend money. And that's where our most of our growth for the poor has come from the middle class is actually spending money. And I think that we need a burst of optimism, of spending, of people buying. That's the quickest link. All the other links are 10-year links or something. But right now, I think the quick link between the well-being of the poor and the well-being of the middle classes comes from consumption. And so I think if we have a new consumption boom that comes after the pandemic, which I think is not unlikely because they spent up consumption, I think reassuring people that the economy will be stable and that they will actually get the middle classes, that they will actually prosper, is going to be key in getting them to spend. I think right now people are sitting on their hands, they don't want to spend their money. The government has been observing.
So Abhijit, speaking of consumption, let's speak a little bit about credit. What is your sense there right now on credit, that consumer, individual credit? How is our banking sector doing all that in India? And is that something that are you seeing good trends there?
There's a new report by the Reserve Bank, which I think is at some level treading on grounds which need to be tread on. Whether it's right or wrong, there will be some debate about it. But I think it's very important to talk about, for example, involving foreign banks in the Indian banking sector. I think we are one thing we shouldn't. I think once we take on the view that the banking sector needs more private ownership, I think restricting it to Indian ownership is, to me, a mistake. I think we have some ideological view that Indian capitalists are somehow good capitalists and foreign capitalists are bad capitalists. But there is, to my mind, we are staring in the face of any number of very cynical defaults by Indian capitalists. That's what's actually, our banking sector is in a complete mess right now. That's what the Reserve Bank report is reacting to that. We have, enormous bad debt, and we actually have no way of even writing it down unless we get some capital inflow from abroad. I don't think anybody else will have the deep enough pockets to write down that debt. What we need, reason why we need that debt written down, is that the banking sector, in a sense, is a zombie banking sector, a lot of it, because they're sort of the living dead. They don't really have, they all kind of know that if you really examine their books carefully, a lot of them are not actually viable. They're in the red.
Yes.
And
you're referring to both public and private? Are you talking about both?
Some private, bunch of NBFCs, and a lot of the NBFC problem has been somewhat mitigated over the last couple of years, but still a bunch of NBFCs and a bunch of public banks are all sort of in the red, or their books are so non-transparent that nobody knows. But if you think of what the pandemic did, the pandemic essentially forced the government to bail out borrowers. That's the one big thing it did. And the reason it did it is that it was an indirect way of bailing out the banks, which were all going to go under. If everybody defaulted, the banks would go under and then the government would have to bail them out. So a huge part of what the government is calling its fiscal effort is went to bail out borrowers. It basically wrote down debt, and so that reflects a deeper and longer problem, which is that we have a kind of a banking sector which is in the state of being half dead. They're not lending because they really don't have the capital to lend, because they really are, they've had so much bad debt that they're kind of handicapped. And I think we need an infusion of a huge amount of capital. And that capital can come from abroad much more easily than they're going to come from India. So I think this idea that we're going to be suspicious of foreign capital in banking, I think both overstates how loyal our capitalist class has been. Forgive me for saying this, but they have shown whenever they want to escape to somewhere else with our money or put their money in Mauritius or somewhere else, they've done it and we know they do it. So why? And I think just our need for capital. I think we are really, the amount of capital we need to recapitalize the banking sector and make it, energetic, willing to lend. I mean, it's banking booms that have coincided with growth booms. When credit was easy, the economy grew. And now credit it's expensive. In real terms, India has one of the highest interest rates, and our banking margins are among the highest. The gap between the borrowing rate and the lending rate of banks is among the highest in the world. We really are among, we need to do something about the banking sector. We've been sitting on this problem. I've been writing about this problem since, I would say, 2001 or 2, so 20 years. And the problem has only got worse in those 20 years. I have
a question, Abhijit, based on something that I just ran into last week at the Pan IIT conference. One of the things that I saw some of my startups, speaking about, which I was asking them, I was like, what do you guys think of the regulation in the Indian, ecosystem, tech ecosystem, that what is stifling your own growth, or what is stifling your aspirations to go public, let's say on NASDAQ, and bringing in profits from outside? What's going on there? And the overall feeling I got from these startups is that there are these restrictions, like 51% has to be owned by Indian, equity owners, 49% by outsiders, and so they were saying that these kind of restrictions, which are they seem arbitrary and random, they seem to be scaring away investors from coming in from India. So the venture capital guys who want to invest in some of my startups, for example, if they cannot take a fully voting stake in my startups, why would they want to come in? So what are this whole 51%, 49% thing that the Indian regulatory system seems to have imposed, even on the tech sector? Do you think is that likely to go? And if so, when and what are the factors that could trigger that?
I mean, I think I'm going to sound cynical, but I am a bit cynical about this one. I feel that this is effectively a subsidy to the Indian capitalist class. That, this way capital remains, the good companies remain cheap for them to buy up. And I feel that we've always sort of tried to, we were scared of competition. I remember 1991, everybody saying that, we just get creamed, China will take over, whatever. Nothing bad happened. I mean, the most important fact about 1991 is 1992 is already a positive growth year. There's 1 year of negative growth, then we start growing, and we're growing 5% in 90. I mean, there was no disaster. We very quickly, when faced with competition, we adjusted very quickly. And we have the talent to do it. We just need to light fires under them. And then I think I think when we do it, they manage. It's not that we have completely been washed out of all the markets where the Chinese enter. Where there was already competence, we managed to hold our own. I mean, there was also this view that the whole tech sector will be completely taken over by China at some point. The Indian tech sector would complete, and it didn't happen. So I really don't think that we should be frightened, and I don't think we should. But I think that discourse of foreign capital, dangerous, etc., that's a dangerous discourse. I think for us, we should just. I don't think it's the case that foreign capital is more irresponsible than Indian capital. I say this with some. I'm scared of all the people who are going to get upset with me, but I really think that there is no particular reason, no evidence that foreign capital. I mean, this is a colonial mindset. We are where there was a time when the colonists controlled us. They used their capital along with state power to abuse us. But that's been a long time. We're now, almost $3 trillion economy with a lot of confident people. I think that means if we want to handle it, we can handle it. We can use regulations which make sense. But I think we've been really being defensive, which suits, I think, our particular groups of our capitalist class, because they have cash, they can pick off whatever is going cheap. The talent doesn't get the money. The people who have the cash get the money. And a combination of a dysfunctional financial sector and these restrictions means very much that there are strong...
There, I think I want to share with you certain optimism that I'm feeling recently. What's happening is that till now in the tech sector, there was always this fear. You're right that there's been this post-colonial mindset in India which says, oh, foreign money, it's irresponsible money, it's greedy money, and things like that. What's happening now, though, is that the money pouring in from the foreign tech sector into India, investing, whether it's in Flipkart or whether it's in, Geo or something. These are all guys. Now there is I think there's a lot of reassurance in the mindset of Indian politicians, even Delhi, that foreign tech money is largely run by, as you all know, most of the foreign tech companies are now run by Indians. I mean, this is diaspora Indians running Google, Microsoft, you name it, IBM, and if these companies are making investments in India, they are not coming with a predatory view. There is there's a different mindset that the Indian, the political system, the leadership needs to have now, and a more of trust in the Indian diaspora as we try to make a comeback into India. What I've noticed, for example, one of the things that I saw, which alarmed me a little bit, is that the investments from Facebook and Amazon that happened in India should have happened directly into the Indian marketplace. Indian tech ecosystem should not have actually gone through Reliance. But that's fine. That's something that alarmed me in the beginning. But right now, I'm assuming that this is a hedging kind of a strategy that the Indian government seems to be taking to minimize, to mitigate some kind of risk of foreign capital by going through Reliance. Again, I don't fully understand that. But my hope is that going forward, we will not be going through either Reliance or Flipkart or anything else. We'll be people like myself, venture capitalists like myself, will be able to invest in India directly into the startups that we like and not be having to go through any kind of oligarchic pressures. So that's something that I see.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I've not seen that direction. So far, I would say the recent policy moves have been very protectionist. So we see, I hope you're right. I mean, I see no reason for it. I mean, to be honest, I think we should have the confidence that we can manage. And, I think we have enough, we have shown enough success when we had the opportunity to do so. So I don't see a reason to be defensive. But I think there is this neo-colonialist discourse that's constantly used to, in a sense, protect people who I don't particularly think deserve protection.
In terms of sort of from a macroeconomic perspective, right, Abhijit, as in the post-pandemic world, as you see that the world is learning that it is do or die, it has to collaborate globally. As far as India itself goes, right, do you see that? Are you saying that the growth from exports so far has been like a small percentage? Is that likely to grow if we have more participation in the global economy? What do you think?
I think the issue is not that I think in a sense we export more of our GDP than China. Okay, we're quite open. I don't think it's the question of being openness per se. I think we have put some tariffs. I think those have no particular reason to exist in many cases. I think there are political pressures, etc. But I think that mostly it's more that the exports don't connect very much to the exporting industries are typically high-end. They tend to be, so there is very little, other than in agriculture, there is very little connection between the people on the ground, the poor, and the exporting, except through consumption, that's what I was trying to say before, that we can talk a lot about, our new companies and unicorns and this and that. But if you think about those companies and how does that link to the man in the village in Bihar, it's because his son is working on a construction site in Bangalore, where somebody who had made money from Flipkart is now building a house. That's the channel. And so I think that's key to understand, that we haven't yet built what China has done, which is a direct, he creates the jobs and the guy from Bihar goes to take that job. That doesn't happen. And we sort of known that for a long time, that to the extent that we are successful, for example, in manufacturing, it's typically like auto parts or something where we have pretty high skilled workers. We don't have like the guy from Bihar who has no education or very little education, very poor education. Those are sort of stuff that I spend my time working on. That guy doesn't usually get those jobs. And I think that's something we need to, for the longer term, we need to think about that, which is how do we make a connection between all these opportunities that you are seeing, and you know much better than me, and the person in rural UP or rural Bihar or rural West Bengal or rural Rajasthan. I mean, that connection is weak, and it goes through these very low quality jobs, and I think that's the challenge to me.
Got it. So, Professor Banerjee, we have about 5 more minutes left. So, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions that I've also got in my, in my inbox. What are you excited about personally? What are you working on right now in the, sitting in Paris, that you are excited about? What are your secret projects going on? What are the book projects in the pipeline? Can you share with us? Can you divulge some of that?
Yeah, it's not a secret. I would say I'm very interested in the pandemic has made it very clear that we need to think much more about sort of computer-based education for the masses. And one thing we're working with Pratham on is what's the impact of giving tablets in villages to. So there's a set of things where I think technology has mostly failed, and that's the evidence. But where it has to succeed, we have to make it work. It's not a choice, because I think the relative price of teachers to computers has fallen from 10 to 1 to 1 to 10 or something. It's just computers are so cheap now, and teachers are relatively so expensive that we just have to make it work. So there is innovation going on. There are successes, few success stories, but if you sort of, what we haven't yet understood is what is the recipe. It's like one success happens, but we haven't quite pinpointed the recipe for when technology does the job. And we want to sort of push the boundaries of that. If it's really like one specific pedagogy that you implement through a computer, that's too narrow. We need to be able to widen that to allow people to learn in their own ways and create a wider ecosystem of. And there, I think most of the evidence has been, even for example, my MIT colleagues, they came up with the one laptop per child. There are a bunch of randomized control trials of those, which suggest they do nothing. So I think we need to solve that problem. So one thing that excites me is to solve the problem of getting better education. And I think that's a matter of, many things, including some things which have nothing to do with the computer, but have to do with the teachers' attitude towards what material they're using, not to deliver answers, but to provoke questions. And I think that whole changing the entire infrastructure of teaching is especially important for the disadvantage, because the advantage get it somehow or the other. Their parents teach them. They, the disadvantage really need the school system to work better. And I think I'm one thing I've been spending lots of time thinking about in the recent few months actually is on how to get the education system to work better. That I think is going to be critical for I think sharing success without an education system that really works is very hard. And that's sort of what I was saying about the bad jobs being the only option people have. And I think that it connects to that. So I'm interested in skilling and the whole range of issues which have to do with, why do people not want to get skilled? Our skilling investments have mostly been failures. We have a study where we had 538 people, I think, who joined a skilling program. And I think after 6 months, 38 of them were working on the skills that they were.
Pallavi. Partnerships are crucial to the growth of any business venture. Merchants and traders from time immemorial have made use of the principle of a strategic partnership to conduct their businesses. The trend is still very much applicable today. A partnership manifests itself in different forms, ranging from business owners cooperating to invest in a project to sharing technical knowledge and ideas between firms. Whatever any business does, it is important to look for the right partnership agreement that benefits both parties. And this is exactly what we are discussing in the next session, growth through partnership. And here is an interesting conversation between two people who are friends and they also have very good chemistry. First one, Mr. Murli Bukapatnam. He's the Executive Chairman and CEO of Voxy Technologies. He's also ex-TiE President Hyderabad. And joining him in conversation is the present President, TiE Hyderabad Chapter, CMD of Control S and Cloud4C, Mr. Sridhar Pinnapureddy.
Thank you, Akriti.
Well,
very nice of you to welcome us. Welcome, Sridhar. It's great to have the conversation with you. It's always a pleasure. Well, most of the time, right? So unless you start giving me the work. So I'm going to take this conversation or kickstart this conversation a little differently, right? Given that today we are celebrating the largest TiE Global Summit I've attended, the largest TiE event I've attended. I think you have shattered all the records, right? I think we have more than 42 or 45,000 registrations. We had more than 20 or 25,000 people on the platform attending these events. So, given the context of partnerships, right, is partnerships critical for success? And you think that this teaches also, I mean, when you envisioned this thing, did that come about because you have succeeded in creating your business through the partnerships? Is partnership a vital part of our life?
Yes, Murli. As entrepreneurs, TiE is about startups. And as a startup, especially let's take IT industry,
And if you are in a B2B space, if you want to go and sell to large corporations, every appointment is going to take weeks. Out of the 10, 20 appointments you get, probably you will get a second call from 2 or 3 if you're very lucky to land in one. And in the process, probably entire balance sheet of the company may, go completely bankrupt, because sales and marketing in IT is very, very expensive, especially if you want to do it in Western countries, developed markets like US or Europe. Now, how does one go about building a company in these kind of situations? 90% of the companies end up in losses for many, many years. People who have the financial stability can withstand that, and then if they get lucky in the process, and then slowly the growth start. Or they end up serving the very small companies. Margins are very under tight pressure. So when I looked at the business of and going global, when I looked at the math, it didn't make sense to me at all. So I said, in India, we are serving many large corporations, Fortune 50. Why not talk to them? Why not build a further relationship with them and take their references and approach their global counterparts and build the relationships? And it did work. We built almost $100 million US annuity revenue in about less than 5 years, with literally about 3 or 4 salespeople, or the relationship people, you can call them as. And we built this business in around 25 countries.
There's a fantastic story, right? So they're building a ARR of USD $100 million and less than 5 years. There is no joke, and it is a Herculean task. And especially, as you rightly said, it's only about 3 or 4 people who you call them as a relationship managers rather than the salespeople, right? So, like in any partnership, trust is very, very important, right? I should be able to completely blindly trust you to make you as a partner, or bring you along on their sales cycle, or to give you a reference of your products, right? I want to go back into the history a little bit, right? Walk down the memory lane. As I recall, you started first with the Pioneer Networks, right? And then you moved from Pioneer Networks to the controllers, and now to the Cloud4C as another baby of yours, right? I understand that you had certain challenges. Is this partnership model evolved through the lessons learned in the Pioneer Networks? Can you walk us through what were the challenges you faced in the Pioneer Networks and your story, maybe for 5 minutes? Just give us a glimpse into Sridhar Reddy's history a little bit.
Yeah, when we started, we started off as an internet services company. That was my first big company, Pioneer Online. And then free internet services came. The whole business model collapsed for a while, right? Almost 10 plus companies, including the big ones, wanted shop at that time. That's the time I started Pioneer Networks, which is in kind of IT consulting, e-governance solutions, and I met all the marketing pundits, and we've hired probably one of the country managers of a large IT company. He brought in another 20 odd big honcho salespeople across, and all of them are brilliant people. There's no question, there's no doubt about their abilities. And then I was on cloud 9. But after 9 months, realized that zero sales were coming. And nothing wrong with the people. Absolutely nothing wrong. It is just that they are working on a different platform. They used to work in large MNCs before, and then here they come to almost a startup kind of a environment. And when they are working on a startup environment platform and they go about selling to large corporations, it's, even though they are James Bonds, they are actually the real accomplished people, all of them. But when they go on behalf of a small company to sell IT, especially critical software for large enterprises, they are not going to entertain, or it's not going to be easy at all unless this product is highly differentiated or something that no other people have, right? Even then, it's going to be tough. You know, the question that I used to get in those days when I walk into any large company is that, okay, Sridhar, you're bright, you're great, but what happens if you're run over by a truck? That was a real question asked. I was a bit taken aback, but that was true. What will happen? And if I put your software in my company and then we are dependent on it, how do we survive? And our losses would be into 100x. So I would rather go with a large established company, which is, even though it is going to be a lot more expensive or it's going to make a lot more delay, even though the quality is lower, I will still prefer a large company. Now that's a situation almost every entrepreneur will face, right? Wherever they go. And now those are my, learnings. That's when I was building Control-S or Cloud4C, I said, I'll tell you the Control-S story, right? When I was entering the Control-S business, data centers were already established by the biggest brands of India, Tata, Reliance, Airtel,
SIFI.
All are big companies, right? SIFI was a very big company in those days. And everybody said, Sridhar, it's a suicide mission, right? But somehow I felt that, look, data centers are still hosting websites, but data centers are going to host banks, host large corporations, do real IT, because I could see that it's so much value add for these companies that, so the business made sense. But, how do you get into a business which is, again, it's a similar situation as software, right? They're giving their data to you to host it in your premises and manage it. And very, very critical decision. So critical that a bank, a bank manager in a small branch can give a few crores worth of loans or take a decision. And but when it comes to the data center, even if it is much less than that amount, it has to go to the board of directors.
Correct.
Chairman, their approval is needed for such a simple, even though, because they're giving away their data. Now that's the situation. How do you, when I faced this situation, it took me months to study the business. I traveled all over the world and looked at all the data centers worldwide. And I said, because if you have to enter into this business, you've got to be much, much better in terms of quality than these data centers, which are existing in the markets run by large companies. Not just significantly better, but also you should be able to give a significantly at a lower cost. And you should be able to be, offer much valuable services on top of the data center infrastructure.
I'm going to stop you there, Sridhar, because you made 3 or 4 very, very important points, right? You said that you got to be different, you got to be of a low cost, you got to be of a differentiator between the value offering, right? So I'm going to turn this conversation and just say this as in a well-designed channel model, right? Multiple partners representing the same vendor, in this case, Control-S, right, should be trying to win a particular opportunity, right? albeit with a very, very differentiated value add, right? You grew to $100 million business in less than 5 years, annual recurring revenue. So all your partners should be pitching for controllers that, hey, not just they're cheap, but they're also different. And not just different, but they're different for each different partner who is pitching to the prospective customer. How did you make that happen? That is the most critical element for any entrepreneur who is trying to build a partnership, right? Because he cannot just rely on one partner. He has to rely on multiple partners. So when he has to rely on multiple partners, he should be able to offer multiple value propositions to all these partners. How did you come about that?
No, in my view, I think it's impossible to create a different kind of a value proposition for different with the same product offering. Right? It's going to be trying to build a company based on a partnership. Probably may not be the right strategy. My view is go the other way.
Okay.
Build a great product, great differentiated service. Yesterday, Sri made a simple statement. When we asked him, how did you become such a big, he said, if you have a good product, he told in an entrepreneurial language, if you have a good product, it will go all over the world, just like that, right? So all entrepreneurs should focus on only one thing, and only one thing is build something great, build something differentiated, build something. Cost is not a parameter at all. When it comes to enterprise space, no one takes a decision because it's cheap. Everyone looks at only quality. If the quality is good, price is flipped across. That's what our customers say. Look, you give us amazing quality of service, you're flexible, and you're more agile, your organization is customer centric. But at the same time, you would also slip in a price. Just like that, a good price. This is what is my comment from one of my biggest partners that we built with. We said that that's our DNA, right? We believe in adding value
right.
to our customers, and it doesn't mean that we give superior quality of service that we want to demand higher prices, because even at lower prices we are extremely profitable, so we are good. That's how. So
also, when you lower the prices, I don't think you're building the moat for the others to not compete with you. And Sridhar, I know that partnership is what has given you the accelerated, growth, the higher brand awareness. Is definitely increased your revenue, right? And as you rightly said, you are in multiple countries, which means it has given you the presence in various new markets and verticals, which any startup would die to, right? Any new entrepreneur says that I want to be a global company, I want to grow like this, right? But like in a marriage, right? How you choose your prospective spouse, I think choosing a partnership, right, for your growth, who will enable you to grow, is very, very important. Now, I think that one of the critical element is in that selecting the partnership. And I think we do need to ask these questions like, are they ready? Are they able? That means, are they competently fit to sell your product or market your product? Do you have those similar values between you both, right? So how did you select your first partner? How did you identify these 4 or 5 qualities in a partner?
Frankly speaking, when we are talking about Fortune 50 companies as your partners, there's no choice. You've got to adapt to their style, because if they take you along and if you are not able to deliver, they will lose 100 times or even more times value. It's a huge risk that these companies have to take on you, to take a bet on you. So when you approach them for partnership, first of all, you are not going to be entertained at all. And if your product is good, very good, and you're differentiated and you're making sense, they may give you a small chance, some opportunity somewhere, which would probably, you may end up making a loss, which is my case, by the way. That's exactly what has happened in one of our biggest partnerships that we have done with one of the Fortune 50 companies. It took us, first 3 deals were absolutely loss-making deals. But I said that, let's win their trust. Let's solve their impossible problems, right? Where every one of their other, partners said, no, they will not be able to do it. We picked up those. Basically, we picked up absolute garbage in the beginning. Whatever came, we took it in our way because we knew that once they start working with us, once they taste the success with us, once they see the quality of service as well as the product and the people, how committed they are, once they see that, it will start trickling. Then your reputation within that company grows. These companies have thousands of people. So everyone has to say yes for you to be accepted and for them to take a bet on you, make plans with you, right? Then slowly that the talk about you, that you're a good partner, starts developing in that company. Then,
but Sridhar, you are a Lilliput and they're a Goliath, right?
Exactly.
And what is the guarantee that they're not going to crush you? Like, see, you have discovered their pain point. You have solved to your best of your ability. Because you have discovered that is your growth driver, right? If you can solve their problem, that becomes your growth driver, right? Yep. But from a company point of view, this Goliath, now I know what he has done. I might as well crush him, right? How do you escape that pitfall? I mean, how do you protect your IP while enabling this particular partnership?
Faith, or trust, right? There are always, we face accidents. We trust people and they betray us. But when you are dealing with very, very large brands, they're all built upon fundamental values. Otherwise, they would never become so big. Impossible, right? So the fear of that, they're going to crush me, cheat me. No, they would leave me. They would take away my business if I'm not continuously adding value to them. Very clear. Absolutely zero free lunch, right? So as long as you're confident that you are doing something that it's not easy to replicate. It's not easy to replicate, trust me. Once you do something, put fundamental.
Can someone check on Sridhar?
Business with you, but somehow over a period of a couple of years, you build that trust. It's the same thing for any other party to enter into that space, and then your product is differentiated. For example, when we said we will work with these partners, we said we will work with them in tier 2 countries,
right?
And we went and established in about 25 countries. Now, is it possible to replace this infrastructure? Can they do it on their own? It'll cost them maybe twice. Do they have another partner who's equally reliable, who's delivered so many things and flexible? And why would they look for it? Also, right? When you are in
what you are saying is that no startup should be afraid or be fearful of the fact that some large corporation is going to kill them, as long as they're delivering value to the enterprise where they are working, and they have figured out what is that unique value proposition they are delivering to the business, and where they figured out that those are their growth values, and the value system is already in sync because of the fact that these companies have become so big because they do have a fundamental value system, and you need to get into that, right? Have you?
I know I work with at least 30 of the Fortune 100.
Correct.
I haven't seen one company which has no strong fundamental values, not even one.
Fantastic. So when you're working with these kind of companies, have you set any goals or commitments between each other? Hey, this is what I'm going to deliver. This is what I'm committed to. This is what my goal. What is your goal? What is your commitment towards me? When do you start the discussion, or how do you start the discussion? What is the most appropriate way of doing it?
No, for me, it took every relationship. We built at least 7, 8 very large relationships out of all. And every relationship, serious discussions only started after 3 years.
3 years?
Yes.
Wow.
After 3 years, after doing several deals, and never fail. Something, if we have to invest double, we have to invest and we'll deliver, right? We'll take losses. We took losses on most of the partnerships in the first 1-2 years. We have to take a hit or not make any money, right? But after that, they see that the whole organization needs to know you, not 1-2 persons, right? In large organizations, everyone needs to know you. Everyone needs to like you.
Right.
There has to be fundamental value proposition. So that it takes a long time, because massive organizations, they're not going to take they put their name, their tag with you unless they see you for at least a couple of years.
How does the so I understand that you're saying that family must like you in this marriage, right? It is not just the spouse; the entire family has to like you. Yeah. But you are also saying that you have to absorb those losses for the first 2 years, right?
I'm not saying this was my situation.
Right. But I mean,
I'm not saying that. I mean, you could be lucky. I mean, but the point is that they will work with you only if they're. I mean, in the beginning, they'll only work with you unless they have no choice. Let me be frank here, right?
Right. I mean, there's something which they are not able to do.
Yeah. That's how this relationship starts. Otherwise, they will never come to you.
Correct.
So, I mean, and then you prove yourself. You over a period of at least a couple of years. For example, this company that we are working with, we worked with them in India for about 3 years, and Indian management and Asia Pac management was sold on us, right? They would want to take us global. So that's when we end up in the headquarters then we should become a global partner.
Right.
Went there. First, it was a outright rejection. Number one. Number two, then the APAC management said, no, we need this partner, and this partner has delivered already 8 different projects with us, and we must have them. And they are the ones who are going to solve all our problems, and we deliver our numbers if we have them. They went with the force. Then they said, okay, fine, we'll look at them. And then the whole series of audits starts. For them, also, it's such a big decision.
Right.
I had to go and spend in their headquarters with my whole team for 3-4 days. After they took a decision, okay, fine, grudgingly, said, okay, fine, we'll make them a global partner. I mean, who are their other partners? IBMs, the Accentures are their other partners, right? Imagine if you have to get to that level. It's a big decision for them.
Correct.
So they would sit with us, their whole management team sits with us in their own global headquarters for 3 days, walks us through, each and every aspect of it. I mean, they will grill me in terms of what are my HR policies to, what do I think, financial status to, the quality and the technology and the processes and so on and so forth. And it took us about 8-9 months to go through that and say, okay, we'll become a partner. Then they made us an APAC partner, and then took one more year for them to say, yes, okay, fine, we'll work with you globally.
That makes sense. So they've enabled your introductions, right? They've enabled you to go become successful, or they facilitated the introductions, right? But how does the entire sales support and the account management, which is very, very critical in this kind of a partnership models, right? So how does that sales support and account management work? Who handles that?
No, I mean, you have to do it. I mean, if you're an entrepreneur, I've done it personally. I traveled all over, and I traveled the whole continent and met, after becoming the partner, every country is its own empire, right? And then go to each and every country, meet the local management team, and take them out to a session of a workshop with about 20-30 people. Then I would conduct the workshop and walk them through what we do, how we have done in other regions. Then they get the confidence, and then they start working with us. Then it's initially first 1.5 year I did that. After that, I have got one guy who took it on, and he's not a sales guy. He was working with me in corporate planning and strategy, management guy. I put in there. And then another couple of people, that's it.
So you would embed yourself into the partner sales team, help them understand the product, help them, you create a workshops for them. So you're like a train the trainer kind of a model, and then you have gone with them for the sales cycle, along with them for their customers, and to see how you can do that. Did I get that right?
Absolutely. You need to leverage their sales and marketing engines and pre-sales engines, and they will work with you if you have a product. That's what we are trying to do at the TiE.
Correct.
So this initiative. So now our alliance team is large. We have about 10 people in the just the alliances,
right?
Just the relationship and all over the world. So these are all very senior vice president levels, and only relationships can be done by only those kind of people. All of them have worked for this summit, all of them, and pulled in all their contacts of the industry. They brought about 70 of such large corporations to our summit. So that it took me years to get these appointments in the beginning. It took me like 5-6 years to get there, and that's what our startups today have, on a platter with them.
Yeah, so you're giving them the opportunity to interact with them on the platter, given them what you have gone through, the lessons which anything which pitfall point of view. See, everything what we just discussed seemed to be extremely rosy, extremely optimistic, right? Are there any gotchas? Are there any challenges which the entrepreneurs have to watch out for? What are this thing, right?
No, sometimes they don't yield any result. You spend 2-3 years, you don't get anything, right? And you need to be prepared for.
So that is the biggest downfall which you would look, right?
Yes, there will be. I mean, if you have tried 10 relationships, 2-3 would work.
Right.
Don't work, or many will work, but not, scaling up. So that's how it is. I mean, it's the same for us in data center business, right? I mean, we were talking about Cloud4C in the relationship. Even in the data center business, is the same. In the data center business, we work with Fortune 10 companies.
Right.
Almost 50% of our revenue comes from Fortune 10 companies. They are even more.
Right. So I heard recently, Sridhar, that there is a different model in the channel partnership or the growth via partnerships, is where you go invest a certain amount of money on their sales force. Let's say, for example, a particular sales guy is costing $100,000 for your partner company. Probably you will pick up a ticket of $25,000 or $30,000. And then you work with that company and you work with that team little bit more deeper, right, than at a suboptimal level, just to say. Is there something which you have tried out, or is that something which you experimented with?
No, we kind of discussed that. We never did that. But let me tell you, I mean, it is common, it's prevalent that this happens. But this also only happens only after the relationship is fully built.
So fully baked. So only after the relationship is fully baked. So that means you have to wait for the 2-3 year period in the horizon. You have to get it, get to know the entire family. Then probably you can say, Sasurji, मैं भी कुछ आपको लिए contribute करूँगा. That is the, I guess what I'm thinking of.
But that's not a big deal. I mean, no one cares about that, right? It happens between large corporations. Sometimes they say, okay, fine, I'll sponsor 20 people to you. Yeah, I've seen it happen between the large corporations. But as a startup, if you're going, no one expects that because that's not what they're looking for. They're not looking for funding of their sales teams at all. They want when they work with you because you have something that they don't have. That's the only reason why they will work.
So if I have to take one takeaway from this, you are saying that concentrate on the product, right? You offer something to your potential partners where they cannot refuse to work with, and don't be afraid whether they're a Goliath or whatever. They're not there to get you, but actually they are there to help you grow. Is that what I'm hearing from the man who has built a $100 million ARR in less than 5 years?
Absolutely. At least that's what has been my experience. And even though some of the companies are very strong, I mean, they have a very strong, forceful, powerful culture. Even those people, who are very cost conscious, those kind of companies, even those people know, they realize that if the partner is not profitable,
right,
you're running a huge risk.
Absolutely, yeah.
So all my partners, the big companies, will continuously watch my health as well.
Right.
Because you're running under, it's a massive risk for them. Right? So
absolutely. Yeah.
We have no choice but to take care of you. I mean, you can't bleed and work for a large company. That will never happen for a long run, right? So eventually they'll take care of it. I mean, it has to fall in place, right? If your product is good, yeah. Otherwise, the more they give you, the more bigger danger they will be.
So because your number of partnerships are low, right? I mean, you were saying 60 major partnerships. Your ticket size is huge. How friendly are you? I mean, how close do you get to know them? How socially do you know them? Or do you have a line which you are drawn between them?
No, actually, they will invest their time to get to know you. Surprisingly,
they will.
In this case, yes. They would not only come to our offices, spend time with us, they would take us out for a drinks or a dinner and build those relationships.
So they know that Sridhar is a quirky guy who just one day decided to go to Himalayas and they understand that, okay, this is the guy who I want to do business with. They understood that.
They will make sure that they know you fully well. They'll make sure.
Okay.
Yes, some companies' policies say, look, I mean, you can't spend more than $30 on a meal. Some are okay, relaxed about it. Some say, okay, I'll pay myself, you pay yourself. I've seen all kinds of relationships, but all of them will make sure that they know their partners very well. Once they start investing their time, that's when you know that there is something, going to happen. Everyone spends time with you, spends a lot of time with you actually. And not only with you or your team, they'll come to your places, spend days with your teams. Without doing that, they will not place bets.
And since whoever is managing this session have not pinged me that we are out of time or whatever, I'm going to take you another question which is out of context but still related to the partnerships. is this one of the reasons where you have a pet peeve that you did not build enough partnerships with people like me or other TiE members when organizing the TGS, where you found little quirks and little challenges?
No, let me be honest. Building, working for TiE Global Summit is a completely new learning experience for me. TiE is my first voluntary experience, voluntary organization management experience, right? Every one of you are all entrepreneurs, leaders, strong mind. They're used to doing their own way. Here I am, and I'm a taskmaster. I envision things, come up with unconventional ideas completely. If one thing that is, common DNA with me is that I'm totally unconventional. And I would have big, audacious dreams, but no dream is without action plan. And my teams know that now. Now I go and say, look, I'll give you one example. 6 months ago, I took all the employees on call. We have now over 2,000 employees. I said 70%, 80% of them are tech engineers. And I told all of them that, look, in the next 5 to 6 years, your whole jobs are going to be automated. You like it or not, that's going to happen. If not 5, 10, but we will do it. We will automate what we are doing right now in less than 3 years. Less than 3 years. We started it.
Correct. But you also build partnership with your employees so that you are taking them along into different roles and all that stuff, right?
Absolutely. People grow with me, definitely.
Correct.
It's not easy being with me, but at the same time, their intellectual thing is always challenged, and they grow much faster than the industry. Definitely, at least twice the speed of the industry. That is a given for the people.
So I did get a red flag from the host, but Sridhar, it's lovely chatting with you and a lot of insights. And for me also, I thought I will be a little nastier, but looking at you and looking what you have accomplished and with your opening statement, I couldn't be nastier. And it is what I learned from you is that don't look into short-term partnerships. You don't look for a shortcut within the partnership. You have to invest in your partnership, and the partnership will take 2 to 3 years. That is your pitfall, or that is a gotcha. You might lose money, but eventually, especially if you are going after the right partnerships, the big ones, the Goliaths, they will take you. So another important lesson which I'm taking away is that look for the partners who have grown with value system. And if they have grown, that means they have a certain value in their DNA. Look for that value and see if that value matches with your value, and go with that value is what I got from the conversation, Sridhar. Thank you so very much for chatting with me. It is always a pleasure, and can't wait for you to come back to Hyderabad so that we can share a single malt. Thank you.
Look forward.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Fantastic, chatting in front of all of you. Wherever you are, take it easy. Enjoy the rest of the TiE Global Summit.
next is another fireside chat, and this fireside chat is amongst the representatives of two companies whose products we use every single day, and they've become like an integral part of our life. The first speaker is Aparna Bawa. She is COO Zoom. Aparna brings expertise in building operations and infrastructure for rapidly growing technology countries. Sorry? Okay, I thought there was somebody talking. Sorry. Aparna brings expertise in building operations and infrastructure for rapidly growing technology companies. Before Zoom, she was Senior VP, General Counsel for Magento Commerce. Joining her in conversation is Purnima Kochikar. She is Vice President, Play Partnerships, Google Play. Purnima Kochikar is Vice President of Play Partnerships at Google Play, where she oversees all aspects of the app ecosystem, including strategy, operations, partnership management, technical, and growth consulting. So over to you, ladies, and we have some handsome gentlemen also in the room. So I will request you to introduce them.
Thank you, Akriti. Good morning, everybody. I am so sorry that technology is one of those things that doesn't always work as the way we want it, and so I find myself, being connected on audio today. Good morning, Aparna. I was on good evening, everyone, wherever you are. I have been excited to talk to you, and so let's kick off with getting to know you. Obviously you have an illustrious career and are helming a very exciting company right now. But where did this journey start? Who is Aparna Bawa?
Where did this journey start? That's a really good question. Sometimes you ask yourself that, every day. I come from a family of chameleon tech aficionados, I guess. All my I have lots of uncles, father, etc., engineering backgrounds, but also, have a lot of strong women in our family with engineering backgrounds and business backgrounds. I was sort of the black sheep of the family. I decided to pursue a career in law early on, but I've always been drawn to technology companies. It's exciting, moves fast. Much faster than your typical sort of corporate industry in typical sort of large industry verticals. And it's been an amazing, career, I would say. For me, my career hasn't taken a very traditional route, but I think that's because as conservative as I can be sometimes on risk-taking, I can also be sort of risk-prone, I guess, and want to try new things. And so throughout my career, I have put myself in uncomfortable positions, I would say, and that would be sort of the biggest advice I would give students or people early in their career. You don't move very quickly unless you put yourself in a little bit of discomfort. Growth is not easy; it's always challenging, and sometimes you have to figure that out the hard way. But no, I find myself at Zoom. One of the reasons I came to Zoom actually is we were, a couple of my previous employers prior to Zoom, we were beta customers or then full-on customers of Zoom. And I would find myself, if you live in California in the Bay Area, you know that there are two major highways that are the arteries for the entire region. One is the 101 and one is the 280. And I would find myself, in the middle of rush hour traffic with my two kids in the car seat in the background, picking someone up from daycare, dropping someone else here, and getting meeting requests in the middle of rush hour, and worried that I was going to hit the car in front of me on the 101. If you know 101 traffic, you understand what I'm talking about. And Zoom was just so simple. And even I would wonder, like, is there another video conferencing play here, or are we done with WebEx and Skype for Business, etc.? But as a customer, I would hit the link in the car, and then that would be it. It would take it away. So, I knew that there was a value proposition here. I used to joke that it saved my life on the 101. And when I met the team, what was really interesting to me was the level of genuineness in the management team. I mean, this is a team that really cares, and it starts from our founder, Eric, who is just a wonderful person. I don't think there's a person I've met who doesn't say, I just love that guy. The most genuine, kind, very sharp, but also sees the human element. And I think it's an attractive place to be.
That's fantastic. Lots of, shows why you have supercharged your career. You gave a ton of great advice in that very first answer. Go against the grain, follow your passion, respond to technology that truly simplifies life and work for great people. Fantastic advice. So shifting gears a little bit, you're at Zoom. 2020 happens. Leadership in regular times is hard. And 2020 saw you guys in hyper growth, perhaps some headwinds, and truly, making an impact on the world. What is it like to lead in uncertain times?
I would love to say it's wonderful. We have it all figured out, and I wake up in the morning, have my coffee, and the day is just perfect. No, it's not. I would say April was crazy, insane. A couple things on how to approach it. One thing that I've learned, through life is that, problems can be opportunities. They don't always present themselves in neat packages with bows and ribbons tied up. And your reaction to them is almost as important, if not more important, than the problem itself. And how you respond matters. What I have found, so lots of companies have value statements or, rules or principles that they live by. At Zoom, we have a set of operating principles. Number one, we tend to focus on keeping, as Eric would say, keeping everything open and transparent. It's a big tagline. Number two, we deeply care. I mean, that's what, it's on my virtual background. We care, and how we manifest that caring is we really focus on delivering happiness to all of our constituencies, from our customers, our employees, stakeholders, etc. If you, during times of crisis or during times of tremendous change, and I think, during the pandemic, Zoom experienced all of this, focusing on those values and consistently leading with those values in mind is very important. And I'd like to say that I don't think the particular values that Zoom has are a must-have sort of formula. I don't think that that's the answer. I think lots of different companies can have different values. I know companies in the Valley say, okay, we have a fundamental belief that everyone is good. Okay, well, that's a great sort of underpinning or a principle to run your company with. But if you don't consistently go back to that in everything you do, then it is hard to manage it. It is hard to have a common vision, a mission, and a common sort of roadmap to get through whatever situation you're facing. The other thing I would say is, again, growth is really tough. People look at Zoom on the outside and think, oh my goodness, you guys have done, you have succeeded. What the pandemic was great for you guys. Fundamentally, our people are going through the same thing that the rest of the world is going through. We're in the middle of a pandemic too. And, we have a tremendous amount of stress on the employee base. We have situations where employees, our spouse, the spouse that is sitting at Zoom, maybe, is working, extremely long hours. It's been pedal to the metal for all of our employee base, I would say. And maybe a spouse is out of work. The kids are at home. The grandmother is, by herself and can't be, you can't go see them because of the pandemic, etc. Our employees have those, issues as well. How do you respond to a crisis, a pandemic, where it is such an honor and a privilege and an obligation to serve, when you have a product that actually provides human connection and you feel like it's your obligation to provide it? How do you do that in the context of, increasing stress on your own population? It's tough. And I think, again, the only thing I can say that has worked for us is just going back to those principles. And if you start with those principles that you all agree upon and try to consistently apply them every time, it's the only way to execute on that shared vision.
And that's fantastic. Usually when people think about headwinds, they don't think about growth. That can also be a headwind. Thank you for that. Obviously, you're sitting in front of one of your core values and principles of we care. And we are, in the audience are leaders from all over Asia. I know that's a region that is important for you and a region where you have been investing quite a bit. Can you talk about Zoom's connection to Asia?
I can definitely do that. We have been focusing quite a bit on the APAC region and India specifically. I mean, I will, given the audience and given that it's TiE, let me focus a little bit more on India. First we have two data centers, co-located data centers within India in Mumbai and Hyderabad. We also have an office, which is largely go-to-market facing in Mumbai. And over this period, we have increased our presence tremendously. And I expect that we will, over the next couple of years, we will probably triple or more that presence in Mumbai. We recently also announced a tech R&D center in Bangalore. Now, obviously, it's the pandemic and nobody's sort of going into businesses and working from a business if they can avoid it. But the intention is to build out a presence in Bangalore and really draw from all across the subcontinent. Why would we do that? Well, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, India is such an important hub for the region. And, we would be remiss as we look for growth opportunities across the world. It is one of our top priorities. It is a, sort of a country where most multinationals want to do business and want to, connect to their employees, partners, customers, et cetera. And we want to be that connective tissue that does that. I would say, secondly, the Indian market itself is massive. You have, multi-billion people with that are very tech savvy, that are curious about new technology, want to have a human connection, care about their fellow human being. It's a great market opportunity for us, frankly, selfishly speaking. The other thing I would say is the tech talent there. I don't need to talk about it. It's amazing. They're all here probably on this, listening to this meeting. And we, the hunt for talent is the never-ending quest. You cannot get enough really good technology talent or R&D talent, and that is part of the mission for us as well. So it's a no-brainer. We see our usage in the region also growing significantly. I think over the course of the pandemic, between sort of January and I would say April, our free subscriber base, expanded over 60 times. Our paid subscriber base expanded over 4 times. So we've seen tremendous growth. We really see India as a growth opportunity, and Asia in general includes a lot of technology savvy early adopters that we're hoping will see the benefits of Zoom.
That's fantastic. That is a very good, lead in to my next question. It looks like we are now syncing up. So Zoom has been the connective tissue in a highly isolated world. And in my role as well, I've seen the adoption curves completely compress, and people who would never use technology, in my case mobile, your case video conferencing, adopt it. And you give an amazing stat, 60x is mind-blowing. As you see those use cases and you see what has happened, what has inspired you? What has surprised you about the adoption of technology?
We at Zoom were focused, I would say December, January, squarely, consistently with what the mission of the company was before then, focused on workplace collaboration. And yes, we had a freemium model, but the idea is that, okay, if you get viral adoption in large enterprises from the inside, because it's such an easy to use service, eventually there will be a pull, a demand, within entities that might be used to just sort of, consolidating their suppliers, et cetera, to say, okay, this is a provider that really provides value to our employee base. So we were really focused on sort of, workplace collaboration as a use case. I think what's the most surprising to me is how individuals, consumers across the globe have utilized Zoom and seen a benefit from Zoom such that they build it into their lives. I think for us, we turned on free services for K through 12 schools. We now have about 125,000 schools using our free services, powering education across the globe and providing some continuity and normalcy to kids in the learning setting across the globe, which is fantastic. I think when that hit the United States is when, we saw a tremendous change in the public perception. I remember getting calls from my kids' friends' mothers and fathers saying, "Oh my gosh, finally I know what you do. And I know what this company Zoom is all about." And then the use cases just took off. So, I think our challenge, what surprised me is we now find ourselves as an enterprise play and a consumer play, but on the same platform. And that brings its own challenges and wonders, I would say. It's two different audiences and two different requirements, and and we're a SaaS platform, so it's not like we're highly customized or anything like that. So it's challenging, but it's also amazing at the same time, and it's a privilege, but also an obligation at the same time. So you find yourself put in this paradox that you have to address, and it's very interesting and surprising.
That's wonderful. So shifting gears and getting to know you as a person, you crafted a wonderful and I think challenging visual of being stuck in traffic on 101. I can relate. Two kids in the back seat, I can't relate. I don't have kids, but I totally get the complexities of getting on a call while you're doing all of these things. As a woman leader, juggling a lot of things, a technology leader in this hyper-growth company, how do you balance things? How do you take care of yourself? What should leaders do in times like this?
Well, I start with the premise that I don't think that there is balance. Balance implies some sort of perfect equilibrium, which doesn't really work in the real world for me anyway. And so I don't, this eternal quest for work-life balance, I don't try to achieve it. I would say I focus more on prioritization, and there are certain times when certain things are priorities, and there are certain times when they aren't. And so I would give you a couple of examples. I think when my kids were in preschool or in sort of early elementary, I would feel bad because I wasn't making cookies and I wasn't maybe volunteering as much in the classroom as I would like. And then I sort of realized that I can do other things, and I can, there's a time and a place for everything, and you have to kind of figure out for yourself and not look to the outside world for validation as to what's appropriate for your family and your unit. And so I think I was able to compartmentalize well enough to not have the mommy guilt, I would say, and still have very fulfilling and loving relationships with my children and my family. And I think that's so important. Sometimes I think we put judgments on ourselves based on the outside world. And am I perfect at it? Absolutely not. I'm constantly judging myself. But I think having that self-awareness just to stop and say, why does this matter? And who does it matter to? And does it matter to me or my unit is really important. You have to ask those questions. It's interesting, everybody has their own threshold. Everybody functions in their own unique way and needs different things in order to relax or produce their best or make them have the ability to fall asleep at night and stay asleep. And I think spending some time to figure that out for yourself is time very well spent. That's probably how I have managed so far. I also agree with Sheryl Sandberg when she says, pick your partner in life well. I mean, my husband is incredibly supportive. It helps. But, not everybody's in that type of situation. There are a lot of single mothers out there with multiple jobs, a lot of single fathers out there, with also multiple jobs. And, some people don't have the luxury to have the help or, the support system, the family around them that can take some of the burden off. So I think it sort of depends on your own particular situation. The only thing I would say is spend some time thinking about what's important for you and prioritize. If you don't prioritize, then the pressure of solving every issue will just consume you alive.
Very, very well said. Final question. What does Aparna do for fun? What is your indulgence?
Yeah. Oh, well, we love to eat good food. So if it's good food, any cuisine, any type, we're down. I think we've got to even, my kids are foodies as well. I think my older son can eat us out of house and home. We've gone to a sushi restaurant and, $100 later, only one child has eaten. But we have to be a little careful. So that it's funny. We do, I was joking, I was telling Vish that, my last name is Bawa, but I'm Tamilian, Iyengar. And, everybody jokes that, the good solid Tambram Iyengar family, you have to eat well. We definitely have that down. And I love to read. I don't get a lot of pleasure reading time. We love to hang out as a family. I have to say, the pandemic, as awful as it is, it will actually bring families closer together, I think, in the long run. I mean, how often, I don't think you ever get an opportunity to be in lockdown with your family and your kids. And even if they're at homeschool or, in online school, they're physically present and, they can pop in and say hello. And at Zoom, we welcome the kids popping in. We'll be in a very serious meeting and someone's, child will come in and say, Mommy, I need to play. And we'll all pause and everybody will start talking to the child. And it's really fun. So it brings in the human element of interaction. But how, those little micro moments bring you all closer together. And we've been focusing on that. We've been playing a lot of Monopoly lately. A lot of, there's a game. Okay, here's a suggestion. There's a game Werewolf. It's on Amazon. It's fabulous for, being in lockdown with a bunch of different people, adults and children alike. So, doing a lot of that.
That is wonderful. I think we are at the end of our time. So wonderful to talk to you. A quick recap so that others can. You said nothing, maybe your next career step doesn't matter if it doesn't make you a little uncomfortable. So pursue something that's uncomfortable. At a crisis or in hypergrowth, focus on your values. And remember, there's a human side to it. Even a company that's doing fantastically, the people need to be focused on. Prioritize, but more importantly, ask why it matters to you, not some socially defined approach of what you should be doing at any given point in time as a mother, a professional, whoever it might be. And then finally, totally enjoy the micro moments. And I'm totally with your son. Sushi is the way to go. It's my favorite food as well. So, when all things fail, sushi gives happiness. Thank you so much for making time in the middle of all that's going on at Zoom to share your journey and to give these wonderful pieces of advice for everyone who's listening.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for TiE. For all that you do in bringing entrepreneurs all across the world together. So thank you so much for having me.
Wonderful. Back to you, Akriti.
Thank you, Aparna and Purnima. Awesome. Congratulations. Bye.
Thank you so much, ladies. You were fabulous. And we can totally relate when you say that there are kids popping in and popping out. It is happening with all of us. But it's a welcome change.
All right.
chat session on parallel entrepreneur. And in conversation, we have Jyoti Bansal, CEO and co-founder Harness, talking with Vish Mishra. He's the venture capitalist, board director, and advisor. Jyoti Bansal is a Silicon Valley technology entrepreneur. He founded AppDynamics in April 2008 and went on to serve as its CEO until 2015, when he became the company's chief strategist and chairman. Mr. Vish Mishra, on the other hand, is a Silicon Valley veteran for 40 years. Vish is a venture capitalist with Clearstone Venture Partners, with notable portfolio companies like PayPal, now known as eBay, Rubycoin Project, BillDesk, SupplyFrame, User Testing, The Hive, and The Fabric. Welcome, gentlemen. We are looking forward for the session.
Thank you, Akriti.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the generous introduction. It really is a distinct honor and pleasure for me to have a chat with this young man. Okay, I mean, this young man is, I think he's a role model and aspiration to the whole world, all the youth all over, not just in India, but all over the world. I mean, what he has accomplished in such a short span of, of his career is truly remarkable. So, Jyoti, I'd like you to, and of course, and the road was always not easy. We just want people to know. So, Jyoti, can you just tell us, how did your journey start? And just tell us that. Tell us that. Tell us the AppDynamics story and your journey. Thank you.
Sure. My journey. Maybe I'll start from the beginning. I grew up in Rajasthan, in one of the smaller cities in Rajasthan. Went to IIT Delhi to study engineering. Like in most kids growing up in India, that's what in middle class families. That's what how you want to make it, become engineers and doctors, and I did similar kind of thing. But after I did that, as a graduating from IIT, to me I just was fascinated by startups and entrepreneurship. I thought that's really you can create amazing new things, and it's just everything exciting that's happening around that, innovation that can happen, big change you can make. And so my obsession or passion about entrepreneurship, that's when I said Silicon Valley is the place to go. And this was 20 years ago now, and India's startup ecosystem wasn't as good and as strong at that time. I probably, if I was doing that today, I probably might not have. But at that time, Silicon Valley was a place to go, and I came here. But when you come here, I think the one thing that was a bit of a shock to me was if you are here on a normal kind of immigrant work visa, etc., you really can't start companies. You're not allowed to start startups and companies. So you have to wait until you are you get a green card or you're ready to from an immigration perspective. So I had to wait a few years, but as I was working in startups, learning things, etc. But to me, solving problems is what most startups start with, right? So there's some problem you encounter in your life, and you are like, someone has to solve this problem much better. And it might be in your current job, it might be in your personal life, it might be somewhere else. That's how someone would say, Facebook getting started when Zuckerberg would be that you need to have a network for people to interact, in kids in college, and that's became Facebook. So everything starts like that, right? So my passion, I'm a software engineer, and many times comes from problems that I would face as software engineer myself, right? So one of the big problems that I always faced was that things go wrong in software, things go slow, things don't work, and things go, and you can have a complete major website or a complete major app, having an outage or slowdown, and it's very hard to figure out what's happening when that happens. So I started AppDynamics to try to solve the problem that the whole world is going to run on software. We talk about it software eating the world, software changing the world, all of that. But if that's the case, software is going to run the entire world, whether it's airlines or insurance or telcos or trains to everything that we do in our life, software has to work, and if it doesn't work, things go wrong, right? So that's why I started AppDynamics, to try to build a product and a solution to address it. entrepreneurship on outside, when someone gets successful, looks easy, but it's there's a lot of hurdles and challenges that you have to look at. Like in AppDynamics was a successful company for me, but there was a lot of challenges. For the first 20-25 investors I pitched to, this I know, like this doesn't make any sense. This is a small idea. You're a young person in your 20s. You don't know what to do. You don't have management experience. All sort of things, and that but you just have to keep going through it. Right? You have to persist through it. If you believe in something, you persist in it. Right? In a reasonable way, you adapt and adjust. You think of like why people are not interested and why they think it's a stupid idea, and maybe there's something good, maybe something right about why they think of that, and you still adjust and adapt with it, but you persist through it. So yeah, it was a bunch of struggle for me in the beginning, like when I started AppDynamics 2008 or so. And in getting in the first, you are a venture capitalist, so but getting the first check was quite hard. And once you do that, then it really comes to now how you execute on it. Right? And execution, what I have learned in my journey as a startup CEO, startup founder, is you got to take execution one step at a time. Like every startup, like when we sold the companies, we were about to go public on Nasdaq. We were worth about $4 billion, and but it was a 9-year journey to do that. And 9-year journey was multiple steps there, and you have to take that one milestone, one step really, and work towards it. Because if you think, otherwise it gets too complex and unmanageable. Right? So you want to have like a long-term goal and vision and dream that you want to shoot for, but you break into smaller things. Right? So and every step has its own challenges and hardships, and in my experience, you almost always fail the first time in everything, and then you learn from it and adapt and adapt and adapt. But instead of failing the whole journey, you want to just fail at that one milestone and then redo that, so you still are on the path of the journey, right? So that's how I look at it. Like you overcome all of these different kind of challenges.
So Jyoti, I mean, that's just amazing story. But again, just to put this in perspective, a 9-year journey, your first check, if you can tell the amount of the check that you got the money and your exit, we all know that you exited almost like at $4 billion. So in 9 years, from a very small amount to 4 billion. So how can you relate to that acceleration that you got?
Yeah, no, it is definitely, it's the first check was $5 million from investors that I had from two
How much
investors.
was it?
$5 million.
$5 million. From
Yeah.
5 million to 4 million. There you go. Okay.
Yes. So it's yes, it is it's a steep journey, and startups, as hard to but I personally always take a lot of pride in not that we made a lot of money for our investors, but our employees. Our employees, we had, when AppDynamics was sold, we had about close to 400 employees in AppDynamics who made more than $1 million. So it's a life impacting change for 400 of our employees that happened. So we always looked at that is and when I look back and I look at yes, we created a lot of value and it was a successful company and there's a lot of things we achieved out of it. But the thing that I take, and I still get notes from people from former employees or current employees, hey, we just my wife and I, we just bought our first house because of the the AppDynamics stock money we get. We put our down payment with that. I find that the most fulfilling part of it. We did, it's all the work you do in startups. It's that makes it worth it.
Yeah, that's awesome. From 400 millionaires you produced, just the people, just on the employee base alone. Of course, the investors and of course the customers benefit immensely from your work. And this is what the entrepreneurship is all about. Okay, you create wealth not for yourself but for everybody else, and you do greater good. So now, so with that journey, so can you describe the moment, because you were about to go public with AppDynamics, and 24 hours later you sold the company. So was there disappointment? Was some people were disappointed and some people were happy? Can you talk about that? What was that 24 hours like?
Yeah, it was a roller coaster for sure. So we were about to go public on Nasdaq, and we have. So one thing we did was from California to you go to New York and ring the bell when you go IPO, and that's like a big tradition and big ceremony, and like the moment of pride, you are ringing the opening bell on Nasdaq. Right? So we had all of that planned, and our plan was that we'll take the first 50 employees of AppDynamics, to Nasdaq to do that with us. So, and most of the first 50 employees are engineers who never really wear a suit, or they don't even have a suit, they're in weddings here and there. And most of them were like, they got a special suit tailored to go to Nasdaq and the IPO ringing bell ceremony, and they were all, so most of them were there. And we had this, like, just, 2 days before the IPO, we had the offer from Cisco that that instead of going IPO, would you sell the company to us? And we said no to the first offer because we said, no, we are on the path of IPO, well set, everything. Then they made a second offer, which was much higher, and we said no to that as well. And then they made a third offer, which was even higher. And at that point, it was the right thing and made sense to take that. So yes, it was like, and so when I called all the people over there who were already in New York, hey, we are not doing IPO, we are selling the company, come, you got to fly back. People were really disappointed because people were ready to do part two, like enjoy the journey and celebrate that, everything, right? So even though it was a great outcome, it's always bittersweet. Like when you sell, it's almost like, when you build a business and you build a company and you sell it to someone else. Yes, it's a great outcome, but it is a bittersweet moment. Like it takes time. But one thing we did as part of that deal with Cisco, then we said Cisco has a lot of influence on Nasdaq. They are a big, company in the public stock market there, right? So we made a deal with them, like, if once the acquisition closes, can we still go and ring the bell there? Can you arrange that? And they did arrange that. And, so the same 50 people, we did go to Nasdaq, 3 months later, and we did ring the bell and hit that same celebration.
That was just awesome. I know, it is you talking about the human, the heart and mind, the decision making, those were the most, the difficult times, but also it was the end result was such a joy, such a happiness. So, well, congratulations. Okay, now, so 9 years later, you have this exit, but, you said, okay, all right, well, I'm not going to, just, rest, take it easy, go retire, go in the mountains, and do things a lot of people do. So you got super busy. So you are running now 3 companies. You started in a span of the last 3 years, one venture company and VC fund and 2, operating companies. And of course, then you also have, because, you got a 2-year-old, toddler in the house. So how do you juggle all these priorities? You basically are running, 4 companies, your household and the 3 businesses. So how is that like? Talk about that.
Yeah, a good question. When I sold my first company, my first reaction was to retire and go on a beach. And I actually tried that because I thought that's like, I made more money than, we could ever consume in our, lifetimes in any ways, right? So those parts are like not the primary driver on what you do, right? So actually I tried to retire. We traveled around the world and just do nothing and relax. But at some point it became clear after 6 months that I'm not ready for that. Like I still like to do things, and it's not just the financial motive anymore. This is what I enjoy. Like this is exactly, I should be doing this all my life because I enjoy doing this. Building companies, building startups, helping other founders, other startups. Right? So I looked at doing 2 things. One is like, I still like to build companies and I want to solve problems that I'm excited about. So let me do that. And at the same time, I also want to help other founders and other startups and other, and maybe share my experiences, invest in them, all of that. So that's how it ended up. So I started my first company out. So I started a lab. It's called Big Labs, where I experiment with ideas that I'm excited about. And if some experiments look really, really promising, where I think it could be a $1 billion company, I spin them out. So I've spun 2 companies out of my lab, and it might be these 2 might be the only ones now, because these 2 are doing really well. So my hands are more than full. So the first company that came out is the company Harness, and Harness was about still, focused on software developers and making it very easy for how do you make changes to software and how do you streamline the processes of that your entire that every company in the world can have as good software engineering systems as a Google or Facebook or Amazon or Microsoft or those kind of companies have. So that's the goal that we're building. And the company is doing quite well. We have about 300 employees, growing really rapidly among the among the, I would say, fastest growing startups in our stage in enterprise software. And then early this year, I launched my second company. It's called Traceable. And Traceable is about solving problems in cybersecurity at the next level, which is about a lot of the new cybersecurity challenges and hacks that are happening, like where the hackers are coming in and attacking. They are happening at the code level, where they are like people are protecting their networks and with firewalls and all that. But now you can attack the APIs and the code, and that's I started this company to how can we secure all the code in the world? Like you have trillions and trillions of lines in the code, then of code in the world can we secure? So you will see a pattern, like the companies I start are very geeky for many people. But to me it's that's what it might be geeky for a lot of people, but that's what I'm passionate about. Those are the problems that interest me and I'm passionate about. So I'm solving those problems. And so that's what makes it easy, that the problems that I'm solving are the problems I want to solve, irrespective of our business becomes very successful or not. So if you do that and you do all the right things about your business, you can build successful businesses, right? So that's really allows me to balance it. And then the third thing that I started was my venture fund. It's called Unusual Ventures, with and I co-founded with a very, very experienced venture partner, investor. And it's a $400 million fund. We are investing in early stage companies. But a big focus there is also a bit mission driven. The mission there is not just invest and make money. The mission there is how can we really, really help very early stage founders. So we have put in up, we call it like a full service fund, where we bring in a lot of operating people in our company who can really help early stage first time founders to become very good in building startups and building companies. Sort of things like why organizations like TiE were formed, like how do you foster entrepreneurship and how do you teach young entrepreneurs to that. We are doing that as a venture capital firm on there, and so that's why it's called Unusual Venture. It's a very unusual way of doing venture capital. But that's a. But everything, all of these have a bit of like let's say a bit of a passion and vision in addition to the financial business element of it. That makes it easy when when you go through as like everything has ups and downs and there is no smooth straight line. So it just makes it easy when you have a down, right? Because you're doing it for something that you care about, right? And yes, I have my a 2-year-old at home, and that's probably the most exciting startup out of everything right now. It's a startup as well, like it's a of a human being, of human life, right? So you gotta balance your time in managing properly. The way I do that is, the most important thing is to bring the right people. That's the only way you can scale and manage your time. So you have to bring really, really good people to take on a lot of responsibility from you. People who you can trust, people who are are very capable, people who are who are as who are driven and hungry. So that when people ask me what's the secret of how do you manage your 3 companies now, or to me it all comes down to bringing the best people and kind of get them aligned towards the mission and the passion. If they don't have the same mission and passion, they won't put in their heart and soul into it as well. And that's how you go about it.
So, Jyoti, I mean, that's just awesome. A lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of founders who are out there listening to this story, there's always this challenge. A lot of founders, they just want to do everything, run everything, entrepreneurs, even though they bring talent in the company. I mean, there are issues. But you're such an enlightened, man. I'm just totally in awe that how you have developed this wisdom at such a young age, and then you have brought talent into the company, and but how does that really work? I mean, still you got four companies. Okay, there's conflict because you're running a venture fund, Unusual Ventures. By the way, I love the name, Unusual Ventures. Okay, you are an unusual man, so this is Unusual is a very fitting name for the company. But you are in the venture business. But then the other 2 companies are operating companies. You're really doing, and there's a lot of conflict. A lot of entrepreneurs, they don't make good VCs, and a lot of VCs, they also don't make good entrepreneurs. So how do you manage this conflict, and of course then the family life? So can you talk a little bit more?
That's a good question. So I think of myself as entrepreneur first and VC second. If I have to put myself in the conflict situation ever, I think of like, I'm really good as an entrepreneur. So, but, there are people who are much better than me as a VC. So and you have to be able to accept that. So my co-founder in the venture fund, he's a very accomplished, experienced VC. He has been in the Forbes Midas list multiple times and everything. So, it's again, that's the important part, like, having someone very experienced and good as an investor like that allows, me to get the right balance between and you also have to be humble about it. Like, if you're not really good at something yet, you got to be humble about it and surround yourself and bring people who are much better than you about something. So my belief always is that, like, the way you scale is you try to bring people who are much better than you. And it's really, it's hard to find, and convince them to come and, like, be part of, a journey together in some ways. But that's the secret of it. So, how I balance being an entrepreneur, operating entrepreneur, and, and being a VC is also making sure, like, that there is enough of, like, a strong venture experience, and those are the people who are really driving it. Right, so that's definitely element of it. So I think a lot of it comes down to, like, focusing on what is important and where do you make impact. I feel, I'll tell you, like, one of the biggest lessons I've learned, and and it's very ironic, like, people ask me, how do you manage your time? Tell them I manage my time by not multitasking. And people are like, what are you talking about? You're running 3 things, and so you have to multitask all the time. And that is the thing, like, I used to completely multitask. Like, I would not be, like, like in any conversation when my phone wasn't out and I wasn't, like, doing, multiple emails or chats or whatever at the same time. Like, so you have, like, 3 things going on in your head at the same time. I just don't do that. And it allows me to scale much better now, like, where if you have 30 minutes for something, you have 30 minutes for that something. You focus on it, you make progress, you get that done. Then you focus on 30 minutes on something else, or an hour, or whatever it is for something else, instead of trying to, like, multitask at every minute, because that just reduces your productivity and what a human brain can really handle.
Great. So that's wonderful. So you bring the people who are talented. Sorry, did we lose it?
No, you see it.
Okay. So you brought the people who are talented with you, and you trust them completely, and that's how the business is running. Now tell me, this is the last question. Where is now Jyoti headed? I mean, you're still young. You have long life in front of you. So can you talk about a little bit that, and that will be the last question.
Sure, a good question. Like, when when my first company was sold, I was in the 6-month period of trying to figure out, okay, what do I do next, right? And I figured out that there are 3 things I'm passionate about. One is, building companies and operating companies, and I like it. That's like just like almost like, you like playing cricket, you like playing cricket. So I like being, building companies and competing in the market, and that's right. Second is, I want to help other founders and entrepreneurs, in US and India and everywhere. So that was the genesis of Unusual Venture. So that's really my second passion. And, right now I balance the 2. My third passion that I actually really also I'm very keen and was very excited about was philanthropy and helping, for the causes that there are some causes I would really love to help, and being very deeply involved in. I did realize that I cannot actually do a good job, because if I wanted to do it, but even, wanted to do like the right kind of job for the third part, and I realized I cannot do all 3. So I said, okay, for the next 10-15 years, I'll focus on the first 2, and and then after that, maybe I can take the third passion around philanthropy, which I really honestly put that on hold. But I do think that would be at some point, is a passion that I'll be taking on in a significant way.
That's so awesome. Again, congratulations on your outstanding success and all the noble goal that you set for yourself. Wonderful. You are such a role model to both young and old, and everyone in between alike. Thank you very much, Jyoti.
Thank you, Vish.
Okay, bye-bye. See you soon. Okay, bye.
Next up is a fireside chat, exploring US-India ties in a new era. In conversation is strategic thinker and executive coach with over 3 decades of experience, now working towards transforming social impact space, Mr. Vivek Verma, founder Upsurge Global and senior advisor of Telangana State Innovation Cell. He is going to be in conversation with our guest, Dr. Mukesh Aghi, President and CEO at US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Dr. Aghi has extensive experience working with business and government leaders in US and India to promote trade and strengthen ties between the two countries. He also currently serves as the trustee of Claremont Graduate University. Welcome, Mr. Mukesh and Mr. Vivek. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Akriti, for the wonderful introduction. And good morning, Mukesh. Wonderful to catch up with you yet again. And I'm sure, as always, we will enjoy the next 30 minutes of conversation with you. It's always a wonderful experience to have that with you. But just to continue on and let the audience know a little bit more about you before I get into the conversation with you, in addition to being the president and the CEO of the United States India Strategic Partnership Forum, or USISPF, as it is more popularly known, he has also served as the chief executive and member on the board of L&T Infotech, where he expanded the business on a global level. And during his time at Steria Incorporated, Dr. Aghi served as the chairman and CEO of the Asia Pacific region. Additionally, he has been the founding CEO of Universitas 21 Global. And many of us may know the wonderful work that they did. And this was the world's largest consortium of research-led universities and global leaders in providing postgraduate online education. He was also the president of IBM India for the IBM Corporation and spent time working with Ariba Incorporated and ID Edward company. He holds several degrees, including an advanced management diploma from the Harvard Business School, a PhD in international relations from Claremont Graduate University, an MBA in international marketing, and the list can go on. You know, as a fluent speaker in many international languages, Dr. Aghi was recognized by Esquire magazine as a global leader and has won many awards over the course of his professional career, including the JRD Tata Leadership Award. And that's not all. In his free time, and I don't know how he finds that, but in his free time, he does a major marathon and mountaineering enthusiasm. He has competed in over 27, mind you, 27 international marathons and climbed some of the highest peaks in North America and Europe. And we will later get to understand from him where does he find the time and where does he find the energy, but that's also something he's done. So thank you very much, Mukesh, for joining us today and chatting with us about what is going to happen, because we consider you to be an authority on the bilateral relationships in general, and I think specifically between US and in India. And we want to spend some time to get our audience to understand your perspective, because I think we are at a very crucial juncture and we want to understand the future. So it'll be great learning from you. And with that, let me start a conversation with you. You know, and when we start that conversation, let's start with the start and with a question that's playing on a lot of people's mind, you know, with the whole transition happening now. What, in your view, has been the 2020 year and what has it done for the ties? How do you see the whole relationship changing between the two countries, given the way we dealt with and reacted to the whole pandemic over the last 9 or 10 months?
Vivek, I'm delighted and honored to be on this fireside discussion with you. Thank you for the kind introduction. When you look at 2020, while the world has been influenced by the COVID issue, you have to understand the relationship between India and the US are definitely been driven on the COVID side, but I think it has also been driven a lot on the rise of China. And you have to understand that the stress factor, which has gone deeper and wider between US and China, also has impacted India from that perspective. So both countries have realized that geopolitically we are more aligned on this issue. And India also realizes very, very clearly that China will not tolerate the rise of India as a regional power, as an economic power, and so it will do everything to make sure that India stays embroiled in internal issues in some way or some fashion, if nothing else, create a border tension. So I think when I look at 2020, the alignment between India and the US have become much more clearer, much more directional. And I think we have signed 4 agreements between India and US from a defense perspective. The Quad, which is Australia, Japan, US, and India, have become much more formidable. And what we are promoting is that the Quad, from a geopolitical perspective, should also percolate on the economic side. So 2020 is not just about COVID, it's about India-US relationship strengthening further and deeper.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And like I said, it's always very good to get a perspective because you understand this space and you've been working in this space for the last, over 2 decades now. So it's a wonderful thing to get your perspective on that. And coming to this whole transition and the whole new administration taking over, where do you see this changing in the whole, you mentioned briefly about the geopolitical situation, the Indo-Pacific, the India-US, the Quad nations, the China rise. So this raises a question in a lot of people's mind that how would you think the Biden-Harris administration will deal with the China problem? What are the similarities or differences that you're likely to see in the near next few years?
Well, you have to understand, on one issue in the US, there's a bipartisan positioning, and that is check on China. When I say check on China, for the last 30 years, China has leveraged and basically played and manipulated the international rules of the World Trade Organization, leverage on IP, force US companies to go in joint partnership with the local companies in China and transfer the IP and then create their own organization. So today, US has almost over $550 billion annual trade deficit with China. And so there is a bipartisan approach that regardless of Trump or Biden administration, they will take a much more harder approach with China. The question is the approach itself. While Trump administration was very transactional, focused on putting tariff, we believe that Biden administration will take a very multilateral, a coalition-based approach, where it will try to get countries like Europeans, the Asian countries together, and try to build a bloc to China's ambitions to rule the world itself. So I think there'll be the style will be different, but the substance will be the same, that you have to stand up to China. And I think that's where India can play a very, very strong pivotal role. In the sense that, for example, India supplies roughly 40% of the generic drugs to United States. And 70% of the API of those generic drugs comes from China into India. In the case of ibuprofen, others 100%. So how do you basically de-risk that supply chain on healthcare? So there's a close partnership happening between India and the United States to de-risk that, because you don't want to be dependent on China on API as those drugs come into United States. It's the same scenario on 5G. India, US are working together very closely to de-risk Huawei, not only just with India, but around the world also. So a lot of those secure IoTs and other environments are not risked with the Chinese technology. So I think there'll be a much more cohesive teamwork between India and the US and other allies to deal with China rather than transactional approach itself.
Thank you. Thank you for that perspective. And just to kind of continue that conversation with you, given the fact that both India and the US are not part of the regional comprehensive economic partnership, what role do you think that as a body can play to really manage this entire geopolitical situation with the rise in China. Do you think the RCEP can play any role in this?
Well, I think it was a right decision by government of India not to join RCEP.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I say that is India already has over $50 billion trade deficit with China, in favor of China. And when you look at the local Indian manufacturing environment, today 60% of the electronic manufacturing components come from China. And if you are going to basically build a local manufacturing environment, then you have to find a way to make sure that the local industry is competitive. Don't be protective, but at the same time, make sure that you give them enough runway so they can compete in a global environment. So I think first is the approach was right. I believe that Biden administration will revive TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And I think India has to look at that very seriously to join that. But more important, why not look at your geopolitical alignment in the Quad, which is the Japan, Australia, US, and India, and create a bubble or your own RCEP between the four countries, which is much more manageable. Explore that. If you're aligned geopolitically, then you also can be aligned economically. So I believe there is some substance to explore that and build that partnership and keep on moving. You have to understand, today India needs capital from the US, it needs technology from the US. Japan has a substantial abundance of cheap capital, is looking for infrastructure investment. India provides that opportunity. Australia is an innovation hub. It needs size of the market. India plays that. So I think there is a win-win scenario for all four geographies of all four countries while they cooperate on the defense side to look at explore on the economic side. So to answer your question, yes, RCEP was the right decision not to join, but I think India needs to make a bold move to explore a quad, the economic quad between the four countries.
And I hope not just the entrepreneurs, maybe some powers who are also listening will take some advice from you and really move in that direction. Now, coming more closer to the new administration taking office in the US, what do you think would be the priorities, or what do you think will be the immediate things that need to get addressed in the US-India relationship? And how do you see the whole convergence of interests between the US and India in the commercial partnerships and in other spaces over the next 4 years?
So the way we see it is the priority for Biden administration will be number one, the healthcare. How do you basically provide the population from the COVID environment? You have roughly 15 million people who have gone through the COVID infection. That's one. You have over 260,000 dead. And what we are seeing is a number rising around 1,500 to 2,000 on a daily basis. So health is going to be the priority. And Biden administration has committed that they will bring in roughly 100 million vaccines in the first 100 days of his administration. And India is the largest producer of vaccine in the world. When you look at Serum Institute, can make roughly 1.5 billion vaccines a year. And I think so there is a potential to collaborate, definitely collaboration on the PPP side also. So I think there can be a very strong collaboration between India and the US, not only just on the healthcare, but also on the other aspect of drugs itself. So that's one area of collaboration which we see happening. On the economic front will be the second priority for this administration. When I say, because you have a large number of people who are unemployed, while there will be stimulus package, you have to create jobs, you have to create demand, you have to create supply. So we see that happening. And I believe India, US can play a very pivotal role in both areas. The Indian startup scene, where you have some very brilliant ideas coming out, are moving into the US. And that's where we have at USISP have created a platform to get these startups to penetrate into the US market. You have a lot of funding coming in from the US into India for these startups. And so I think the potential to collaborate is tremendous. When you look at on the student exchange, today we have roughly 200,000 plus students studying in the US, you can take that up to a much, much higher level. You can also explore further on H-1B as to how do you basically increase that, because it does meet the demand of US corporation. They're looking for shortages of supply workers. On the technology side, India can provide and fill that gap itself. So I think the potentials are tremendous when you look at immediately, and we expect Biden administration to leverage that and move forward.
Fantastic. I think that is a good positive sign. But Mukesh, and while we look at all of these positive things, I think India and US have also been mired in this whole trade disputes. So there seems to be also some hope of a mini deal. But the fundamental disagreements on everything from price control, state-owned enterprises to intellectual property, visas, data regulation. So what do you think about these? Are these going to stay? How are these going to change, and what difference will all of these make to the relationship between India and the US?
I don't think trade disputes have an impact on the overall alignment between the two countries. You will always have disagreement on the trade side. If you look at between Canada and the US, the largest trading partners, there are always constant battles going on in the WTO on these disputes. I think both sides are mature enough to understand, accept it, and deal with it. When you look at on the, we had issues initially on the medical devices, price control. They found a solution to that. There was issues on import of dairy products into India. They found a solution to that. I believe there's enough maturity on both sides. They will find solutions. New issues will come, but you have to understand that trade is a job creator between both countries. US is supplying a lot of defense equipment to India. US is supplying a lot of energy to India, whereas India is supplying a lot of other goods, IT services to the US. So I believe that you will find solutions to that. I'll give you a classic example. GSP was dropped. And when you look at last 6 months, the fastest growing export to US is goods which were part of GSP category. Even being after dropped also, they've been growing fast. So I think there is a demand for Indian goods into the US beside IT services, and Indian companies will find ways, manners to be able to export that further. Yes, it'll be good to have GSP restored, but I strongly believe that regardless of GSP or no GSP, India's export to US will continue to go up.
So that's also a very positive note, and for people to know that I think there is a very high hope of these things changing and really moving at a rapid pace in the positive direction. With that, I'd like to move gears a little, and you've been someone who's been known to advocate a lot of people to people and culture playing a very, very important role in any relationship getting created. So in your view, what do you see the role of this people-to-people ties between US and India, and how does that affect the entire strategic relationship the two countries will have?
Well, we are two democracies, and we have same value systems. We understand the political process. We understand opposition and respect that. We understand issues and respecting others' opinion. Our common language is English, and we have roughly 4.5 million Indian Americans in the US. On a per capita basis, the highest minority income earning group, and also the highest contributor to political process. When you look at the current administration coming in, you have a vice president-elect who is of Indian heritage. You have other cabinet members who are coming with the same background. When you go lower into the middle and senior government, more and more Indian Americans are playing a very pivotal role into the administration, be it Democratic Party or the Republican Party. So I believe that the people-to-people engagement is very, very strong. And there's no what I call as Indian ghettos. Indians tend to assimilate into the environment. When you look at the Fortune 500 companies, in the top 50 CEOs, you'll find a large number of Indian Americans. So you have 200,000 Indian American students or Indian students in the US, and a lot of them go back to India and they become goodwill ambassadors towards the US. So I think the people-to-people connect is strong. It gets stronger day by day as more and more trade takes place, more and more students come in. And I strongly believe as time goes by, this will be the pillar of strength between the two countries. While you have issues on trade and others keep on coming back, the people-to-people connect will get stronger and deeper as time goes by.
And I'm sure that will play a role in the shape of the future between the two countries as we go along. So thank you once again for that perspective. You know, and coming to the pandemic, and I think this pandemic in the last many months has meant that a lot of countries and businesses have had to pivot, change their, strategic direction. But at the same time, it exposed us to the whole weakness of the global supply chains. How have you been looking at this in terms of business? How have you, in your own organization, in your own institution, been running and leading these businesses during these times of change? Especially when the face-to-face interactions are very difficult, and when it comes to relationships, that plays a very, very important role. So how have you been leading US ISPF and various other organizations that you are involved at a leadership level through this crisis?
We have adopted, just like the rest of the world, on technology. You have to understand the COVID forced everybody to get on this platform of Zoom and others and start communicating. And you realize that you don't have to travel so much in this environment. You can be much more effective, efficient in a virtual environment. What we're also seeing is the workforce have been working for the last 9 months in a virtual environment. The question you have to ask is how permanent this is going to be, and at what level. While companies will start saying, hey, listen, we will have less and less real estate and offices and people who work from home, you also have to understand the younger generation, we are seeing a set of fatigue setting in because they also need that social interaction. They need that water cooler discussion with a colleague or coffee discussion itself. So I think you will see a pent-up demand for that coming in as things get settled down and people start taking more and more vaccine. You'll see an upsurge of face-to-face meetings taking place initially itself. But I think what is critical is what we see also is there's a permanence that 100% of the people don't have to be in the office. So you will see more and more leveraging on the virtual environment. So you will see a shift taking place all across the world where people will do more and more engagement, transactions, communication virtually rather than face-to-face. And that will drive efficiency of corporates all across the world.
That brings me, Mukesh, to a question, and I talked about it when I was introducing you, that you are someone who I consider a fitness freak, with the marathons, with the mountain climbs that you keep doing. So where do you draw your energy from? What motivates you? Where does your strength come from to do all of this wonderful work you do in the professional arena, and then you still find the time to run and climb mountains, as if you're not climbing enough mountains in the relationship building that you're doing?
No, I think we have to understand, mountain climbing is all about having preparation, goals, and when you are climbing, if the environment shifts, the weather shifts, snow comes in, you have to learn how to back off to manage the risk and decide you're going to climb it on another day. It trains you for that. Same thing with marathon. I mean, say you are running 26 miles, and there are times your body does not want to go forward, or there are times when your body says, listen, I just can't. And that's where the willpower comes in, and you keep on pushing. So life is all about trying to train, prepare, and deal with unexpected, and learn how to pull back in time when you think it's not the right thing to do, and then come back with much more vigor and energy and try to move forward. So I think there is a correlation between building a relationship between two nations, just like trying to climb a mountain or just like trying to run a marathon. And I think that has prepared us to deal with the unexpected. Yes, we have a COVID situation, but you're still able to get out and go for your training on a daily basis. And I would say out there it's less crowded for time being. Yes, you put on a mask, you deal with it, but I think the outdoor training prepares you for this mountain of building a relationship.
Fantastic. And so beautifully do you correlate between the two. And now we know why you're able to do both so successfully, because you see so much similarity between the two. And before we end the conversation today, Mukesh, and with you, like I said at the beginning, we can go on and on a conversation because you're like an encyclopedia that I can learn from, and I'm sure a lot of other people here can learn from. But I'd like to ask you a last question before we let you go, that what would be your advice to a lot of entrepreneurs who are in the room today about the changing scenario of this bilateral relationship, and what should they be focusing on in this new era?
Well, I think I've done quite a few startups. I've taken 2 IPO, and I've sold 1, failed in 2. And one thing I have learned is managing expectation. Mm-hmm. That's important. Also, it's important that you have a set of beliefs and values as you build that organization. And one of the key things I keep on telling the companies who are coming to the US with their value proposition, with their technology, with their platform, that if you can survive and succeed in the US environment, then you can succeed anywhere in the world. So it is important as you explore other geographies, as you explore beyond India, look at the US, because there you have abundance of capital, but there's all abundance of competition. And if your value proposition does not meet the expectation, then I think you will have to deal with it, change the I call the values of the organization to compete. And so I think do test the US market and leverage that, because it is open, but it's very challenging. So my only advice would be is if you're going to grow up in the Indian environment, make sure that you have your organization tentacles in the US environment to be able to compete effectively and efficiently.
Fantastic. So it offers an opportunity, and it also gives you a place to test and make sure that you have all it takes to survive. So I hope that advice is taken by the entrepreneurs listening to us. And thank you very much, Mukesh, for giving us so much insights. And I think, the whole geopolitical situation that you talked about, and how we need to look at the whole partnership in the face of the changing relationships. And it's not just restricted to 1 or 2 countries. I think various factors are going to play a role, whether it is the RCEP or whether it is the Quad, and how do we kind of play a game there. The whole situation around healthcare, defense, and how energy, IT are going to really play a critical role between the 2 countries. And any entrepreneur who's playing a role in these places, I'm sure some of this will be music to your ears, that, it's only going to further get enhanced and give us a lot more in the time to come. And Mukesh, what I am taking away from this this conversation with you, and maybe some more people who are listening to us, is the whole philosophy where you compared the running and the mountaineering with the work that we do, especially in the entrepreneurship space, which is about training, which is about preparing, and then really being prepared to pull back when you are faced with an adversity which you can't. You have to push yourself, but there comes a time when you need to pull back and then come back a little later. And I think that's an important lesson that you brought from the fitness area, and how you apply that in the work. And I'm sure many of us can benefit from that learning from you. So thank you very much, Mukesh, for joining us today. And I'm sure a lot of the entrepreneurs listening to you at the TiE Global Summit would have taken some key lessons and will kind of take it forward. And We really appreciate you joining us to share your insights and your wisdom on this very, very important topic on the bilateral relationships between US and India in the new era.
Thank you. Thank you, Vivek, for having me. I wish you all the best and stay safe, and we'll be in touch then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mukesh. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day ahead.
Up next is the story of a passionate entrepreneur. In conversation in this fireside chat, we have Vivek Verma once again, the founder of Upsurge Global and senior advisor at Telangana State Innovation Center, and he will be in conversation with Sheila Murthy. She's a lawyer, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, perhaps best known as founder and president of Owings Mills, Maryland-based Murthy law firm, which has been ranked as one of the world's leading US immigration law firms. So Sheila, welcome to the forum, and Mr. Vivek, over to you.
Thank you very much, Akriti, for the wonderful words, and wonderful to see you once again, Sheila, and I'm sure just like the other people who are listening to us, I am going to enjoy the conversation with you over the next 30 minutes and learn a lot from the pearls of wisdom we'll get from you. But before that, just to add to what Akriti spoke about you, I just want to add, for the benefit of our audience, a little bit more about you. So after Sheila's education at Harvard, she actually started practice a while ago and worked in a major law firm in New York City. And in May 1994, she left her employment to start the immigration law firm, the Law Office of Sheila Murthy. And then it went on. In 1999, she became very actively involved with the American Immigration Lawyers Association, or ILA, and has then taken several leadership positions in that organization over the last few years. In 2001, she and her husband started the Murthy Nayak Foundation to channel their financial resources into socially transformative projects designed to improve the lives of women, children, immigrants in India and the US. She is today going to be talking to us about entrepreneurship as a whole, but I'm actually going to use this conversation in the backdrop of a book that she recently published, which is called Being Sheila. The whole life journey of the immigration lawyer and aspiring and established entrepreneurs can get a whole lot of inspiration and motivation by reading this book, as I did, and get extremely interesting life journeys or life learnings from the journey of Sheila Murthy. As an entrepreneur, along with establishing one of the largest leading US immigration firm, she has also built a reputation for being a successful, professional, philanthropist, immigrant, and a woman of color. So let's start the conversation with Sheila. And like I said, Sheila, I'm going to use the backdrop of your book to quote some things, but essentially take some lessons from what you have kind of worked over the last few years. So
Sounds good. Thank you, Vivek.
Thank you
for
very much,
that
Sheila.
introduction. And just to clarify, the book was in fact published by HarperCollins very, very recently. It's just been released.
Fantastic. And I'm sure a lot of people will want to get their hands on the book after we have this conversation today and enjoy what you've written there.
And it's a biography. It's a biography based on a series of interviews. I was starting to work on the autobiography memoir, which of course, being a speaker and a talker more than a writer, it never took off. So the biographer got involved to help make the project happen.
Fantastic. So let's start with the book, Sheila. So what is with the timing of the book? What prompted you now? You've been doing this work for 25 years. So why now?
Well, so the law firm celebrated its 25th anniversary last year in May of 2019. Mm-hmm. And so we discussed and decided that, it's a beautiful time frame, a quarter of a century of devoting my life with my dream, my vision, my entrepreneurial journey, how to, motivate and get your team to buy into the vision and mission, and just share some beautiful stories of lives that we have been so blessed and fortunate to have had the opportunity to impact in deep and meaningful ways.
Fantastic. And I think, it will serve in the current scheme of things all around us in the world. I'm sure it will serve a phenomenal purpose to inspire many people, because, when you talk about difficulties, what you would have faced, and I think all of us are facing difficulty that none of us ever imagined if anyone was asked a year ago. So I'm sure there will be lots of learnings we will all get from the book as we can get our hands on it. But if I was to move from there to look at getting some practical advice for entrepreneurs, because a lot of time people tend to attribute success to luck. Sometimes they even rationalize that it's all about luck. But you have in your book throughout talked about that, how you seize chances, moot court, meeting the chief ministers, various examples you have talked about within your book, where you constantly make things happen and you pave the way for further success. So what is your whole view on this luck versus making things happen?
Sure. Well, I think it's also culturally different. I think Indians talk about luck more than in America. America, it's you grab the bull by the horn and sort of run with it, charge with it, right? And so, to some extent, there's an element of luck in the family we are born in, or of course, in India, we use the word karma. But to me, that's the accident of birth, luck, karma, whatever, but it's something we don't consciously control. Mm-hmm. But anything on earth that I can consciously control, I try to take control of it. If I'm an opportunist in the sense, in a positive way, that if something happens, I am going to use that opportunity. So as soon as I heard about the moot court competitions in law school, I decided, of course, I was going to participate. And the first year I went, within 2 weeks later, when we were doing the competition, when I came third All India, I said, without even knowing what this means, if I could come third All India, for sure next year I'm coming first All India, without a doubt. Mm-hmm. So again, it was the determination, and then, trying to get the funding, and then proceeding with, trying to push to get admission to Harvard Law School. And then, of course, working in the major law firms, starting my own law firm. For me, it's all been a very conscious effort. But of course, I've had people who have loved me, protected me, helped me, guided me, mentored me, and been there, because none of us stands alone. We all stand tall on the shoulders of others.
Yeah.
And I'm very blessed to have, of course, my husband Vasan Nayak, good friends, family, and my team at the Murthy Law Firm who's really been part of the reason for our success.
Fantastic. And I think that's an important lesson for all of us to learn, so while we may continue to have this conversation about karma, luck, but I think, like you rightly said, it is about taking the opportunities. It is about seizing that and saying that I will do what I need to do and make a difference. And I think you have demonstrated that in your life, and you've articulated that beautifully in the book. Now, continuing with that, I think you also talk about in a week in 1998, 4 years into your firm, when 3 out of the 4 paralegals you had, they all quit all at once. And in some of the interviews, you actually then talked about that this incident actually made you eat humble pie and introspect. So I would like to kind of reflect on that and then share with us what should the entrepreneurs do when they need to really introspect early and self-correct, so that they are not really stressing out team members to the point of making them quit. So they're just too busy. What would you say from your experience going back to 1998 as an advice to entrepreneurs?
So I think what makes us good entrepreneurs, every single person who's listening to this is either a member of TiE DC, TiE Global, different chapters, IT Serve, you're all technology owners and entrepreneurs. What makes you so good in your work is your ability to have a goal or a vision and to go after it almost like a missile. Now, that same quality that can make you very good at starting and taking off and doing things can be like the kiss of death when it comes to dealing with touchy-feely things like emotions or employees or their problems or their situation. And so here I was working, 10, 15, 18-hour days, 7 days a week. And if someone was like, I'm having a problem or I can't do this, I would be like, what's your problem? Roll up your sleeves, get onto the band, jump on the bandwagon, and let's, serve our clients, do the work. So the focus on the goal is very good and very important to start a venture. But if you know you are not touchy-feely and have some of those qualities, then hire those in your team. Whether it's an HR person, whether it's your spouse, whether it's friends, whether it's your other members of your leadership team who are more caring and touchy and feely, who will be there for employees to listen to. And so, yes, when in the first couple of years of my starting my law firm, it was shocking because I thought everybody would obviously buy into my vision and my dream of helping people, of changing lives, of making their American dream come true in this great nation on earth, the United States of America. But I had failed in 2 ways. One was fail to share the vision and mission with each new employee that joined the firm so that I could get their 100% buy-in so that they could see the purpose and the passion of the work. Why am I getting up and coming to work every morning? If we don't share it, the fault is ours, not the employee's fault. And second, to actually be a human being. We're not machines. What makes us good entrepreneurs, creative and goal-oriented and successful is we don't make excuses. We just go after the goal. But that same quality can be a very, very big minus point for us. So having around us people that balance us and can give us that focus, I think is very critical for the long-term stability and success and growth of the organization.
Thank you very much for sharing that, and that takes courage to be vulnerable and to share, that these are lessons you learned and you learned them the hard way. And I'm sure some of us can listen to this and hopefully learn and maybe not make the same mistakes. And I think balance, like you rightly said, is a very, very important aspect to bring. Sometimes you can do it yourself, and if you can't, then bring that externally through team and all of that. You also talk about in your book, Sheila, that the only regret in your life you had was that you did not get the time to spend enough time with your father, as you were frequently traveling and you would have liked a lot more, but you never got that chance. How does one learn to live without regrets? And I'm sure that thought would keep coming back to you. And then there are lots of theories that keep roaming around in our minds. So how do you deal with this whole thing about regret, not letting that impact your decisions for future? And what can entrepreneurs learn from that? Yeah.
Sure, sure. Look, all of us have made mistakes. And the way I look at it is every mistake is a wonderful opportunity for us to learn, to grow, to become stronger, and hopefully not make that exact same mistake again. Because if we don't learn from our failures and our mistakes, then there's no other better teaching tool on the face of this earth. With respect to regrets, I think regret is a strong word, Vivek. I would say, sometimes you wish or you hope, could I have, should I have, would I have spent more time? But I also know that if I'd spent more time, my father himself would often say, after a couple of weeks, each person gets back into our own rhythm of life. He likes to go play. He used to love to go and play his rummy and have, his scotch in the evening with his friends. And if I'm there, then he would feel that he has to be around just to be with me because I'm coming from all the way from America to India. So sometimes even the last visit when I saw him, and I was there 2 months before he passed away, when I just went to visit and spend a couple of weeks. He said to me, even if you stay with me 6 months, Sheila, 1 week before you leave, I'm going to start feeling sad. So it doesn't matter. You have to live your life. Whatever time we spend with each other is wonderful and valuable and meaningful. And so do I have regrets? I don't have regrets, because if I had a regret, then that is my cosmic, my spiritual energy that I'm wasting rather than using it to empower and uplift me to learn. I am letting it deplete me. We can never let any experience in our life deplete us. Every knock in life, every failure, every knock in our life, every wrong thing that happens to us is an incredible opportunity for us to learn, grow, become stronger and better as human beings, and as business owners, as entrepreneurs, and just as spiritual beings. I know it's often been said that human beings are not just, we're not just human beings, we're not just we're not just human beings going through a spiritual experience, but we are spiritual beings going through the human experience. And so every opportunity, every relationship, whether it is our parents, our children, our siblings, they're all people who are there to help evolve our souls and make us better as human beings. Even the world's best entrepreneur, billionaires, multi-billionaires, the world's richest person, if your soul and in your heart you're not content and happy, all of that is like tinsel, it's paper, it's meaningless.
I couldn't agree more with you. As long as you kind of learn and move forward, I think that's the key, rather than regret that and kind of let that impact the way you look at it. Coming to another aspect, though things are changing now over the last few weeks, but you did talk about the unequivocal view that you had about the current or the passing old administration and the impact it's had on immigration and how the policies have been interpreted. So with the new change that is happening, recently Joe Biden in one of his speech said America is back. What does this mean for the whole US immigration? What damage has been done? How is that going to change in the coming days?
So I tell people all the time, irrespective of the political party or which person you may have voted for in the United States of America, the fact is that the last 4 years, from 2017 through, January 2017 through January 2021, has been a really difficult and rough time for immigrants and for immigration in the United States. However, as we just spoke a minute ago, Vivek, all opportunities and challenges and failures are great opportunities to learn, grow, and become stronger and better. And so with Biden, one of the points that Biden made, even when he was standing for elections and then won both the elections and the Electoral College at this point, was his statement that I am going to reverse all of the anti-immigration policies that have been set up. Mm-hmm. I am going to bring America back. I'm going to recognize the importance of business and business immigration, employment, and families being together. In fact, the person he has selected, Alexandro Mayorkas, was the head of the USCIS in the Obama administration. He himself is an immigrant actually from Cuba. He's the first Latino and the first immigrant to become the head of the US Department of Homeland Security, which is the largest agency in the US federal government with 23 agencies within the US Department of Homeland Security. So we're very excited because we see hope. We see hope for immigrants. We see hope for immigration. We see hope for entrepreneurs and business people. We see hope and opportunities for companies that are hiring foreign nationals, not because we are doing something to help immigrants against Americans. In fact, the exact opposite. Research has shown over and over and over again that each H-1B actually helps to create more jobs for Americans. Each H-1 hiring an H-1B can actually improve the US economy. Even the H-4 EAD issue, it's so important because any disadvantage was so minuscule in comparison to the huge benefit and the number of job creation, and especially because there is still a huge vacuum, if you will, of a shortage of skilled workers in STEM fields, the science, technology, engineering, and math fields. And until and unless we either have enough in the United States, we will have to rely on foreign workers. And even Alan Greenspan, way back, 10, 15, 20 years ago, said, immigration is the one pill that is going to solve America's problem with respect to shortage of skilled workers. And we keep investing more and more. The Department of Labor invests more to encourage people to join STEM fields, but the demand far outpaces the supply. And it's proof because look at it, majority of the people that are listening right now are probably engineers, and you are in high demand. You are the brains behind the country. And I often talk about how, my father was an engineer also, that one of his disappointments was the fact that he always wanted his children, of course, like 9 out of 10 parents, especially 35 years ago, your child has to be a doctor or an engineer, right? I understand it's the same even today after 35 years. And when I said, I'm going to fight for justice, the rights of underprivileged, for the downtrodden, for the poorest of the poor. I will give a voice to the poorest person, to the person who's too meek to speak. His answer always was like, oh, why do you have to do it? Let somebody else do that. You become a doctor and engineer like your two sisters are doing. You should do this. You should. Yeah. And finally, I think out of sheer exasperation, he gave up. And then when I got into Harvard and then, of course, started my firm and became known nationally and internationally, he said, it was my ignorance and my foolishness that I didn't think that anybody could survive and make a good living and be happy and find their passion and their purpose in life. By doing what they love to do and making such an impact. And I said, no, I know you did it because you loved me, Dad. You didn't do it because you wanted to prevent me from living my dream. So I think for all of you who are parents out there, don't fall into the typical tunnel vision of forcing your child to do what you want them to do, but let the child blossom into where the true potential of the child lies. Because that will make that person a world leader in what they do, because they have a deep-rooted desire to change and improve the world.
Passion, connect, I think that's where it will make a phenomenal difference. That brings me to an interesting point, while I know you wanted to pursue and you did, but if I was to ask you that if you were not to be a lawyer, what would have been the choice for a profession for you? And I think you have, through the book, talked about the ability for you to be able to read people, and with the whole empathetic knowledge therapist, what would you have been if you were not a lawyer?
Actually, I was thinking about that. I've been thinking about that. If I was not a lawyer, I don't know if I would be so happy, but let's assume, I think I would have enjoyed being a therapist of some kind, psychologist, because I do watch a lot of psychology shows and, opportunities, because I feel that the mind needs a lot of healing and most of us focus a lot on the body. And so while my two sisters are medical doctors taking care of the body, to me, the mind is much deeper, more deep-rooted, and the problems of the mind are not as visible by checking an equipment. But if you can give peace of mind, solace, meaning, purpose, passion to people, then it is like a dead flower that suddenly blooms and like a gorgeous rose sheds, light, color, smell, everything. Each of us, to some extent, if we don't find our passion and our purpose in our life, we are never going to be able to give 100% of our soul and our heart to our work and to the work that we're doing with 100% dedication, and bring along others, because your passion, your excitement, your interest can be shared, and it's become so self-evident to everybody who works around us.
What journey it would have been if you did become a therapist and, we were making an impact to people in a different manner. And I'd like to kind of think and imagine sitting in a session with you and you spreading the energy in addition to your ability to be able to read people's mind and kind of advise them. It would have been a very, very different arena. But
I'm not sure, Vivek, and I'll tell you why. Every time I do a consultation with a client, and we do thousands and thousands of them, obviously, correct. I always, before or after or in the middle, tell them, okay, now we have done the consultation. I have given you the legal advice, what you paid, we have discussed it. Let me give you a small piece of advice for your life. Sometimes, it's about situation with their family, and I say, look, I am talking to you not as your lawyer at this moment, but I am talking to you as a well-wisher, as a friend, as an aunt, as a cousin, as a child, as a, whatever, because I care about you. Even when I give advice to clients, I don't give it just based on the law. Of course, we look at the law. Of course, we look at the facts. Of course, I look at my knowledge, my experience, my 30 years plus as a lawyer, etc. But I also tell them that the reason I think, part of the reason Murthy.com is so well known and the Murthy law firm is internationally renowned is not just technical legal advice. Now with artificial intelligence and with the internet, advice and information can be obtained quite easily and freely to a large extent. It's the wisdom, it's the knowledge, it's the distillation of pearls of information and wisdom. And people, when they know that you're connecting with another human being on a spiritual, on a deeper level of care, love, and compassion and concern, I think people, it's at the end of the day, life is all about connecting with human beings on a deeper level. Superficial relationships are superficial for a reason. And I think when people know that we care, I always tell my employees, right, from the client's perspective, I don't care how much you know unless I know how much you care. Why do we love our parents? Not because they're Einsteins or geniuses, but because we know they love us and care about us. Similarly, with every single client, even if they hire me for 20 minutes consultation or their case or for their family members, we have to focus on the love, care, and compassion for that person, besides knowing the law and fighting on the legal issues and winning the case for them.
Fantastic. So essentially what you're saying is that, you are actually doing both the professions together. You're not just a lawyer, you're a therapist already. So for those of you who are looking to have a conversation with Sheila as a therapist, just disguise it as a legal query, because in any case, you're going to get some amount of therapy that you will get along with the legal advice that you will get. Which brings me to another aspect of you. You talked about this caring side of Sheila. But you've also been known to be a fighter, not just in the legal sense of it, that you are obviously, and as a lawyer, as an attorney, but it's also something that you do for your passion. And you have built your success, you've built the institution with the amount of zeal and energy. But for a minute, let's understand about the Sheila which is behind this, if I may call it, the facade, which is the professional Sheila, the lawyer Sheila. But I get a sense that, you have that fighting spirit. So can you talk to us a little about when did it start? When did you realize you had this fighting spirit? I'm sure it wasn't when you went to law school. It would have been much, much earlier.
Yeah, for sure. Even as a child, when I would walk on the roads, or if somebody would, in typical Indian style, some guy will say hello to a girl, hello, sweetheart. I would stop and say, how dare you talk like that to another person? What if it was your own mother or your sister? And I would go, and my sister and others, when I was like 10 or 12, they would say, why are you fighting with this guy who's not even worth your time or your energy, right? Don't waste your time on them. But I always feel it's important. It was important for me as a child, and still important, to give a voice to those who are either scared or shy or incapable or unwilling or unable to do so, and to be the voice for them, to speak up for them, to fight against injustice, to fight against what I think is unfairness, oppression, of illegal behavior, of improper behavior. it's always been something, it's just in my DNA to want to help and be the voice for others. And I remember my high school principal from Timpani School in Visakhapatnam, Vizag, Miss Mercy Jayaraj Rao, who was there for like 40 years. She said, "Oh my God, Sheila, I still remember you. You were such a fighter." And I said, "Oh, I was so she remembers me from, high school being this person that would not take no for an answer. If you said no, I would try to argue because I truly wanted to understand what it is that we can do to get a different result for a situation, whether it is for somebody else or myself. It's obviously much easier, I think, in life to fight for others than for yourself, because when you fight for yourself, it's more subjective. When you fight for others, you are the outside objective arbiter that is helping to give a voice and speak up for somebody who's incapable or unwilling to fight hard for their own rights, privileges, and their entitlements.
Fantastic. And I think that's where, you realize that early, and I think you've made such a grand success out of that, because you've used that energy, you've used that passion and built a phenomenal firm. And 25 years, as you said, you've celebrated recently for Murthy Law Firm. You've touched so many lives. You've enabled so many successful foreign-born workers to contribute to the US economy. You've done so much in the space of philanthropy. Now, what's next? What can the world expect of Sheila in the next 25 years?
Oh my God, God willing, we're all alive for 25 years, which I hope we should be, right?
You should be. You should be.
Like
With the energy you have, what are we talking about? Yeah.
That's so true. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I know I've had a lot of Americans say to me, whatever you're having, can you just put it into a bottle? You can make billions of dollars by selling this energy. Okay. But again, it's because I love helping, I love educating, I love empowering, I love enlightening others with ideas and with passion and with, just different ways to look at it. So look, I love what I do. I am excited each day. I love going to work. I love helping people. I love making a difference. So even my husband, Vasant Nayak, who keeps asking me, what do you want to do, Sheila, when you retire? I'm like, look, if I love this, why can't I do it till I'm 125 years old? Why do you want me to think of something else? I think I'm going to continue doing this on some level. Of course, like a big portion of what the money we've made over the years, we have given away millions and millions of dollars. We intend to continue to give away millions and millions. God willing, we continue to make more and more money to great charitable causes, whether it's the couple of endowments at Harvard Law School, for education, for immigration-related causes, for women, for empowerment, whatever we've done. I love giving away money because you feel a little bit like Santa Claus, like somebody that can change other people's lives and give them opportunities. And I think when we give to others through charitable giving, if you can afford 5 rupees or $5 million, it doesn't matter. The pleasure and the joy, there's actually research that shows that our body releases oxytocins, and endorphins when we are filled with joy to do help others and to do good for others. So why would I stop that? It gives me joy and meaning and again, purpose in my life. Maybe I'll continue to do some of these keynotes talks where I inspire and motivate and excite people, again, because the idea of inspiring people is so important. To a large extent, the biography that was written, Being Sheila, The Life Journey of an Immigration Attorney, is really not about me, it's about my life, but it's more about living my life through the stories, the struggles, the challenges, and the success of my clients, of each of the thousands and thousands and thousands, and the countless of millions of people who have used Murthy.com to, again, get educated, enlightened, and inspired and empowered. So the book is really about sharing their stories and their struggles and them finding success at the end. So to me, that book is almost like a keynote talk. It is like a speech. It is like a sharing of the life, because it's not my life alone. My life is just as an example of the lives of so many people whose cases we were fortunate, privileged, and honored to be able to have helped them along life's journey and change their destinies, and not just of that one family, Vivek, but that family and generations of that family coming in the future for thousands, if not millions of years. right? And we have changed the course of destiny for that family, for the extended family when they send money back, maybe to their relatives in India or in different parts of the world. And we changed the face of America because the beauty, the unique experiment of America as the only country in the world where different races and different people from all over the world have come in such a large number is because I think part of the reason for America being a world leader is the openness to democracy, to creative new ideas, and to new influx of people bringing their passion, their excitement, their ideas, and keeping all the rest of us, when couple generations later, the same immigrants, their children become a little bit, I don't want to use the word lazy, but take things for granted maybe. And that immigrants never take anything for granted because we're hungry and we're determined to make a difference and leave a legacy. And depending on how much time we have, I would love to share a short story, but if not, that's fine too.
Now you can go ahead. We have maybe another minute or two we have, so go ahead.
Yeah, so I always give this example of the people in the three bricklayers doing the work, right? The first one, the lady says, "What are you doing?" He says, "Can't you see I'm just paving bricks?" The second person then says, "Well, I come into work on time, I leave on time, I tell my whatever my supervisor or foreman tells me to do, I do that." And the third person puts down his equipment for a minute, sparkle in his eyes, and he says, "Why, lady, can't you see? I'm helping to build one of the greatest cathedrals that was ever built in the history of human civilization. And I would have made a difference and helped people's prayers to come true for thousands and thousands of years." So all three were doing the exact same job, but one of them had found the purpose, the passion, the meaning. So who do you think was excited to do the work? Who do you think was influencing people around them? Who do you think probably got the highest raise and grew up and created and maybe started his own masonry company as a civil engineering concern in the future? Who do you think felt a certain excitement in life? And it's obviously the answer is self-evident, but it comes back to each of us in our lives just finding that passion and that purpose and that meaning. And so since the topic for today's discussion was the passionate entrepreneur, I thought I had to share the passion of that person and how each of us has to find it and share it, not just with our office staff, but even with our family members, your spouse and your children, because sometimes you think they know what's going on. But if you don't share it and tell them and share your joy and excitement, they're not going to know, and they'll be like, "Oh, there's mom or dad just always working." They don't understand why you're so excited to come to work every day.
Fantastic. And if I was to continue the same conversation, you know who the passionate entrepreneur here in this conversation is. Thank you very much, Sheila, for joining us and really sharing the passion. And you bring such a bundle of energy, and I'm sure that comes with extremely rich experience and knowledge. But the sheer energy you bring, and I'm sure your clients and your people who've kind of been impacted by you would have benefited tremendously from you. I really enjoyed the conversation with you. We can continue this conversation for the next many hours, but unfortunately, we have a time limit. And at this stage, I'd like to thank you for joining us. And you are, in a certain sense, part of the TiE family. So having been the president of the DC chapter earlier, and you've been actively engaged with TiE. So thank you very much for joining us at the TiE Global Summit. And I'm sure a lot of people listening to us at this moment would have taken a few lessons and certainly taken the energy, even in a virtual environment. I'm sure the energy transmitted through those the lines and the computers, and it reached a lot of people through their screens. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for spreading so much joy and such a wonderful work that you're doing. We really appreciate your joining us today, Sheila.
It's been a pleasure. It's an honor. And I want to thank TiE Global and each of you, and certainly to Manohar Reddy Garu for this wonderful opportunity and continued success for an incredible TiE Global Summit. And I'm honored and delighted to have been included as part of this amazing panel. Have a wonderful day. And if we don't get to speak to all of you, happy holidays and best wishes for the coming new year as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you very much.